Pompano Beach City Commission meeting to order on April 28th, 2026 at 6 p.m. If I can ask everyone to please silence your cell phones or put them on vibrate during the meeting, that would be great so we don't get disrupted by a phone call. So please silence your cell phones or put them on vibrate. Appreciate that. If we could go ahead and call the roll, Mr. Alfred.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Here.
Commissioner Perkins.
Here.
Commissioner Segerson, Eaton.
Here.
Commissioner Smith. Vice Mayor Fournier.
Here.
Mayor Harton.
Here. Our invocation this evening is going to be given by Pastor Sharon Stone Walker of Dove Ministries International. So if we can all please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor.
Good evening. Can we please bow our heads for prayer? Heavenly Father, wise and gracious God, we come before you with humble hearts and grateful spirits. We thank you for the gift of life, of health and strength, for provision, and for the opportunity to gather in this place of purpose. Thank you for the honor of service, for the responsibility entrusted to those who lead, and for the privilege we all share to contribute to the growth of well-being of our city. Your word declares in Psalms 33:12 that blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. Today we acknowledge you as your source, our guide, and our foundation. Father, you have established authority to promote peace, order, and justice. So we lift up our mayor, our vice mayor, our commissioners, our city manager, and all those entrusted with leadership in this city. I pray that you would grant them supernatural wisdom and clarity to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our city, a sense of the welfare and true needs of our residents, businesses, and stakeholders, a keen thirst for justice and righteousness for all, confidence in what is good and fitting, the ability to work together in harmony even when there is honest disagreement, personal peace in their lives and joy in the tasks of elected officials, continued posture of integrity and hearts to accept good counsel and live upright therein. Lord, we place today's agenda before you. Guide every decision, every discussion, and every outcome. Let what is accomplished here bring benefit, progress, and lasting impact to all who live, work, and invest in our beloved city of Pompano Beach. We lift up our first responders, protect them as they serve daily with courage. We cover our schools, administrators, educators, and students with safety and wisdom and excellence. We pray for our residents and business owners that they would flourish, prosper, and thrive. Father, let this city be a beacon of light, an oasis of hope, a lighthouse of unity, and a place where compassion and opportunity abide. Let Pompano Beach be a catalyst for surrounding communities, known for its welcome, its love, and its spirit of excellence. Let your glory arise in our churches. Let your glory arise in our schools. Let your glory arise in our businesses. Let your glory arise in our homes. Let your glory arise in City Hall and the Commission chambers. May your glory be released throughout every space in Pompano Beach. For all these things, we pray in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Right, can I get a motion approving the regular City Commission meeting minutes of April 14th, 2026?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you.
Mayor,
Commissioner Fezzik?
thank you. For the next part, before we move forward on the agenda item, I would just like some clarification on agenda item number 17. Just because this item was directed by the commission to be placed on the agenda, and I'm just asking why it was decided to be removed without a vote of this body and under which authority.
Well, it hasn't been removed without a vote of this body yet.
Well, it just says it at the bottom, so I just wanted to make sure if it was going to be removed or not, as per the approval.
I was about to.
Thank you.
Yes. So you have a question on item 17?
No, just that I just would like to see it stay on the agenda. Thank you.
Oh, what is on item 17? Just a minute.
Airport.
There's no reason to have it on the agenda. So we're going to be striking tonight items 9, 11, and 17. 9, 11, 17.
So
Anything further, Mr. Harrison?
No, sir. That's it.
I'm sorry, I had a question related to that I would like answered.
Okay.
So whose authority was that decision to strike item 17 after we as a body made the decision to put it on this agenda, what authority was that decision being made?
How about if we get a second to the motion?
It's not a motion, I'm just asking a question.
Well, I understand, but
Okay.
let's get a motion on the
Well, all
floor. So, move to strike 9/11/17. Is there a second? Very good. Now, Commissioner Fessek, go ahead. You've got a question.
Well, I had a question before your motion, so I would like to know whose authority that was, with the intention to remove it, given there are so many people who had come here, and under the direction of this particular board, we asked for it to be on this particular agenda. So who made the decision to take it off? That's the question I'm asking.
Mr. Harrison?
So, I guess you could say I did. It was brought to my attention that this item was not needed until 27. It was a misunderstanding on having it on the agenda in the first place. So it's ill-timed to be on the agenda.
So why was it on the agenda the first time, 2 weeks ago?
It was a misunderstanding, just like I just said.
Okay, well, I just want to state that I object to the removal of item number 17 and request that it remain on the agenda, because that was the discussion we had planned for, and that was what we directed this commission to do. That's what we directed you to do as a body, as this commission. Okay, so I see you not answering me, and I want to make sure I clear it for you.
No, I answered you,
Okay,
Commissioner. I don't know what else you want me to say.
Well, if the item's directed by the body as a commission, then you unilaterally making a decision to remove an item for discussion that we voted on to be placed, it undermines the authority of this body.
I don't believe you voted on it
We did.
for
We
it to
asked,
be
we all had
placed.
a motion to move it we all had a motion. You can refer to
And
your
there
notes.
was a majority vote to do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
So
Postponed,
To this
yeah.
date.
it doesn't matter. It's
to
a
you.
misunderstanding. It doesn't need to be on the agenda until this time in 27.
Well, I'm respectfully requesting that it stay on the agenda as we voted it. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I think this gets to a bigger issue here, since it was on our last agenda, and there was an entire RFP or request for letters of interest that went out. There was a recommended, solicitation tabulation process. We went through this entire scoring sheet tabulation process, had it on an agenda, and you're saying none of that needed to be done?
Yes, ma'am. I'm saying it wasn't due until 27. There was a misunderstanding among the staff on having it put on the agenda for this year. It did not need to be placed on the agenda until next year.
So I think, like I just said, there was a solicitation that went out in 2025, so it's not about when it got placed on the agenda. Any solicitation done then wouldn't be valid in 2027 anyway, so the entire process didn't need to happen?
The entire process will have to be repeated over. Yes.
Okay, so that's concerning to me, and it also does concern me that we postponed this and voted to talk about it at this meeting. So whether we need it or not, I think we should leave the agenda item and talk about it then instead of wasting our time now. I mean, we could. That's it.
Okay, well, any further discussion? Commissioner Seegerson-Eden?
My understanding was that we postponed it at the last meeting. I don't recall voting to put this on the agenda. I think it's just an item that went on the agenda. And then it was, excuse me, I have the floor. And then it was postponed.
To a date
next
certain,
meeting.
Vice.
So we did not vote to put this on the agenda. We voted to postpone it. That's my recollection.
Mr. Berman? So you
My
raise your-
recollection, if you postpone an item, it's postponed to a date and time certain. It was time certain for this agenda. It is on the agenda. What management is telling you at this time is that it is not needed, it was an error, we don't need a contract with this company, there's no purpose discussing it, so please remove it. There's no point in discussing it, but it is on the agenda, and the request at this time is that it be removed as it's not necessary, but it was put on date and time. Thanks.
All right.
Got it.
Mayor?
Commissioner Fessek?
Yes, and that is a request, and I would like to request that item 17 stay on the agenda for discussion as previously directed by this body. Thank you.
I just make a
Okay,
motion.
good. Commissioner Perkins? We got a motion.
I would have made a motion, but I had the question first, and he interrupted and made a motion in between, so I'm not sure if I can still make that motion, which I would.
We're-
I would like to make a motion to retain item number 17 on the agenda.
Commissioner Perkins has the floor.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner
I
Fessy.
was just asking her to make the motion.
Commissioner Perkins, we're on the approval of the agenda. I made the motion to approve the agenda with the modifications, and there was a second, so there is a motion on the floor.
Right, right.
So, Further discussion? On- Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll on the approval of the agenda.
Commissioner Fezzik,
No.
Commissioner Perkins,
No,
Commissioner Sigerson Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
No.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Very good. Okay, I'll make a motion that we strike items 9 and 11.
So
Second.
moved. Second.
All right, striking 9 and 11. All in favor, say
I
aye.
had a question.
Aye.
I'm sorry, apologize, Vice Mayor.
I would like to know why we're striking item 9 and why we weren't told about that before right now.
Oh, we actually didn't.
Okay, Mr. Harrison.
I rescind my second, 'cause that was,
I'm sorry, what?
I will rescind my second, because I didn't understand that was
Oh,
not.
okay.
We were
Well, then we don't have a motion yet. Is there a second to my motion to strike item 9 and 11?
second.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor, you asked a question?
At the last meeting, we worked with the MPO to get another meeting scheduled.
So let's
And,
find
but,
out.
hold on, let me finish for 1 second, please. We were told that there's not a, there's not a ton of urgency, but there was some urgency to getting this submitted. So us striking that when there was some sense of urgency to getting this outreach done so we could approve this has me concerned that we will lose the opportunity.
Let's let Mr. Harrison answer that.
There.
Mr. Harrison?
So we've been trying to get an answer from MPO since the last meeting, and they have been working with FDOT to try to figure out a way to salvage the project for this current budget year. They were unable to do that, so they're saying, in the exact words were, had to push the project into next year budget issues at FDOT.
So that materialized in the time between when we postponed this and had the next community outreach meeting? Those issues
Between the time the last community outreach meeting and today.
was last week. So in the last week, there's these issues materialized that we're just finding out about today. And
Right, we are. Yes.
Mayor,
Done? Commissioner Perkins?
thank you. The MPO met with the community on Tuesday. It was our third meeting pertaining to Northwest 15th Street, and we decided in that meeting for MPO to go back and consider some of the requests from the residents. So what we decided to do was ask them to come back. Every meeting we've had with MPO, they would ask everybody to write things down on these little stickers, and they haven't included any of those things on in the project for 15th Street. So we asked them to come back. But now that I'm hearing the city manager say next year, is that what I heard?
They're saying yes.
Next budget year, I'm not exactly sure what their schedule is going to be for other meetings, et cetera, but I'm sure what you are describing, they took good notes on and will have that record for ensuing meetings with regard to the project.
Okay, so I want to make it very clear that the community input is very important in this project, and I'd rather see them delay the project than not include some of the suggestions that were offered to the project. And in the meantime, because you, Mayor, you sit on that MPO board, and this project has been going on for 5 years, and you sat here and never said a word about an update or anything pertaining to this project. The first time we heard about this project was sometime, I want to say October, November of last year. That was our first time of hearing of it, but we understand now that this project has been ongoing for 5 years. So I don't want to rush the community into this, and the community does not have input into the decision-making on Northwest 15th Street. So, but in the future, I would like to see you at least give us an update, since you are the representative sitting here. Give us an update on what's going on with MPO before it comes back to us. In the meantime, I will ask the community to meet with MPO again for their final draft of inputting what the community has asked for. Thank you.
Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. Okay, before I even start anything, show of hands, because there's a lot more bodies in this room tonight. Who is here to talk about this particular item? Let's just raise your hand if you are. Okay. So there's not MPO. Yeah. Okay. Nobody. Okay. Just checking. Well, because
Okay.
so I wanted to make sure. So because there was an outcry of the meeting, and we did ask for this to take community feedback, and I know there was a meeting that was held. I'm all for it being delayed. However, my question is about the delay, because the item itself isn't about like FDOT funding, it's about the design of the project. So it's not about the conversation that's here, or if anybody does have any insight, or maybe they don't know about it yet, they have the opportunity to discuss it or hear about it for the first time. And then we have input that we can rely on and share with them moving forward, even if it does move into next year. So if it was an agenda item and noticed, I would like to at least have, even albeit maybe a short conversation, but let people who may have shown up for that or didn't have the opportunity to hear about it and speak on it. Thank you.
Mayor?
Commissioner Perkins.
Okay, I understand what Commissioner is saying, so I would like to withdraw my second so that we can have discussion with those people that are here to discuss the item.
Okay, so there is no second to strike items 9 and 11.
I will second that, Mayor.
Thank you. So that we still have a motion to strike items 9 and 11, since the project has been delayed by FDOT funding issues per the MPO. So at least until into next year, they'll figure out if they can straighten it out. So the motion to strike items 9 and 11. Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
No.
Commissioner Perkins,
No.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
No.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. All right, how about this? I make a motion, we strike item 11.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded, we strike item 11. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. All right. All right, that takes us up to our consent agenda discussion. Items 2 and 4 will be pulled for individual discussion. Excuse me. All other items on the consent are eligible for discussion during audience to be heard. All right, takes us up to special presentation. Teachers of the Year, Employees of the Year, Acknowledgement. Special presentation by the Education Advisory Committee. Acknowledgement of the Broward County Schools Teacher of the Year and Employees of the Year. All right. I'll turn it over to you, Pastor Campbell, as the chair of the Education Advisory Committee.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Commissioners. I'm Brian Anthony Campbell, Chair of the Education Advisory Committee for Pompano Beach. And on behalf of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to recognize some amazing people who help make our city great. Our teachers and employees of the year from our public schools in Pompano Beach. Teacher Appreciation Week, yeah, you can clap it up for them. Teacher Appreciation Week is more than a calendar observance. It is a moment to pause and acknowledge the people who shape not just classrooms, but futures. Every day, our teachers show up with patience, creativity, and an unwavering belief in the potential of every child. They are mentors, role models, encouragers, and often lifelines. In a world that constantly changes, one thing remains steady: the impact of a great teacher. Long after the lessons are over, their influence continues. And the confidence they build, the curiosity they spark, and the character they help develop. Tonight, we honor recognizing individuals who embody the very best of what education represents. Our teachers of the year are more than excellent instructors. They are innovators in the classroom, leaders among their peers, and champions for student success. They go beyond teaching content, they inspire purpose. Our employees of the year remind us that education is a team effort. From support staff to administrative professionals, they ensure that our schools run with care, efficiency, and heart. Their work may not always be in the spotlight, but is essential to every success we celebrate. To each honoree, your dedication does not go unnoticed. You represent the excellence, resilience, and compassion that define our schools here in Pompano Beach. And to this commission, thank you for your continued support of public education. When a city invests in its schools, it invests in its future. So tonight, we don't just celebrate achievement, but impact. Not just effort, but legacy. Please join me in honoring our teachers and employees of the year, individuals who make a difference every day. So we're going to, I can do that at this time, call on the schools, and for each school, we're going to ask each, the teacher of the year as well as the employee of the year, come forward, and our team here is going to present each honoree with a certificate on behalf of the city of Pompano Beach. We're starting with Blanche Ely High School. Teacher of the Year, Connie McGirt. And you can move to the center so we can recognize everybody. Employee of the Year from Blanche Ely High School, Maria Jean Pierre. From Robert Markham Elementary, Teacher of the Year, Veronica Jackson. Employee of the Year from Markham Elementary, Perlita Lee. From Charles Drew Elementary, Teacher of the Year, Larissa McDonald. An Employee of the Year from Charles Drew Elementary, Narisha Hazari. From Cresthaven Elementary, Teacher of the Year, Lavinia Busa. An Employee of the Year from Cresthaven Elementary, Derek Howard. From Cross Creek School, Teacher of the Year, Todd Dewey. An Employee of the Year from Cross Creek School, Donna Ashley Coley. From Crystal Lake Middle School, Teacher of the Year, Tasia Scott. Employee of the Year from Crystal Lake Middle School, Alexander Miller III. From Cypress Elementary, Teacher of the Year, Blair Gray. An Employee of the Year from Cypress Elementary, Jenzir Witt. From McNabb Elementary, Teacher of the Year, Callie Thompson. An Employee of the Year from McNabb Elementary, Marta Escobar. From Northcrest Elementary, Teacher of the Year, Frances Buchanan. And Employee of the Year from Northcrest Elementary, Phyllis Wembley. And Palmview Elementary, Teacher of the Year, Katina Elam. And from Palmview Elementary, Employee of the Year, Gail Sneed. From Pompano Beach Elementary, Teacher of the Year, Makita S. Reed. Employee of the Year from Pompano Beach Elementary, Arias Ramirez. From Pompano Beach High School, Teacher of the Year, Cynthia Treverset. And Employee of the Year from Pompano Beach High School, Rhea Cardinale. Teacher of the Year from Pompano Beach Middle School, Leroy Baker. And Employee of the Year from Pompano Beach Middle, Courtney Bailey. Teacher of the Year from Sanders Park Elementary, Tiana Stevenson. And Employee of the Year from Sanders Park Elementary, Andrea Burney. And last but not least, from Tedder Elementary, Teacher of the Year, Carmen Conde. And Employee of the Year from Tedder Elementary, Nikita Calvin Razor. And Mayor, on behalf of the Education Advisory Committee for the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, we present to you our Teachers of the Year and Employees of the Year from the Public Schools of Pompano Beach, Florida.
Let's Education Advisory, let's all get in the middle over there.
Darlene, mic over. Get over here, Beverly. Everybody good?
So before
all of our honorees. There's a reception in the conference room just outside the meeting room here. So if you could go out there, there's some reception and some gifts.
Appreciate it. Mr. Campbell. Mr. Campbell.
All right, now we also have a proclamation for teacher appreciation. All right. Now we have a wonderful proclamation to be accepted by Pastor Anthony Campbell on behalf of all the teachers and everybody in the area, on behalf of the Education Advisory Committee. Thank you. Whereas, teachers in all learning environments play a vital role in helping students develop their talents, pursue their interests, and reach their full potential, preparing them to lead successful and meaningful lives. And whereas, teachers are trusted and respected professionals whose dedication, creativity, and commitment provide students with high-quality, innovative, and inclusive educational experiences. And whereas strong partnerships between teachers, parents, and communities are essential to ensuring that every child, regardless of zip code, income, or background, has access to equitable opportunities for success. And whereas Broward County Public Schools, the 6th largest school district in the nation and the 2nd largest in the state of Florida, serves a diverse student population and relies on the expertise and dedication of thousands of teachers who work tirelessly to support academic achievement and student well-being. And whereas the success of the Broward County Public Schools' dedicated teachers in helping students realize their limitless potential directly impacts the strength, prosperity, and future of our community. And whereas it is fitting that we recognize and celebrate the contributions of every teacher who has had a positive influence on the lives of our residents. Now, therefore, I, Rex Harden, Mayor of the City of Pompano Beach, on behalf of the entire City Commission residents, do hereby proclaim May 4th through the 8th, 2026, as Teacher Appreciation Week in the City of Pompano Beach, and I encourage all residents to join in honoring our teachers for their dedication, passion, and invaluable service to our community. We extend our appreciation and gratitude to all of the teachers in Pompano Beach and Broward County, done this 28th day of April, 2026. Thank you, teachers. Appreciate it. Here, say a few words. And thank you especially to the Education Advisory Committee. We appreciate all you guys do. Thank you so much. All right. Next up. All right. Last but not least, proclamation celebrating Jewish American Heritage Month in the City of Pompano Beach. Whereas, since arriving on American shores as early as the 16th century, Jewish people and their descendants have played a vital role in shaping the United States, contributing to the nation's growth, prosperity, and strength. And whereas, for over 4 decades, presidents of the United States have formally recognized the contributions of Jewish Americans to our country, and since 2006, the month of May has been officially designated as Jewish American Heritage Month through presidential proclamation and bipartisan congressional support. And whereas the biblical and historical journey of the Jewish people and the values of the Jewish faith have served as powerful sources of inspiration for the people of the United States, the civil rights movement, America's leadership in advancing global freedom, and the nation's ongoing pursuit of justice and equality. And whereas Jewish Americans continue to make profound and lasting contributions to many aspects of American life, including the arts, sciences, business, law, education, public service, entertainment, and culinary traditions in enriching the cultural fabric of our nation and helping define what it means to be American. And whereas Jewish Americans have played and continue to play a vital role in shaping our communities, including the City of Pompano Beach, through civic leadership, entrepreneurship, philanthropy, and cultural enrichment. And whereas the celebration of Jewish American Heritage Month encourages understanding, education, and appreciation of the diverse traditions, histories, and experiences that strengthen our society and unite us as Americans. And whereas the City of Pompano Beach joins cities and communities across the nation in recognizing May 2026 as Jewish American Heritage Month and in reflecting on the spirit of resilience, and contributions of Jewish Americans while reaffirming our commitment to fostering an inclusive and respectful community. Now, therefore, I, Rex Harden, Mayor of the City of Pompano Beach, on behalf of the entire City Commission and residents of Pompano Beach, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 as Jewish American Heritage Month in the City of Pompano Beach, and encourage all residents to join in honoring the legacy, achievements, and cultural heritage of Jewish Americans. Done this 28th day of April 2026. Rex Harden. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right. All right. Next up, we have a presentation, actuarial valuation report, presentation of the actuarial valuation report for the City of Pompano Beach Police and Firefighters Retirement System as of October 1st, 2025, as prepared by NIARC Company, Inc., and presented by Mr. Lawrence Watts, Board Actuary. Well,
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners,
O'Connell.
my name is Paul O'Connell. I am the Chair of the Pompano Beach Police and Fire, and it's my privilege to introduce Lawrence Watts, our actuary, to give you the bill.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager. I think I have the presentation up here that I'm going to share, and let's make sure that things work. I may have to hit this button behind me. It is on the screen.
Oh, need that on the screen. Hey, Newman? Need my pen.
Sorry.
Somebody else must have to do it.
Thank you so much. And I know you have a big agenda tonight, so I will try to move quickly, but thank you for having me. I know many of you know me. My name is Lawrence Watts. I am the board's actuary, and I'm here to talk about the fire and police pension system. I'm going to try to maximize this. Bear with me. All right, thank you all. I know commissioners, you have a paper copy in front of you. Every year we do a valuation of the police and firefighters retirement system to do two primary things. That is to measure the liabilities of the plan and measure them against the assets to come up with what we call the unfunded actuarial accrued liability. That's basically the debt that's outstanding that's accrued to date, and then also come up with a contribution in line with the board's funding policy, which is meant to pay off that debt as well as the ongoing accruals for those earning service in the pension plan. In this plan, for those of you who are new, firefighters are the only active still remaining because of the service being transferred to BSO for police officers. I know the first time this will be a lot to take in, so please don't hesitate to ask if you have any questions, but I will go through high level. One of the most important things to consider and to monitor in a pension plan when you have substantial assets invested is the return on the market value. How much money are the assets earning? The plan is invested in a diversified portfolio to target a rate of return that is in excess or equal to the actuarial assumed rate of return, which is 7% currently. So in simple terms, if you're earning at least 7%, you're hitting your bogey. If you're earning less, then you're not. So context for all that we're going to talk about tonight is that 2022, which is now 4 years in our rearview mirror, was a terrible year. There was nowhere to hide. There were bad bond returns and bad stock returns. But because the plan has a smoothing policy to recognize gains and losses over a 5-year period, we are still recognizing those big losses from 2022. And so the summary is we had an 11.5% return last year from October to October, but because of that smoothing, we actually were just under our 7% bogey at 6.7%. On the plus side, liabilities came in lower than we were projecting. Salary increases were slightly lower than expected, and unfortunately, we had more deaths than we were projecting. So terrible thing for the membership, but a good thing from the plan's liability perspective. Add all that together and we get to a net positive. The plan's funding position increased from this year relative to last year up to about 55%. And what that means is as of today, based on the benefits that were earned as of today, there are about 55% of the assets needed to pay out the promised benefits that have been earned and to current retirees. So there is a substantial hole. According to the board's funding policy, which in simple terms, and it's more complicated than this, I have to caveat, is aiming to pay off any unfunded liability over a period of 20 years. Think of it like a 20-year mortgage on your debt. The required employer contribution comes up to be about $28.6 million, which is in line with last year's $28 million, but it is substantially higher than it has been historically. Those of you who have been on the commission for some time know that a lot of the increases were tied to the 2022 collective bargaining agreement for firefighters. One thing that I have mentioned every year that is important to keep in mind, as a result of those collective bargaining ordinance changes, a number of firefighters retired all at once in 2022 and 2023. They're currently what's called in a DROP program, Deferred Retirement Option Plan or Deferred Retirement Option Program. That means they are basically accumulating benefits in the plan that will eventually be paid out when they sever from service. The plus side from the pension plan's perspective is that they are no longer earning accruals. They have locked in their benefit, but when they ultimately do retire and are replaced with new firefighters, they are going to be earning benefits. And so contributions will have to go up again once those new firefighters are hired. Hopefully that makes sense. Other than that, there's one more important bullet, and then we'll go through the rest of the slides fairly quickly. One of the other most important assumptions that we make, besides that discount rate, are the mortality tables that basically project how long people are going to live. We don't have control over that assumption. Under state law, it's set by the state's actuary and what FRS, the statewide retirement system, uses. But the Society of Actuaries has released a new set of mortality tables in the last year, which will put pressure on the state actuary to update and adopt things. Unfortunately, that's projecting to increase liabilities a little bit, so there is that on the horizon. Okay, we'll move relatively quickly through here, but there is a 15-year history of the funded ratio over time, and you can see that we were up above 75% about 12 years ago, and we're down to that 55-ish to 60% number today. The red line is based on the market value as the trust was on October 1st of 2025, and that gray line is the smoothed value. So right now we have actually more in assets than we're recognizing because the last 3 years in the market have been pretty good. The one thing I do want to say about this slide is that it's not apples to apples from year to year because the assumptions change over time. And so the 55% funded ratio today is better than a 55% funded ratio 15 years ago because the assumptions are more conservative today than they were back then. Breaking down that contribution requirement, that $28.6 million number that the city is recommended to pay is that big blue bar, but that's not all the money that goes into the plan. You also have employee contributions that are mandatory from the firefighters, and those are projected to be about $2 million. And then the state subsidizes the pension plans through chapters 175 and 185 premium tax money. And so how those funds are used is subject to negotiation. Currently, all of the firefighter premium tax, the 175 money, goes to offset the city's contribution, and a portion of the police money goes to offset the contribution. Next slide shows the contribution broken down in a little bit of a different way, and I do want to spend just 30 seconds showing the size of the debt and what impact that has on the contribution. So that dark blue bar at the bottom, that's what actuaries call the normal cost. And so that's strip away everything else. What's the cost of all of your firefighters earning 1 year of service in the pension plan? And you can see that's about $9 million, that blue bar. So if everything were perfect, there were no bad history, no debt, no expenses, it'd be about $9 million. That bulk of the contribution, though, you can see is that gray bar, and that is the amortization of the unfunded liability. That's your debt payment. It's like your mortgage. And you can see that relative to 5 years ago, that gray bar has grown considerably. And again, that's, I don't want to beat a horse dead, but that's tied to the 2022 collective bargaining agreement. Overnight, the firefighters' benefits became much more generous, and so the unfunded liability grew, and you as the plan sponsor have to pay that off over time. All right, looking at things a different way, splitting between police and fire, I do need to say that the system is combined, so from a legal perspective, it is all one fund, but the board administers things keeping track of police and fire liabilities and contributions separately. And so now that there are no more active police officers, over time we would expect the police contribution to come down. And that's actually what we're seeing. For the first time this year, the police portion of the contribution is lower than it was last year. Fire, obviously, is still active, open, and ongoing. And so of the $28 million, about $22 million of it is associated with the firefighters. We always bring benchmarking, just because one of the most common questions we get is, hey, is that 7% assumption that we're using reasonable? Are we kicking the can down the road by assuming something that's too high, or are we being overly conservative by assuming something that's too low? And this shows what your peers are doing across the state of Florida. These are other open pension plans for locally administered plans like yours. You can see 7% is far and away the most common assumption. The movement has been to the left, so lower assumptions, which means higher liabilities, but we're comfortable right now, as you all are invested, 7% is a reasonable assumption. This chart is more noisy, but it's showing the same data for large pension plans across the country. So these are like FRS, the state of Florida, or other statewide systems. The big blue bar, the dark blue bars, I'm sorry, are today, and the red bar is 2008, so right before the financial crisis. You can see that the average assumption has gone down over a whole percentage point, but now you can see, even for the largest, most well-diversified systems with access to anything that you want to invest in, 7% is the most common assumption, and that's what they're using to base their liability calculations off of. Almost done. Here's a summary of the demographic information that we use to put together the valuation report. Two things to point out. You'll notice that the number of blue actives is down substantially relative to 5 years ago, and that's because so many of the firefighters retired after the collective bargaining agreement, and they're in that drop program. That's what I was getting at earlier. Eventually, assuming the city doesn't contract, those firefighters will be rehired as active employees and earning benefits. So just something to keep in mind. And then you can see it another way up in the top left. That average age and average service of the active participants in the plan, it's gone down over the last 2 years, right? So the people who are actively earning benefits are younger and less tenured than they were in the past. So summing all up, what are the key takeaways here? We still have that 2022 loss that we're going to absorb next year. So we hope for another good year in the markets. We don't close things out until the end of September, but we do have some upward pressure there. Liabilities have come in roughly as expected, a little bit of gains and losses that offset each other, but we are projecting, and we've talked with city manager and staff about what happens when all of those firefighters eventually sever service who are in the drop right now. I do think that because the magnitude of the changes 4 years ago was so substantial, it is important to have regular updates and conversations with the board, who, from my perspective, is doing a great job and trying to make sure that the benefits are funded as well as can be. So thank you for having me. I know it's hard to listen to an actuary for 15 minutes, but I appreciate being here.
Very good. Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it. Are there any questions from the commission on the report? Vice Mayor?
I have a couple of questions. I continue, like I do every year, to be concerned about the funded ratio and the future of this plan. I know how we got here based on the pension changes in 2022, and but market returns right now, I think, are probably okay relative to October. But we're in a really volatile world right now, and huge swings are happening. So if we have a year that comes in very poor again, with the way this closes, just like the timing, what is our risk there? Are we, obviously we have to smooth that over time so it mitigates it somewhat, but are we going to see another big drop if that happens, assuming no change to no significant changes to the liability side?
So Vice Mayor, our strategy as far as investing is diversify, diversify, diversify. We have 24 different money managers investing in a whole array of assets across the board. And we truly believe that to mitigate the volatility that we're experiencing right now is through diversification.
And that's probably the only answer, right? That's all we can do. I guess the other question is, and it's probably more on the actuarial side, if we did, or if we changed the discount rate by 0.5%, do you run sensitivity analysis to what what does that do to the contribution?
Yeah, I don't have that number off the top of my head, but as part of your mandatory financial reporting in your ACFR each year, there's a +1% and -1% sensitivity number there, so you can get a sense of the liabilities. I can get back to you with the number in a few minutes, but it is substantial. If you were to lower another 50 basis points down to 6.5,
Yeah.
it would put serious contribution pressure upwards.
Okay. So your recommendation is to stay at the 7%?
We think it is reasonable. It is under state law set by the board in consultation with us and the investment consultant, and I'm not the investment consultant. But yes, we think 7% is a reasonable assumption as things stand.
And I just want to reiterate that I did hear what you said, that there might be some pressure coming from the state that would make this situation, make the contribution higher, because it would change the tables in a way that would increase the liability?
It is possible. I will say, without getting too technical, that the state uses modified versions of the tables that they try to match more closely to Florida-specific experience. And so in the past, they have not gone all the way to the most recent tables, and in some cases, it's actually been lower liabilities than I would have expected. So until we know what they're planning to do based on the data they're seeing at the statewide level, I don't want to say. I need to tell my client, tell you all, that it is a possibility that those assumptions could change in the coming years, that could put upward pressure. And sorry to play both sides of the coin, but yes, it really could cause contributions to go up.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission questions, comments? Just a question.
Yes, ma'am.
The fact that many of our peers have adopted a 7% rate, and we're at a 7% rate, does that make it 7% rate is the right rate?
Yeah, it's a great question.
Pretty simple question.
I can't project the future, right? And a 7% rate doesn't mean that I'm sitting here and telling you I think that the plan is going to earn 7% next year, 7% next year, 7% next year. If you want to be more conservative and have a higher chance of being 100% funded, even if there is volatility in the future, a lower discount rate is more conservative because there's more money going into the plan. But it does bring up questions of intergenerational equity, because if the plan, let's say, earns 9% over the next 20 years and you're assuming 6.5%, then in effect you've asked current taxpayers to pay more for services that future taxpayers will get the benefits of. And so that's always the push-pull, is you want to use your best estimate of what the returns are going to be. And right now, 7% with the elevated interest rates that we've seen over the last 5 years, I think is a good, reasonable rate.
So back to my question, the fact that our peers have adopted a 7% rate, the bulk of them, and we're at 7% rate, does that make the 7% rate the right rate? Simple question.
It makes it the average rate. Whether it's right is really a decision that we make as partnerships. Is the city willing to be more, he says conservative, I'll use the word aggressive, in paying down the mortgage?
I understand. I was just
By lowering our assumptions.
looking for somebody to answer the question whether it's the right rate or not.
It's the average rate.
No crystal
Very
ball.
good. Thank you. Very good. Appreciate that. All right. Any further questions, comments? Seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
All right. That takes us up to audience to be heard. Do we have anyone signed up for audience to be heard? Mr. Alfred.
We do, Mayor. We have 11 speakers.
Okay.
First speaker, Nicholas Walters, followed by Tamara Taylor, followed by Paul O'Connell. Nicholas?
Please just name and address for the record and limit your comments to 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Nicholas Walters, 4445 Northwest 99th Way. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayors, and Commissioners. I am Nicholas Walters, a student at Bletchley High School. I am the Student Government Association President and the President of Ademu Men of Excellence. I'm here tonight on behalf of our founder, Mr. Brian Anthony Campbell, our sponsor, Ms. Mojini Telemak, and the Brothers of Ademu to express our gratitude to the elected official and staff of the city of Pompano Beach, especially the Assistant City Manager, Mrs. Suzette Sybil, Assistant City Attorney, Mr. James Saunders, Utilities Field Superintendent, Mr. Nate Watson, and the Senior IT Analyst, Mr. Desmond Floyd, who came to our meeting last week to talk about their careers in government. I must say that hearing you all give us personal insight of what your responsibilities are in the city of Pompano was a true eye-opener to me and my brothers. We now understand the sincere importance of how the roles of every elected official plays in the safety and success of the city in which we live, grow, and strive in. I feel that this is necessary to ensure that you all know that your time and efforts towards building and maintaining this historic city is not taken for granted and does not go unnoticed. And on behalf of me and my brothers of Ademu Men of Excellence, we thank you for serving our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate all you guys do. Keep up the good work, and thank you, Pastor Kim. All right, great job. Great group of young men. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Ms. Taylor. I reside here in the city of Pompano Beach. Good evening. I'm here to speak on the incident that took place on January 13th in the city here of Pompano Beach. On January 13th, my son had an incident with members of the Broward Sheriff's Office. Since that day, our life have not been the same. Today is April 28th, 2026, and it has been over 3 months. It has been 105 days. It has been 2,525 hours. And still, there are more questions than answers. We have not received a full explanation of what happened. We do not have clarity on how the situation has been reviewed or what accountability, if any, has followed. What we do know is that my son is now facing criminal charges. He is on house arrest, and every day he lives with the weight of what happened that day. As a parent, that is difficult to carry without understanding, without closure, and without accountability. I am not here to create conflict. I am here because something feels unfinished. What does justice look like? Every meeting I come, I hear the word justice. We stand and we say the pledge, justice for all. It's not justice for Taylor. Justice is not just a word we say. It is supposed to mean that every person is held at the same standard, that actions are reviewed honestly. The truth is not sharp by position, rank, or authority. Justice means that when something serious happens, it is examined fully, fairly, and without explanation. Right now, it does not feel like that process is completed. I understand that time is often part of an investigation, but time alone does not bring clarity, and silence does not bring peace. If this was your child, would you not forget? Would you not stop asking? Would you not stop caring? I would not be silenced. I would not stop showing up. I want justice. I want answers. BSO owed me clarity. It took 2.5 seconds for my son to get beat and kicked repeatedly and repeatedly, but yet today I still stand without answers. Justice for Taylor, justice for Newkirk.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. It's been 2 or 3 months, and I have not received anything from BSO as pertaining to an update. Is there an update on this particular incident, Chief Elwood?
So, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, members of the community, just as I spoke last time that I was asked this was presented, Internal Affairs presented this to the Use of Force Board. The Use of Force Board, after they reviewed it, recommended it to go to the Professional Compliance Division. That is in the process. The sheriff was here and spoke to the family directly, spoke to the community. It is a priority for the sheriff to resolve this. It's just in the process, and the process has not been completed at this point.
Okay, thank you. Is there any way you can contact the family from time to time to let them know that you're still working on this particular case, or give them some kind of update? You don't have to give them, I'm sure, details, but let them know that you haven't forgotten about them and that you're working on the case. Can you do that on a?
We certainly can do that.
All right. right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker.
Paul Connell, followed by Mike Seversky, followed by Roderick Phillips. Paul Connell.
Paul O'Connell, Chair of the Pompano Beach Police Fire. The report you just saw was the snapshot on October 1st of 2025. I want to just give you an update of what we experienced over the last 6 months. Over the last 6 months, our fund has returned 1.59%, well below our expectation. Over the last year over year, we've returned 14.2%, well above our expectation. Vice Mayor hit the nail on the head when she said we're living in volatile times, and we try to make our fund steady in unsteady waters. So, full steam ahead. Okay? Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker. Mr. Skaversky.
Michael Skaversky, 1630 Southwest 5th Avenue, Pompano. First, I'd like to thank, I don't even know who he is, George, for fixing stuff that was needed at the city parks, stuff that I tell them that needs to get fixed. He gets it done quickly, and it appears like he gets it done properly. And also, I'd like to thank you for responding and getting to George. Who is George? Raise your hand, George. Good job. Good job, George. Why don't they honor you? No, he did. He fixed a few things that I try to fix certain things, and if I can't fix it, I just tell somebody, and you know, he does a terrific job. And number two, how come number 16 is all the way at the end once again? Because you don't want anybody to hear the conclusion. You voted no, I know that, so I don't. You're off the hook. And she voted no, she's off the hook. But the other four don't want to hear the conclusion. You're going to BS your people. That's all you're going to do. BS, beat around the bush, an 83% poll, which is BS, okay? I know I can't talk about it because it's number 16, but the poll is BS, period. I can explain why it's BS, but the voters don't understand that. Number three, I came up here a couple weeks ago about the military parking spots, and something needed to be done about that. In the last 2 weeks, I've caught 2 people parking in those spots, and it's not like I live at that park. I'm there a few times a week exercising. Once a week I'll play pickleball. The one person said he didn't see the sign. I asked him if he was blind. Okay, so people just park there for the heck of it. They don't care, they have no respect. And like I said, it should have been done immediately. That's 2 tickets right there you lost. I don't know how much those tickets are, but I know they're, what, $200 or something if you park illegally in those spots? The city can make a killing. Like I said, hand everybody a ticket that's in those spots. Then if everybody who was in the service has proof. What they do is they just mail it back in, showing that they were in the service, and then they will get a sticker to either put on their car or that's something they could put in on their vehicle or inside their car, proving what they were. Because I don't think it's proper that people just park there because they don't care. And you know what? I don't know if the rest of you agree. I know you agree, period. And another thing, for those of you that just don't seem to care about what I'm saying, you're keeping your head down in the sand and you don't give a crap, don't show up at any military parades because you're all fake.
All right. Next speaker, Mr. Phillips.
Roger Phillips, 2620 Northwest 10th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. Commissioners, Mayor, I'm here to be thankful today. I'm here to be thankful. Thank Darryl Stallings and thank my commissioner, Darlene Smith. They showed me that ask and you shall receive. They showed me that all I had to do was reach out and they would come and help me and the people in addiction. In Collier City Library is being renovated, and that's where we have our addiction recovery meetings on Mondays. And the library is going to be shut down until September. So I reached out to Darlene Smith, Commissioner Darlene Smith, and asked her could she help us with our situation. And between her and Darryl Starling, Captain Starling, they found us a place to go. So I just want to thank Darlene, thank Captain Starling for being a public servant. Because what we do in addiction recovery, we are dedicated to help people in addiction regain their sanity and become productive members of society. And through their efforts, we will continue to do that on Mondays. And we'll be in a hot spot, which is PALS, right next to the substation. We're in a hot spot where we got the opportunity to go out there. I have the opportunity to go out there and talk with my friends about do they need any help or any counseling in addiction, and maybe we can save one. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Jackie Moreland, followed by Delvin King, followed by Dolores Bullard.
Good evening. Jackie Moreland, 1526 Northwest 7th Lane, Pompano. I want to say thank you to Mario. He's a man. Whenever I call him about anything in the neighborhood, he always gets it done, and I appreciate you, Mario. Kudos to you. Thank you for always being there. Two things. First thing, there are several uneven sidewalks in my neighborhood of Canal Point, and I've witnessed a couple of the elderly people that walk on the sidewalks daily, almost trip and fall. I guess the trees are coming up and it's pushing the concrete up, so if we could have somebody look at that. And then the other thing is, I don't know who I pose this to, what in the world is going on with our water bill? Like, my water bill goes up every month, and I've called the water department, there are no leaks. I mean, sewage and garbage is astronomical too, but what's going on with the water in Pompano? And I kind of polled my neighbors and some people at church and at work, and they're saying the same thing. So what's going on with the water bills? They're like, I mean, it's just me in a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, and my water bill is almost $300 a month. And it is not late. The water use is just, is different from when I moved in my house a while ago, but it continues to increase every month. And I'm just bringing it to somebody's awareness. I don't know if everybody else has that problem, but the water bills are high. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Vice Mayor?
I've received some inquiries about water bills also, and I've seen this. And I know we passed utility rate increases that we had to, but when we were shown what that would do to the bill, it was a few dollars a month. The bills that people are sending to me and that I'm seeing at my house are almost double what I was paying. So can we take a look at what is going on with water bills? Because it's not especially relative to what we were told was going to happen when we passed the utility rate changes, because I think people are seeing a lot more than what we were told. So if we can look into that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, I agree with you, Vice Mayor, if we can look into it. I did receive several calls, and I was concerned about it, and very concerned when I received my bill, almost $300. And it's just one person, in the home. And that's a lot, and I'm not there half the time, and sprinkler only comes on once a week now until the rainy season really kicks in. So if someone can look into that, and I did receive quite a few complaints about that. Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Very good.
I'll be brief on this one.
Commissioner Fessick.
I just only wanted to say that I also have received a lot of inquiries about increased water bills. So it seems to be systemic. It's not just one district. So Mr. Harrison, I think maybe we could have a full conversation about that, and especially since we're heading into budget season. And we also know that the Utilities Department is going to have additional stresses put on them thanks to federal and state level changes and different qualities that we have to meet, restrictions we have to meet, or I guess, I don't know if restriction is the right word for, but we are going to be in a very difficult position if we don't look at that, and I think this is the good time to do that before we head into budget season, so we can try to prepare to not have that happen again. Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker.
Delvin King, 2601 Northwest 12th Street. All right, Mr. Mario, you see my email that I sent to you April 13th, and I still didn't get a response. So maybe now you're done with Ms. Moreland over here, you can give me a shout. So, to the Education Advisory Board, if you're going to represent all of the public schools, stop leaving out one. Dave Thomas Education Center / Charles Drew Family Resource Center is a K through 12 located in District 5. That's right in Collier City between 9th Court, and it stretches all the way to 11th Street, which is right by my house. But I do see the commissioner that care less about the people and businesses in her district. Remember, the only thing I heard you say about Collier City really is the collard greens that you tasted. But maybe you should go visit Kimberly Dillard and try some of that hot breakfast at R&K. Or maybe you should meet Miss Londa and get some of that Tasty Thursday from Exit 36 East. To me, the only people she can align with is the ones who have their hands in the cookie jar, or as I'll say, in the pot seeking a payout. Represent the people of Palm Air well. We have the potential of overdevelopment in Palm Air, and this commission needs to know that we need all of our green space. Many residents have made Palm Air their resting place and their final destination, and we want to make sure that we keep it that way. We want to make sure that you're able to do that morning walk or that morning run without being able to have overdevelopment and traffic in the area. We want to keep this community quiet. Palm Air is just about the only neighborhood in Pompano that still gives you that open country look. And we want to make sure that we represent in the new plans that's coming, we represent Pompano and we represent Palm Air very well. And one last thing I want to say is to District 5 Commissioner, please represent all of the people, everyone. Even though there are some people that don't see eye to eye with you, there are some issues that I have in this city. And you seem to be, you don't speak up for me. And if you don't want to speak up for me, go public and say, I could care less on what you got going on in District 5 or what you got going on with your school. But I advise you to speak for everybody in District 5. Do you understand? Okay? And Mr. Mario, just to you, you seen that issue that I emailed you. Make sure that you reach out to me because that's a systemic issue and that's a serious issue, and I advise you to meet with me about it or we're going to go public about it. Thank you so much.
Very good. Next speaker, Ms. Bullard.
Good evening, commissioners, city managers. Dolores Bullard, 2431 Northwest 6th Court. That's my property. I came here to speak to you all. I missed the meeting when you all were talking about the police and sheriff department. But I'm here to tell you that I was a police officer, and I don't know if you all are aware of that, but I love being a police officer, and I thought it was one of my better jobs that I've ever had. I enjoyed it because I worked in the community. I walked those streets in Collier City on 27th Avenue. I talked to the children. I played ball with the children. I did all of those good things that an officer would do within their community. And one of the main things I want to tell you guys is that I wasn't afraid. I wasn't afraid of the people. That's how come I didn't have to draw my gun. That's how come I didn't have to kick nobody down. That's how come little old skinny me was able to arrest some of the major crime here in Pompano while I was a police officer. So I'm asking you guys, keep BSO. Don't spend no extra money on the City of Pompano Police Department because that would be too small. We need an overall big review. If you don't like the sheriff, remove him. Vote him out. But the officers that we have here today and the officers that we have working for the sheriff department are excellent. Yes, we have a few bad apples. Of course we do. Even when I was a cop, there was a few bad ones who didn't want to back me up and told me that I was a social worker instead of being a police officer. And I told them, being a woman and qualified for that job, that you better back me up. Because if something happens to me, I'm going to report you. And they had to. And I know there was some underlying people who didn't like me, but I was a good cop. I was an officer who loved her job, and I did the best out there that I could. I wasn't afraid to walk the beats. And so now you guys got to find officers like our captain and other officers who are not afraid of the people, who are not afraid of going in there talking with them and dealing with them on a level that they are. All of us are not educated. Half of the people in our community are not educated. Half of the criminals are not educated. And then you know we have quite a lot of drug traffic in our communities and a lot of victims of drug addicts. My own sister went to Florida A&M University in Tallahassee, 4.0 student, came out with a mental breakdown and was on drugs, got on drugs after she came back home with some of her old friends. So guess what I did? I took care of my sister, but you don't have as many people like me who's gonna take care of their family members.
Thank you.
But that's all. Thank you guys, and I just wanted to share that with you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a
Thank you
blessed
for your service. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Clinton Mueller, followed by Michael Curtis, followed by Thomas Thibble, Jr.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, or good morning, goodness gracious. All right, well, hello, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, Chief Counsel. I wanted to reach out to you guys specifically about where we're at on the air park. I'll be bringing up a couple other items as we go on, since 17's back on the agenda on those concerns. But in the short term, the FAA workshop that we held, that we put together, that all of you went to, and thank you all of you for attending, seems to have done nothing. Seems to have done nothing. Seems to have fallen on deaf ears. And worse, seems to have actually even increased the amount of traffic now going out and around the homes at below pattern altitudes at all hours of both the morning and night. We have repeated residents who are now calling with issues between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. with planes now leaving. And this is not just on the east, this is to the west and Commissioner Perkins' district as well. This is a citywide issue. That we have growth, and growth is to be celebrated, right? But it should be strategic, well thought out growth that doesn't create a hardship on the residents in our communities, right? So that being said, we've had that. The other key issue that I really have is we've received no communication whatsoever from the air park after that. I have received nothing. Many of the other people that we've reached out to, I've had residents in my own neighborhood who have said, who can we reach out to? Who can we talk to? They go to Mayor, Steve Rocco, and even Mr. Harrison sent an email, said, please send the information to them. Nothing. This is a concern that I have, right? We just had a clean audit for 14 years. Which is amazing, and congratulations to all of you for doing that. That's great and fantastic. But just because it's a clean audit doesn't mean we can't communicate better. Doesn't mean that we can't be more transparent in how we go about talking about what we're going to do with expenditures and the freedoms, the rights, and the wherewithal that we basically give to our citizens. Those new schools that opened up at Pompano Air Park, I believe under the charter were required to be approved by the city council. In conjunction, city commission, sorry, in chapter 93 of our charter, those new ones that were coming in, were they approved? I don't know, but I'd like an answer to that. I've also sent a series of emails to you guys asking for questions and answers, including about the issue with the Broward County Sheriff being sent to my house on behalf of Robinson Aviation. No reply from anyone in the city, not from you, Mr. Berman, not from you, Mr. Mayor, not from you, City Manager. I'll talk about number 17 later when we get there, but please do better. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Mayor,
Commissioner Fessick?
a question. If I would like, Mr. Harrison, could you please make sure that Mr. Mueller, because this has been ongoing for quite some time, can you please make sure that Mr. Mueller and anybody else who needs to be followed up with gets an answer of some sort to their questions by end of this work week, please?
Yes, ma'am. It
Thank you
was
very
my
much.
understanding that they were being followed up, so we'll check into that and make sure it is followed up.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, everyone, Vice Mayor, Mayor, Commissioners. I want to thank Ms. Allison for her wonderful work that she's done with me on trying to curb what I would call BSO's excessive speeding down South Cypress Road. I live at 1173 South Cypress Road. Over the last 3 years, it's gotten incessively worse, to the point where BSO passes the homes and they're shaking the homes to stuff's falling off the walls. Why? What's the need? I understand one night that they were responding to a death of a BSO officer at a traffic stop. Understandable, but no need to exceed 100 miles an hour down South Cypress Road. What would have happened if they hit a child? What would have happened if they hit a car? What would have happened if they killed someone? Would they be held responsible because they were just responding to a call? There's also safety issues that I brought up regarding this, because the intersection of Southwest 12th Street and South Cypress does have issues. There are accidents there rather quite often, and they're not simple fender benders. They are sending people to the hospital because of the speed. I have spoken to motormen that have been radaring at that corner, and they say they have a 15-mile-an-hour over to write a ticket in a residential neighborhood. Look at the zoning. Southwest 8th Street to Southwest 15th is a residential zone on South Cypress Road. There is no need for anyone to be doing 50 miles an hour down that road and the motorman not write a ticket. Second, there is a bus stop that is located at that corner. It is within 10 feet of that section. It's not ADA compliant. Ms. Vice Mayor helped me get the county out there. The county showed up without a single city representative and didn't even communicate with Ms. Allison. They are refusing the fact that it is a safety issue, because when a bus stops there, cars go around and turn. It's before the intersection heading south. The vehicles go around them, they turn, they cause accidents. Cars pull out because a bus is stopped there loading someone, causes an accident. Why can't the bus stop, at the city's request and ours as residents, be moved to a safer location past the intersection? So I'm asking for your guys' help to actually, one, get answers from BSO as to why their officers drive like a drag strip. And I welcome any one of you, come sit at my home one night, sit on my couch, sit inside my home. You can hear BSO, no lights, no sirens, blow by, and then we'll pull the cameras up. And I have it on cameras. I post it on YouTube. Them blowing by at excessive speeds without lights and sirens and without any caution for the residents' safety in the neighborhood. Please assist the neighborhood. Please assist us. The Vice Mayor can't do this alone.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just for the record, sir, your name and address, please.
Michael Curtis, 1173 South Cypress Road, Pompano Beach.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mayor,
Vice Mayor.
I want to address two things there. Safety on Cypress Road, which I feel like a broken record when I talk about that, because it just doesn't seem to ever get better. The speeding at night is particularly bad. I did ask for some recent data just to see if people, if what people were experiencing was out of line with reality. And when I got it, I was actually surprised at the numbers. Since I asked for how many accidents there have been on Cypress, north of McNabb, and south of Atlantic, since 2023, and we're going up to First Street, there have been 456 crashes since 2023. And just the stretch from South Cypress to McNabb, 298. So that includes the side streets, people trying to cross McNabb, all of that. But it is a speedway, and I know the residents at night, I mean, the speeding is even more out of control. And right now we have McNabb Bridge closed. Subsequently, we'll have the Southeast 6th Terrace Bridge closed, which is putting even more pressure on that road. So we've got to continue to talk about better solutions and better enforcement. I know BSO is out there with that crash data. I asked for enforcement data, and there have been thousands of citations issued also. But it doesn't seem to solve the problem or to create any long-term behavioral changes in people. So we need to continue talking about safety on Cypress. And then with respect to the bus stop, I was pretty frustrated by this because Mr. Donovan and I had been emailing back and forth with the county on this one, and last emails said, well, let's set up a meeting. That's what I said, and then all of a sudden they just show up at the resident's house and don't solve the problem. So we need to get the county to actually engage with us and work together on this issue instead of just showing up without us when we were the ones that flagged the issue. Thank you. And I guess that gets to what Commissioner Fezzik just said about communication. This issue has been out there too, and we just, whether it's the county or the city, the communication hasn't, and follow-up hasn't happened like it needed to. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Mayor?
Commissioner Fezzik.
Just since I can just speak on this topic quickly, we also have an issue with our crosswalks and our bus stop at Northeast 5th and A1A. And again, it's a visibility issue, so if we're going to have the county come out, I'd really like to see if maybe all of us could be contacted. Perhaps there might be other opportunities for other districts to say, hey, we have a problem area here. So if we're going to have the county come out, let's see if we can make sure that we maximize the use of their time and make sure that we're addressing any other potential dangerous bus stops along the way. Thank you.
Good. Next speaker.
Thomas Thibault, Jr. Thomas Thibault, Jr. He's not present, Mayor. That concludes audience to be heard.
Okay. That takes us up to our consent agenda. Can I get a motion approving items 1, 3, and 5 through 8?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Item number 2 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a site access agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and the State of Florida Department of Environmental Protection to install groundwater monitoring wells at various city properties, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Vice Mayor and Commissioner Fezzik. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. When I saw this and the subsequent item on the consulting agreement with the DEP, I had some questions about what was going on. I sent an email, and it turns out there is apparently one well that has higher levels than maybe expected, and I would like to get more clarity on how high this is and what this process will involve. How is this monitoring going to be? Years? What does the process look like? And should people be concerned? Because I did receive emails about this also, and if there's something unsafe or something to be worried about in one of our wells. So I wanted to get some answers on that.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, Commission. John Sferopoulos, City Engineer. This was initiated by the FDEP. As you mentioned, they received results from the DOH, Department of Health, of some sample data from our well, production well number 6. And the concentration of the PFAS from that particular well was higher in concentration than the other wells that we have. So what they're trying to identify are potential sources of the PFAS. So they did a 2-mile radius, and they identified potential sources: Fire Station 24, Fire Station 61, the golf course, and then several other facilities as well. So they'd like to install the monitoring wells and sample.
Okay, so those monitoring wells are going to be installed within that 2-mile radius at locations they have identified that could potentially be impacting this water supply.
That's correct.
And the hope is we identify what the problem is and then can mitigate that. And how long does that take?
They weren't able to give me an answer. They said it depends on what they discover from the sampling.
Okay. Is this common? Has this happened to us before?
I'm not aware of that. I don't know if,
And I guess how much higher were the levels here?
I don't know that.
Ms. Mohammed might. I don't know.
Utilities Director, Renuka Mohammed. So, the city itself initiated, the utilities initiated sampling in 22 to 23. The DOH, working with the DEP, initiated sampling around 24. So the area, the East Wellfield, is in a prime location. It has been identified by DEP for the commercial activity. We have the old dump, which is now Fire Station 61. We have Fire Station 24. We have the air park. There's been several incidences over the years. So it was identified as a high priority for DEP to investigate. The initial data set from 22 to 23 by the utility identified production well 6. Levels that we detected were at 160 nanograms per liter. Again, it is raw water. Lower concentrations, the secondary well, there was well number 2, much lower. DEP, working with DOH, also identified well 6. It was very high when they sampled it in 24. It was at 200 nanograms per liter. Well 2 did not meet the criteria, so the concentration is putting the monitoring wells, like John said, within that 2-mile radius. The well is active. We are continuing to monitor what we call the point of entry at the plant. So the plant is removing a substantial amount of the PFAS material in there. So PFAS is a relatively new arena for FDEP, for the state. They initiated their program back in 22, and we are going through the program with them, and part of the program is the monitoring. There is no mitigation yet per se. It is just monitoring. There is no effective way to remove this. But the hope is to monitor it and again be able to, the mitigation is really on utilities to upgrade the treatment to remove it to meet the standards that the EPA is showing. So this is where we went into the nanofiltration. So right now the utility is using the combination of nanofiltration and lime softening to reduce it to, again, it's not at the MCL, but the MCL is not in effect. That goes into effect either in 29 or 31, depending on the EPA. So it is coming down to a substantial amount. We are continuing, again, we are not mandated right now to monitor or to sample, but we are doing it quarterly on the point of entry. So we do have some baseline data that we continue to work with. So when we do get into that regulatory forum, and again, with the treatment, we have a better understanding of where we are and where we need to be.
Okay, so I understand the mitigation now happens at the plant.
Yes.
That's why we're doing this also, perhaps to identify if there's a contamination source or something.
So there is multiple, according to the report, there is multiple. It's a multiple source, and again, it is all previous. There's nothing current that's dictating. I think one of the main things is from the old Copens dump site that was there, and there is some historical data that, you know, or that may support the fire foam. There's some training sites around the air park at that time. So a lot of it is historical. We don't believe there's any active source of contamination right now. The data that we have has been very consistent. There's no increases.
Okay. And the other wells in the area are?
The other wells are not as high as 6. So the DEP established a threshold of like 70 NG per liter. So
200?
obviously 6, yes. 6 is at 160, 200. That was the sampling data. I don't have any current data in 25 for FDEP. We can certainly reach out to them, but again, we are monitoring at the POE, and it's stable. We have not seen an increase.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Very good. Commissioner Fesick?
Thank you. You can just stay there. My questions are for you, I think, anyway. So what is Is it just being tested for the plastics or the PFAS, or is it for, are other contaminants being monitored as well?
So for the utility, we are only monitoring PFAS, and right now we are only monitoring at the plant, the final product leaving the plant. The study by the FDEP, they are doing PFAS. I believe there are some other maybe VOCs, volatiles, that they're also doing as well. They have not shared that data, so we haven't seen it, the most recent one. But the initial study was just on PFAS.
Okay. I noticed, one of the reasons why I pulled this was because there were I also got some emails, and of course, the location, and knowing that we're going to be continually talking about water quality and your role and how we're going to make sure people understand all of the aspects of how that applies to decisions we have to make together. One of the residents asks what prompted the DEP's decision to install the monitoring, and I feel like that was answered because there was the high.
There was, yes. Again, the utility initiated the first set of sampling. That was shared with DEP, and then they followed up with their own sampling plan, and again, their process of the monitoring control. And again, like I said, it was a very high industrial site, so it met the criteria for DEP.
Okay. Is any of this monitoring connected to any development or future development, or is it just something that just kind of came out of the blue?
No, I think this is all historical, like I said. It's based on the old dump site, training facilities out there for fire foam. There is, the sites that they identified, again, there is a dry cleaner, there is a press. So there are certain industries within that area. This is why the monitoring well is going. So if there's an increase or detection, again, we can source it back to an industry that may be active right now. But as of right now, there's no increases. Everything is stable.
I can tell you maybe what it might be. So I'm only half joking. Where that well is, and I wish that we could pull up a map, but on PW6, I had the unique opportunity, and I know it ties into the air park and our ESL designation or D designation. So I had the unique opportunity and I want to thank Mr. Harrison and Mr. Rocco for allowing some wildlife folks to finally gain access to that, yesterday morning. But I went through and traipsing through the wildlife area with them. We buddied up and we covered a lot of ground. I actually I may have a photo of it, or one of the folks that were with me may have a photo of it, because right near where that marker is, slightly closer to the air park, there was a gigantic block of styrofoam that had plant material growing out of it that was clearly had been there quite some time. It was like when I want to say gigantic block, I'm going to tell you maybe it's about 6 or 7 feet long by about 3 to 4 feet wide. And so I'm not saying that that's the source, but I'm saying it's a potential. It's not helping. But we did identify a lot of other plant material and such. So since you're here, I think monitoring is a great idea, personally. What else can we potentially monitor for? Because I know, again, with the air park and those there's so many areas here that are so sensitive that my concern is related to potential development and loss of some of this space, that we may be losing some benefit in some way.
So the FDEP monitoring will go on indefinitely. I don't think there's a sunset date in the agreement. Again, the impetus is to monitor, and again, if there's increases, again, what other mitigation? Again, this is a fairly new issue. The only mitigation right now is on the treatment side. So part of this process, as they go through collecting the data and working with universities and other research institutes, is to see what they can do outside of treatment to mitigate some of the things that are in the supply right now.
Okay, thank you very much. If I find the picture or have somebody find the picture, I'll make sure we send you the location.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record. And this has to do with the groundwater monitoring wells.
I'm on that one versus the other ones. Clinton Mueller, 1080 Northeast 28th Avenue, Pompano Beach, Florida. Just quick question. So off of well 6, I'm not familiar with how the water system works there. does that well go to a designated area after treated? So is there certain neighborhoods that are then impacted by it, or does it get thrown into a general well?
No, so these wells are what we call in our eastern well fields. We have about 14 wells on the eastern side right there. All the wells are combined. There's a combined flow coming into the plant, and then that is also combined with our west well fields. So everything is combined, and then it's treated with either nanofiltration or lime softening. There's a ratio, a percentage. So this is what brings the numbers down before it leaves. Once it's treated, the numbers are reduced, and then it goes out to the public. But there is no segregation of you're going to get well 6. No, everything is
That was my
right.
question. I didn't know.
The goal is to rotate these wells to reduce as best we can right now through the treatment to a manageable number.
So if I can ask for one thing, if possible, on something like this, because ultimately, at the end of the day, a chemical like this being added to our water system as a whole, we as residents should be made aware of it, right?
Yes.
And be made aware of it in a way that if we want to make a consumer choice, because we take a look at what's going on in our water systems and say, hey, you know what, based off of those levels, I want to go get bottled water, or I want to order, or I want to put an additional filtration device on my home, right? But we need to be aware of those things. So if there's anything that the city can do to just basically call it out and say, hey, there's not a reason to be alarmed. No one, but we're just letting you know that we found this. It would help tremendously.
Currently, once a year, the utility is required to produce what we call a consumer confidence report. And in that report, we have to disclose all the results for all the testing we do, including the PFAS.
Mm-hmm.
So there is that information, and it's usually published in July of every year.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, you could always contact the utilities, and we can go through the process of what that data means to you.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it is your choice whether you continue to drink it or, yeah.
And I actually, funny enough, every year when it comes in, I do look at it. But in
Yes.
situations like that where something arises, even if there's, you can sign up for health and concern notifications via email, something like this where it's not it's not cost intensive for the city, but it's just a matter of just an email going out and saying, hey, any questions, concerns, et cetera, reach out to us.
Right.
Because even 12 months, right? So if this happened in July and we don't know about it to the following July,
So we also require, just so you're aware, yes, once a year, we are required to do that publication, the Consumer Confidence Report. But if there is a true public notice, if we are in violation, we have different tiers we have to go through of public notification. So we can go through a tier 1, which we have to publish and notify directly within 30 days, a tier 2, which we have probably up to 90 days, and then the 1 year. So yes, depending on the severity, if the utility does experience a very severe event where there's a failure and there is a contamination, by law, we do have to notify you, and it will be by direct if it is something that's severe.
perfect. And where would this fall in terms of category? Tier 1, 2, 3?
This is strictly unregulated at this point.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it. Thank you, guys.
Very good. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Further commission discussion.
One other question.
Commissioner Fasick.
Thank you. Is there any way to ensure that we would also, because it is an air park there, potentially test for any lead, as we do have leaded gas there still?
So we are not doing the testing. The FDEP is doing the testing, so they're doing PFAS. I believe they're also doing volatiles, which again, it is an air pack, so you have fuel, you have all of those things in there, yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Just to be clear, though, if there was some sort of fuel that was coming from our source water, your plant would take care of it, right?
Right.
Yes, so it gets filtered out at our water plant as well as the PFAS gets filtered out.
We have the treatment in there again, and we are going through the process of improving the treatment. But yes, if there is something detected and it does not meet limits, by law, we are required to disclose. And depending on the severity, there will be direct contact with customers, with the commission, and all of those things.
So our water is safe. I mean,
Our water is safe.
Everybody's got the right to go out and buy bottled water if they want to,
Correct.
but our water is safe.
And
per the
I will
government
say
standards.
this, bottled water does not disclaim, if you look at the label, where they're getting their water from and what is in the water, so we, as the utility, we have to disclose, and we give you all of that information. Bottled water is regulated by FDA. We are regulated by EPA. The amount of testing that goes into your water is significant to assure 24/7 to make sure this water is safe. So,
Very good. Thank you. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Thank you. As a member for quite some time of the Broward Water Board, these PFAS, we're going to be required to remove them at significant expense.
yes.
And our water bills are likely going to go higher because the ability to remove them is expensive.
Very expensive.
Yes. And the irony of it all is McDonald's and all that, well, I won't say McDonald's, I'll say generally, when you buy a hamburger or get a cup of coffee, a cup like this, you have PFAS lining the cup. So they still allow them to be used in manufacturing, and we're going to pick up the bill to take them out. And it's not water, it's in clothes. I believe water only accounts to around 20% of the contamination.
It's a very small amount, yes.
Correct. So, right, it's then we were talking about how to get rid of the carbon atoms, and they can be broken down and rendered harmless at a temperature, I want to say around 100 degrees, where they just break down and they become innocuous. Otherwise, they want to think about injecting them, deep water gel, well injections, which is another huge cost. And they sort of all stay in the atmosphere, so they get in the groundwater. It's kind of a vicious cycle. So, but burning them does break that bond, and they become just your normal carbon. So yeah, just a couple things I picked up down there at the water board over the years. And
Yes.
I know I see you there often, and Randy was always there, so
Very good.
thank you.
Mr. Berman, you wanted to add something?
Just in that regard, I've got an update on our PFAS litigation in my report and the amount of money we just brought in for the city. So stick around, folks.
Okay, so you'll tell
Kind
us.
of a teaser.
Okay, teaser, okay.
Just one question.
Yes, Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. I want to make sure that I know that I have full faith in your department in turning out the highest quality of water for us, for sure, and I want to thank you for that. Is there going to be, and I'm so excited about this potential, by the way, because I like to monitor things, is there going to be available to you or to residents in terms of just, will we be able to see these reports as they are published somewhere? Will that be communicated?
I'm sure the FDEP is going to publish them somewhere, probably somewhere on their website. They do have a plan on their website. So yes, as they go through various municipalities, the information is going to become available.
Just to recap, what was the time frame potentially for this to begin?
I don't know if they gave us a date in the plan, no. So, but they are monitoring well. So usually they take about anywhere from 6 months to a year. So I'm assuming once they get everything back from the city, yes. Their consultant, which I think is Terracon. And CDM, yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing those reports.
Very good. All right, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes. Item 4 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, establishing a policy directing the city manager and staff to reserve all remaining plots at the city's municipal cemetery for sale only to residents of the city, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Perkins. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I was concerned about the Pompano Cemetery, and I wanted to see what we can do to possibly preserve some of the burial plots for local residents or residents of Pompano Beach. I'm not quite sure how we go and tackle that, because we've had, I understand, a gentleman 2 weeks ago to purchase 32 plots, and I'm concerned about that as well. I don't know how we can put that into policy, but that's something we need to consider. So we only, I was looking at him, not you, but we only need to not only make it where the residents can be buried at the Pompano Cemetery, which we have 448 left, grave sites. My understanding at this time, the majority of the people that's being buried there are from the Miami area. And because we're limited with space, once we're done there at the Pompano Cemetery, we're very limited as to where we can have our resting place. So I just want to hear a little bit from the other commissioners on their take on this. But I am concerned about one person purchasing 32 plots. That does concern me. And that could have happened after that meeting, I'm sure, when I made that statement, and somebody was probably listening, and we didn't move on it fast enough. So, but yeah, I'd like to see and get your take on how do you think we can make this happen, or do you even agree with it?
Good evening, Mayor, Commission, Rob McComb, Public Works Director. Also with me this evening is Mr. Terrence Nelson, Cemetery Manager. I think you've all met him. So he has some details to get in. He's also looked at the municipal cemeteries in the local area, and he has that information. But I have to go there. People are dying to get in our cemetery. So,
Yeah, they are.
I was going to go there. So, Commissioner Perkins, your numbers are right. There's 620 plots available. This is as of April 16th. 404 of those are the full burial plots. The balance is in cremation and columbariums. So in the future, there is an opportunity to take very limited space and add to that greatly. So we can definitely continue to have cremation niches in these columbariums. So that, I know that doesn't suit everyone's needs. But I very much agree with you that this needs to be done, limit it to residents only. That is a fact. Someone about 2 weeks ago did purchase 32 plots. So that is not in the resolution as is proposed, because that happened right after we, were answering your concerns about making resident only. But I would agree that you consider limiting the number of plots for one person to purchase. Maybe 2 plots, typically a spouse and like maybe the 2 together. So maybe a proposal is limited to 2 plots for any person to purchase. They could always come back later, I guess, and purchase more. But definitely, and I think what driving it is considering Terrence did that research, and all the other municipal cemeteries around have already limited it to residents only. So they can't go to there. And then I think Terrence said he gave the price for Forest Lawn, full burial plot, $9,500. So it really is much cheaper for a lot of folks from Miami, from all over, that would be wanting to be buried. I don't know the numbers of actually where they come from, but truly, our people are going to start flocking to Pompano Beach because it is so much less costly for your final resting place. So that concludes my comments, subject to your questions. Thank you.
I think Mr. Berman wanted to comment also.
One last question. The other cities, do they have a policy in place for the limit of burial plots you could purchase?
I see Terrence shaking his head. No, they don't have the number of them. I don't know how, and I don't know what their inventory count is, frankly, but.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Berman, you wanted to chime in?
I just want to indicate, I kind of dropped this in Mr. McConn's lap quickly because based on the comments at the last meeting, there was an expectation that we get something as quickly as possible. So I prepared, just a basic ordinance to get the conversation started with the commission. We're willing to do whatever, obviously, the commission wants in terms of making any changes to this as a base ordinance. There was very little time to even discuss with Mr. McConn, so I apologize, but we wanted to get this on. There wasn't much time before, for the meeting. So that's whatever you want us to do. We're happy to make whatever changes, if any. Thank you.
I just wanted to get a take from the other commissioners, how they feel about the limiting the sites to residents only, and possibly limiting the amount of grave sites you could purchase at that time. Yeah, those 2.
Very good.
That's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Fessick?
Thank you. Without trying to get us a bum rush on pricing, are we comparable to Forest Lawn, or are we below average?
Well below the Forest Lawn. Let me look. So the resident rate for our cemetery is $3,859. The non-resident is $5,417, and the Forest Lawn is $9,500.
Okay. I know we've had, outside of this particular cemetery, we've had a lot of conversations about other cemeteries in the city, or another cemetery in the city about, and they were talking about the cost of maintenance and the cost of upkeep for, there's such a large space and making sure that everybody's final resting place stays beautiful. When was the last time we raised our rates on this?
October 1st, 2025. So let me make that point. The last time the City Commission reviewed that, we got approval for an 11% escalator or increase each fiscal year. So October 1st of each year, we provide a brochure to all the funeral homes to increase by 11% per plot. And that currently, I think, extends until 2033. So we can raise the rates. Each year, the service charges for opening and closing the grave have stayed constant. We did not increase those rates.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking that is because I think it may be a good idea if we have very limited space left to limit to residents. My concern about limiting the number of somebody purchasing, if you have a larger family and you want to be near your family and maybe, you know, an estate or a trust is purchasing so that their family can stay together, I can understand that sentiment, but I also want to make sure that we are careful about how many spaces we have, especially if we're way below average market rate. I think it's obviously advantageous as a resident to be able to have we get a better rate for dying than we do for parking, but I mean, quite honestly, that's a good per year rate. But you know, I think I have no problem with limiting it to residents who purchase, or I think it said something about past residents who purchased, so that if somebody had potentially moved away. I'm not sure how this was phrased or what other cities have done or ordinances have been passed.
Right. Well, sorry, Mayor, to that point about resident is as it's defined in the ordinance in chapter 92.01 are definitions, and that defines what a resident is. So, you know, you must provide proof of domicile, a utility bill, a voter registration card, a valid lease, that's your own property. So that is the definition currently in the ordinance. That's what a resident, and that's what we would enforce. That's at the cemetery.
Okay. You know, I'll save a little bit, but yeah, at this point, I mean, I think we are doing a real good job in terms of staying affordable for residents who want to stay close to home, and I think it's important that we are mindful of making sure that the residents who live here can also bury their loved ones nearby if they choose to and want to be able to visit them on a regular basis. Thanks.
Mr. Berman, you want to chime in?
Yeah, Mr. McCon just took half it away, which was great. I was going to talk about the definition of resident in the code. I want to point out also the definition also provides that spouses or minor children also receive residential rates. So the definition that's in there does anticipate you wanting to have your children, your wife, and family members. So if you're considering limiting, you know, you might want to look more toward 4 than 2, but we could come up with some language where families would have to show existing family members if they're going to buy more, their existence through birth certificate or something. I don't know. But, you know, again, the idea, the way it's currently written is there's an assumption that you're going to want to have your family members with you. In terms of considering a limit, I just wanted to point out the definition. Thank you.
Very good. Vice Mayor and then Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. I agree that it should be residents, and I think there should be a limit also. I don't know what that number is, but 32, this is a public municipal cemetery. This isn't a private estate. I don't understand if we get a certain high percent of like concentration from one party or entity. I don't think that's the right fit for what we're trying to accomplish with this cemetery. Can people, I can't remember, can they resell these, or what is the resale market for this?
Correct, Vice Mayor. They can resell it. I'm not saying that was this individual's intent, but, and we don't, that's between those individuals. However, we ensure that you approve that transfer because we need to keep track. And the ordinance says we must bring that to you for approval of a transfer. So we need the accountability. We need to know who's where. But it's on that, that's a financial transaction between them and the other individual product.
Right, and we see them on the agenda occasionally, the consent agenda, but I can see how over time someone could be profiting off of doing this. And maybe we lose track of it because there's a couple here or there, and we don't notice over time that there's a bunch on the consent agenda from one person selling them. So that concerns me enough to say we need to limit this somehow. I don't know what the number is or if you can define it to a family, but certainly being a resident, and definitely we need to add a limitation, I think, given the scarcity here that we have. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
I too agree that we need to make it resident only for Pompano Beach. And Terrence provided the cities that are resident only, we're one of the top in dollars. The only one higher is Boca, and it's $400 more for a plot. So I think we're comparably priced to the other cities in our community. But I also agree that we should have a limit to the number of plots. How we determine that, maybe we need to go back to Terrence to ask that question. But I support residents only, but having a limit in the ordinance or the resolution to do that.
Gotcha. Mr. Berman, is there a way to stop resales?
We could change the code, amend the code to say it can, once we're doing this, we can say it's used for only family members in Pompano Beach. The intention, I guess, from reading what is there and what exists, is we usually see this among family members and close friends, and those are the transfers we've seen. I think this is the first time in the 30 years I've been here that I've seen any type of purchase of that amount, and I guess there's a loophole that we can look to close, and we'll certainly take a look at that and bring it back to you quickly.
Well, that's the thing, because it's 32, unless this is a really big family, it probably is for resale, and somebody, like Commissioner Perkins pointed out, somebody heard what was going on and said, "Oops, I better move fast to make sure I've got places to plant people for my business." And yeah, that's the absolute wrong purpose that we've got a cemetery for. So if we can, and is there a way to tonight direct staff to not sell any plots outside of 2 to an individual tonight?
You can direct staff to do that at this point until we come back with a final position. That's the will of the commission. It's clear in the code, in the chapter, that the commission sets the rules and regulations for running the cemetery. If that's your rule and your regulation and you want to implement that this evening, you can do that on a temporary basis until we have a final answer as to how you want that handled.
Because right now, there's no way to stop transfer of plots. So that person who, not to pick on anybody, but that person who purchased 32, they could transfer 2 of those plots to Joe Schmo tomorrow and plant Joe Schmo and his wife in those places.
Yeah, I mean, it's a limited resource. It's something that we want our residents to be able to take advantage of, and certainly a limitation that rings a lot of alarms when you hear it. I don't know what the basis was behind it. I don't want to comment or make any statement, but certainly you can direct staff tonight not to sell more than 2 at any one time until such time as we formalize and finalize what this policy is going to be. But the commission can do that.
Very good. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Thank you. So yeah, I think we could probably formulate the ordinance to say that in the event of a resale, you can only sell it to a Pompano Beach resident. So would that make sense to me? Then you wouldn't have, somebody who would actually selling to someone in Pompano, because that's the intent for the Pompano residents. Because it does have to come to the commission when there is a sale or of a plot.
It would need to be resale. I'm sorry, Mayor.
Go ahead, Mr. Berman.
It would have to be a resale after this date or after the date that's determined. Anyone who currently
Okay,
has,
so after we enact the ordinance?
yeah, we can do that. We can do
All
whatever
right.
you want, but again,
Right, so, okay, so maybe he'll go out and, how many times could he do it? So, okay, so that would take care of that resale problem by requiring any resales to be to Pompano Beach residents only. So, yes, I think that's, we should keep it in the family here. I think if we need to raise our rates a little bit, I'm not opposed to it, but not too much. So yeah, I thought that's kind of what we were doing here tonight with this ordinance, but can we amend the ordinance to say that? Or does it have to be rewritten and re-advertised?
this is just a resolution, and we can amend the ordinance. This was the quickest way that I knew to do it because it says the commission has the right to direct, and a formal action of resolution would be enough as far as future sales. Tonight, a motion would work, and a second and a vote for your initial limitation, but and I can bring it back in an ordinance change, I can bring it back as a resolution. This was the quickest way for me to get this in front of you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I got Commissioner Fezzik, then Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you. I actually would love this. I think this would be a great idea to limit the transfers to city residents and also protect, perhaps in order to not have any bad apples, if you will, or people trying to take advantage of the bereavement rate, if you will, make sure that the transfer is also limited to not more than the existing published price at that time for city residents. So that, because if we're raising the prices 11% year over year, then even if they purchased it a while ago, as long as they're selling it for the going rate, then it's a comparable dollar amount. That way, nobody's going to be really taking advantage of the system, but the person who did purchase it does realize a return on their investment, if you will. And then that way, I'm not sure if we have the right to limit the price, but I feel like that would help save us from being in the position where we feel like people are purchasing for the sake of a resale value. And I don't mind the idea of no more than two. I feel like as with everything else, if there is an exception to the rule, we maybe have more than two, or the request for more than two come to commission for approval, similar to the transfer or sale. That way, people say, I bought two, and unfortunately, I don't want to buy two more for my kids. Well, if their kids can't buy them themselves, then they can just come, and I think we're all human people and understand human behavior and the need for that. So that would at least put a stopgap to some of the concerns of us not having space in the long run. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we direct staff to limit the burial sites to two burial sites per family or per person, until we can have staff come back with some type of language where we can put everything into place.
Second.
And do you want to include in your motion to direct staff to no resales in the future?
Yes, well, they can bring that back, but right now, we just want to stop
The bulk purchasing?
the
Okay.
32, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then how do we know that this person is not going to resell for the same cost that they have at Forest Lawn?
Right.
Oh, yeah, I get what you're saying.
Okay, so you got a motion to direct staff to bring something back, but for right now, to direct staff to limit two plots per sale at this point in time.
Yes.
Okay.
To residents only.
To residents only, yes.
Can we do that at this point in time, even though it's not part of the ordinance yet?
Sure.
Yep, okay. Two per person, residents only. That's the direction. Okay, I'll second that. Sure. Discussion on the motion. Vice Mayor?
And I was going to make a similar motion, but I think the struggle with reselling is we don't know what they're reselling it for. You can say you can sell at the published price, and then they hand you whatever in cash or Venmo later. Like, that's not part of I think something that we could have authority over or regulate. So while I think it would be good to do that, I don't think it's actually practical. So I think for now, to stem what's going on here, we need to say two only, transfers won't happen quickly now. I mean, those have to go on an agenda, so that's less of the concern. We can sort that out, but we need to stop this now. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Pheasant,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. So, Mr. Berman, does that deal with all the direction you need from us at this point?
I believe so. I'll bring you back a variation or two and at the next meeting, and we'll see what we can do on that. That's all. Basically, the clear direction is for residents. The limitation, how we're going to handle that, there may be a specific set number unless it can be shown that there are additional family members through valid documentation. In other words, you may have a family of 6 or a family of 7. There may be a limit of 4 people. You want to keep the families together, we would allow something like that. I mean, it's going to be something that's difficult to enforce. That's why I just gave you the straight stuff here for tonight, because I really, didn't know how. But if you'd like some limitation, we'll look into that, hopefully bring back something that's acceptable, and if not, we'll discuss it and get you what you want. So the answer is no, but we're going to see what we can do about it. Yes as to part, but not as to all, but we're going to try and come up with some creative suggestions for you. How's that?
Okay.
Mayor, may I ask a question, Kervin?
Yes. Kerwin?
Yes, I just wanted to know if this action amends this resolution that's before us. Does the current action, the motion that just passed, amends the resolution before us?
The commission's going to have to do something with this item, either table it, postpone it to a date certain.
That's kind of what I was looking for also. I mean, you want us to postpone it, or you want us just to strike it? What do you want to do?
I would just postpone it to the next meeting.
Okay.
Just a question to clarify that. Then, in the meantime, non-Pompano residents could purchase just only 2?
No, you've already made a motion saying only Pompano residents
Okay,
can
that
purchase a
included that
marijuana
part
and
too.
only 2. That's pending. This item, though, for permanency, is going to be amended and brought back to you, and I want to keep it moving, so my suggestion is that we do it at the next meeting. Ms. Lyons will be here in my place, but she will be ready, prepared, and we'll have something ready for you, and maybe have some discussions with you individually by then, too, as well.
Okay.
Okay?
Very good. Commissioner Perkins, you had...
Yeah, Mr. Berman, I just think you need to check with the other cities that already have something similar in place where they have to show ID or whatever, and we can just kind of follow what they have in place if it works.
I'll do it.
That should be a little bit easier, because we have several cities here that have their own, and I think Deerfield Beach, I think their cemetery is sold out as well, so. But anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Very good. Then I'll go ahead and make the motion to postpone this item till our May 12th
Second.
meeting.
May 12th, yes.
May 12th. That's our next meeting. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to postpone till May 12th. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute recess.
Excuse me, Mayor. Berman, did you mean for the mayor to postpone the motion on the resolution tonight?
The resolution is postponed to a date certain next meeting. The other motion that was passed, that takes place, and that's temporary. It was clear on the record for effect until this is finalized.
Just want to make sure everybody.
For now, just 2 and only city residents until we finalize this.
All right,
That's in place.
very good. Thank you, sir.
Now this meeting
That was me, too.
is recessed 5 minutes. Missing one member here, that's Mr. Harrison. Okay, let's go ahead and reconvene this Pompano Beach City Commission meeting. And on our regular agenda, item number 9 is a resolution.
Did we strike 9?
No, I don't. We only struck 11.
9, we struck 9.
Oh, wait, 9. Wait a second.
We couldn't, we tried, well, something.
No, it's 11 is the one we struck. 9 is still on.
9 is still going forward. Okay, thank you.
Still going forward.
Sorry about the confusion there. That
All
was-
right.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, endorsing the preferred alternative concept Northwest 15th Street and supporting the efforts of the Broward Metropolitan Planning Organization, MPO, to design and recommend capital improvement projects to establish eligibility for federal funding, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Now, Mr. Saropoulos, before you get started, Mr. Harrison, you've got some information that Mr. Saropoulos perhaps doesn't have, or do you have that information? I don't know who actually got the information.
He has the information.
Oh, okay. Very good then. Fill us in, Mr. Saropoulos.
John Sfropoulos, city engineer. As city manager indicated, in light of the recent MPO information that budgetary issues with FDOT, it looks like we'll have to postpone this until next year.
Okay. Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I just want to get clarification because when MPO was here, we asked the question about any timing sensitivity to delaying it. And I'm reading the minutes. It says the MPO can wait until April 28th meeting to get a definite yes or no not to move forward. So is this information that has come to light it's independent of this delay? Like, would we be hearing this anyway if we hadn't postponed this? Would we be being told the same thing, that there's FDOT funding issues, or is it a result of the delay when we were told there was no issue delaying it?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so we delayed this from a meeting in March. We postponed it to now to make time for an outreach meeting. And when the MPO representatives were here, we asked them specifically, can the MPO wait until April 28th to get an answer about having this lined up for federal funding and submitting it on their list this year? And they said yes.
I believe that was a genuine response at the time, and that's what they believed. And apparently there were some further developments behind the scenes with their group, and that's the information that we just recently got after the last public presentation.
I guess my question is, are these further developments unrelated to us postponing this, or is this a result of that, or do we not have the answer to that? Are there other projects that the MPO was putting forth that have FDOT funding issues now too? Like, nowhere in the item back in March did it say anything about FDOT funding. It was just trying to get it queued up for these federal grants. So just seems a little strange that this is now the issue.
I understand. That's the only information that I have, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
Commissioner Fesick?
Thank you. So I was also confused by this, and we had to do the work by a certain timeline. That was what was conveyed, at least as far as I was aware. I also had to fight pretty hard for us to make sure that people had a chance to say what they wanted to say, and I know there were meetings that were held, so that is good, but I feel like there weren't a lot of things addressed that were able to be addressed. So is anything that was addressed at those meetings, does that have any reason for the delay, or is it just solely
No.
completely outside of that?
Nothing at all to do with that.
Okay. Okay. Also, I just want to make sure it's clear, because we hear a lot of things from residents, from emails, and from, social media posts. It was sort of floated that this particular item was related to, if certain people said yes or no, that it was related to us saying no to grant money. Does that have any validity?
Say no to, we weren't.
Accepting grant money for this item.
This item was not going to be funded by the city. It was all federal dollars.
Right, so this item though, so even though you're I don't want to get away from the actual delay because I want to talk about what it is. This item, if we were to, if you were to bring it back, or I'm sorry, if it were to pass today, it would basically say that we approve the design that they proposed previously, correct?
That's correct.
And if we deny it today, they have to come back to the commission whenever they have their approvals or their ducks in a row for a second time.
That's correct.
Okay. But it does not refuse the ability for them to do so.
I'm sorry?
Well, we were told that that we had to approve it or else we would lose the potential for being able to.
It would just be delayed potentially another year. Instead of the funding being available in 2030, it would be maybe 2031 now, if this comes back again next year.
Okay. Right. I just want to make sure we're clear about it not being a rush. I'd like to get it right for the residents.
With the commission discussion? Commissioner Perkins?
Yes, there are a lot of things going on with this project that I just don't think that we fully understand. I think it's nice that MPO wants to improve the safety on Northwest 15th Street and 27th Avenue in Collier City. I have no idea how they came up with the two roads and the purpose of that, because I think I said this a while back, that it'd be great if they could improve a little bit more on 6th Avenue, Northwest 6th Avenue, which was more traveled than 15th. It just seems as though there is something to hide. We welcome improvements on any of our roads, of course, in the Northwest, because we're lacking so many other things. But I felt there was some kind of secrecy or something going on that we were not supposed to know about it if this was taking place and started 5 years ago, and we just found out about it in October, November of last year, so.
No, I'm not following that, Commissioner, because in 2024 of July, Commission approved the MPO Transportation 2050 plan that included 7 projects. 2 of them were the highest ranked projects, which were 27th and 15th. So we did know about it in 24.
Well, I did.
And then
So
we
can
had
you tell
3
me who chose 15th Street and 27th Avenue?
The MPO did.
Okay, and how did they go about doing that?
I don't know what statistics they used, but they identified those corridors as
At that time, was the mayor on the board, or was it Andrea McGee?
2024 when we approved.
Okay, so that was the mayor on the board. It was Andrea McGee? Right, because I never knew she was replaced. That's why I was surprised to find out the mayor had replaced her. I never knew she was replaced on that. So I would like to see the minutes and find out how did that come about, 15th? I'd like to see the backup from that, and how did they come up with 27th? So it definitely slipped my mind, and if I served on that board, I would definitely give this commission an update on a regular basis. And we expect that from all of commissioners, if they serve on any boards for the county, come back and give us an update from time to time so that we'll have an idea what's really going on inside. Because I definitely don't remember 2024, probably would have started asking more questions back then. But I feel like now it's just kind of being pushed and shoved down our throat, because when we met with them on Tuesday.
Well, we had
They said-
2 prior public presentations as well before Tuesday.
Yes, like I said, the first presentation was in the Collier City Library. I was there. The second one was held at the Northwest Branch Library. And all the residents were asked with the little stickies, what do you like to see? And they submitted all of that, and then, boom, it's on the agenda. So they're like, well, what happened to some of the things that we suggested in the meetings? It was just overlooked to say, that's what you all want, but this is what we want. And then in the meeting on Tuesday, if you could remember, the young lady said, well, okay, if you all don't want it, because everybody had something to say about the project and what they wanted to see. And I know the residents realize they're not going to get everything they want, but at least something, because the people that attended the Tuesday meeting be directly affected by this project because they live on Northwest 15th Street. But the young lady said when she was standing there, well, if you all don't want it, we could just move to the next city. And everybody felt some kind of way in that meeting, way it was put to her. So, as you know, I spoke to you today to ask you about it. I had no idea the mayor decided he was going to strike it from the agenda. So, it's just a lack of communication on all levels, basically.
I would also like to just point out that the county is also a stakeholder in this. MPO is getting input from the county as well because it is the county's right-of-way. So some of those design elements, actually they were concept elements, was also a result of county's input.
So how can I guess, mayor or city manager, where could I get the minutes from the meetings where all this came about? Is there a way to get the minutes?
Well, you can get the city meeting minutes if you want those, where it was approved by you.
No.
But
that's not what I'm asking.
The MPO?
So I don't want you to start pointing your finger at me simply because you served on the board and didn't inform anybody what was going on. So where are we here? I simply just said I would like to get a copy of MPO minute meetings so I could find out how this transpired. Who said what, who suggested it. That's it. Not that I'm going to agree or disagree. It's a done deal.
It's a public record.
I just want to know how it happens. It's a public record, but I'm asking either the city manager or the mayor if they can get that information to me. Thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Rhonda.
I'll send an email to folks, and I'll include you. And you can contact them directly, the MPO, and ask for the records.
Okay, well, let me just direct the city manager to get that for me.
Okay.
No, you're not the city manager. Mr. Harrison? Is it possible for you to get the minutes of the MPO meeting when it was decided upon about 15th Street and Northwest 27th Avenue?
I will ask.
Okay, thank you. That's the least you can do?
I'm sorry?
I said, is that the least you can do is ask? Is there anything else you can do other than ask?
Well, I'm not an employee of MPO. I don't have any administrative authority with MPO, so I'm assuming all I can do is ask.
Okay, are you an employee of the city of Pompano Beach?
Yes, ma'am.
Really? Nice to know. All right, thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Mr. Saropoulos, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. I just have one more thing to say on this, because I did attend the meeting, and we obviously sat through this in March, and we were told no problem doing it in April. I also remember asking, what is the flexibility going forward to make changes? And the MPO representative said that there will be plenty of flexibility to get more input from the public, to make changes during the design process. We just need this approval to keep it moving, to get this federal money. It had nothing to do with any other money. And for something about this feels very like punitive or retaliation to me for having another meeting. And I did attend it. I could tell that it was turning a certain direction. But the people had input, and there were some hard questions. And now we sit here today, even though it's on the agenda. So whenever we got this last week, it was still being discussed. But something happened post that meeting last week, between then and now, where there's an issue. And I'm going to vote to support this. I went to the meeting. I think that we should keep this moving forward, especially since the public did come out, and I would now hold their feet to the fire about incorporating those stickies in the next time, now that we're all aware of this. But I see no reason why we shouldn't try to get this federal funding at this point. Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Saropoulos, there's been a lot of talk about public meetings and public notice and all that kind of stuff. And I asked about how we advertise this thing. We mailed notice out to folks in the areas of these projects, didn't we?
That's correct. Approximately 500 letters, I believe.
To try and let folks know that there was going to be a meeting about it. And this goes back previously, not this latest meeting, but prior to that.
Correct.
Goes back to, I want to say October, November last year.
No, it was May, and I think it was May and July of
When did we
last
have the
year.
first meeting at Collier City, in Collier City? Well, you were there.
Sorry, what?
The first meeting we had in Collier City for MPO, you were there? Spring. Okay. Spring, is that okay, Mayor? Works for you? I think it was, yeah, okay.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Perkins, what is it?
Wait, I was just elaborating on the fact that you were saying that there were meetings, and we were aware of that. We had,
It was in March and June
we had
of
3
last year.
meetings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just trying to have staff present some information, that's all.
What's your point?
My point is that staff did their job.
Okay, good.
Very good.
Yeah.
Further commission discussion. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. So I want to just, I heard you, Vice Mayor and Commissioner Perkins, about how something feels off. And repeatedly, time and again, these things we're told we have to do something within a specific time frame, and then all of a sudden, when there's pressure applied, all of a sudden the time frame or the timeline magically disappears, or the agenda item is removed, or whatever it may be. And Commissioner Perkins, I heard what you said the past 2 or 3 meetings loud and clear about, as much as we all hate to admit it, it being a game of some kind. And I don't want to play the game. We're here to do what's right for the residents. So when you look at this, despite what we were told about how the design could change, I believe it was only like small percentage. Do you remember what percentage it was offhand?
% of design change?
Because what was, when we asked the question at the last meeting, we were told that we would be, this was approving the design, and that any other changes to that design they could be modified slightly. It could be modified to a certain percentage, but overall, we would be approving the design, and that they would take our advice to heart, but for pricing it out to go to grant, they would have issues there. You remember what percentage they could change it?
No.
So my concern is that if we support this as it is right now, because we are now discussing it, if we support this as it is right now, then we are, as per Section 2, and the Exhibit A concept plan, proving that particular project. So a no vote would have them bring it back to us anyway at some point, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if we want to have changes for the community based on their input, and just make sure I'm clear on this, then a no vote would be the vote for today, and since there's a change anyway, they would be bringing it back to us in the future with a changed option?
What changes are you referring to?
Well, if you're saying that this is only delayed because of a funding issue, would a no vote here say no to the project as a whole, or just say no to the design as it exists right now?
It would just say no to this as it exists, and we would potentially bring it back next year.
So, Mr. Berman, is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
I'm trying to understand the question. I think your choices are, you have to do something with this tonight. Either strike it and bring it back another time, or you could have a motion and vote and approve it and not approve it. I don't think, even if you approve it, from what I'm hearing, it's not going anywhere at this point. My recollection was this was just supposed to be, from the first meeting, initial approval of the basic design. Things were going to change and develop over time. I think it was more approval of the initial concept. And if you want to move forward, approve the initial concept, send it to MBO. It can't hurt anything. I don't think it means that they're going to proceed. They may ignore it, but whatever you feel comfortable in terms of handling this, to send whatever message you want at this point. That we know we weren't sure, we're certain now, we've approved it. If that's the message, whatever you want to do, but something needs to be done to resolve this off the agenda. Some action needs to be taken.
Got it. Thank you. So that's how I feel about it, is that this is the way that it's written here. It doesn't say all of the things that have been said in the meeting. It doesn't say anything else. This was the first way we saw it. It's this, and unless I'm mistaken, so the way I'm reading it is that if we say yes to this, we support this specific concept moving forward. And my concern there isn't necessarily that I think anybody's doing anything wrong, but it's just, we've had this happen to us before, where we get in a situation and says, well, the commission approved it, so this was already a vote. So, I mean, I look at where we are with City Hall and parking garage design, and everything comes back to a vote that I wasn't even a part of, but I still have to now get a choice between A or B instead of actual communication or conversation. So a no vote would basically say we're not comfortable with this particular version at this time, and it can still be revised and resubmitted in a year or so. Okay, thank you.
Mayor.
Commissioner Segerson-Eden?
Thank you. And John, I'm going to rely on you to help my memory. I believe that this is a conceptual plan. There are no specifications for the types of trees, the flowers, the width, the this, the that. It's just a conceptual plan that the MPO identified on their own. Would you say that's correct? And if I recall, there were going to be subsequent meetings regarding specifics within the project.
During the design phase, correct.
Correct. Now, we're doing another one from Powerline just on Atlantic Boulevard, from Powerline to just west of 95. And again, if you look at it, it's just it's like blocked out. It's not, nothing has been determined. In the last meeting, it was my understanding that these were conceptual and there would be further meetings regarding the specifics. Is that correct?
That is accurate.
Okay. Much of what the MP does is generated by staff. So the MPO goes, oh, we've identified 7, 8 different roadways that we could apply this sort of generic improvement to. For instance, they would probably do something similar on Cypress Road, Vice Mayor Fournier. Then they generate these projects, and then they walk in here in the city and they say, hey, City of Pompano Beach, we've identified this street or that street or Atlantic Boulevard from Powerline to 95, and we have another one on Atlantic on the east end. And hey, this project's going to cost about $10 million, and we are going to provide that money to make these improvements, and we're going to have further public meetings, but we want to get you started. Would you want to have a project like this in your city? So there were going to be subsequent meetings, and I really don't know exactly, how to proceed forward, whether this should strike. We're not approving any design. These are all conceptual designs to begin with. So I'm really not sure whether this should just be stricken. And then we wait till the MPO comes back and offers us this project again. I don't know. That's just, I feel like we have really sort of gone around and around and around on this. So I don't know where we are. And you said we could either strike it or you want to just move it forward and vote yes on it. Because who wouldn't want a $10 million streetscape that's going to prevent semi-trucks from parking on the swales? It's going to provide multi-use pathways, especially for those e-bikes and scooters and whomever. And greenery, tree cover, tree canopy, flowers, curbing perhaps, and any number of things to make the streets safer. So I'm a yes. Let's move this on. I don't think there's much more that needs to be said about it.
Very good. Further commission discussion?
Yes, go let her go.
Commissioner Smith, then back to Commissioner Perkins.
I too also feel that we should move it along, even though it's been put on the shelf for a year. This is $10 million. And if we approve it today, and then they bring the project back, they know we're in. So I hate to see us lose $10 million of road safety improvements on a major street in our city. So I'm a yes vote also to move this along.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, thank you. I will not vote for this tonight. What I would like to see MPO do is what the residents have requested at the last 3 meetings. They have requested to remove the bike path. They requested to redo the landscaping. They requested to place some kind of stop sign or traffic light on the intersection of 15th and 2nd, where we have a lot of accidents. They requested more lighting, more signage on 15th, and I think there is a problem with flooding in certain areas.
Drainage is included.
Right, so they're not really requesting a whole lot, but they requested this at the first meeting, the second meeting, and the third.
But please understand, Commissioner, that some of their requests, if it doesn't meet traffic guidelines, they're not going to be included. And also, they won't know whether or not it can be accommodated until they actually get into the design. My point is, some of those items that are requested, they can't even commit to at this point until they get into the design phase.
I understand that. So if we can't see any of this, I would not vote for it. Because I don't expect them to get everything on this list, but something.
I mean,
how often does the Northwest get the opportunity to have input? Because with the administration and the staff we have now, they don't get that opportunity. Give them a little leeway. And I see you, Mayor, shaking your head, but it's true. So you've asked us to come to the meeting so you can put in writing, well, they showed up at the meeting, we had a meeting. What were the results? What were the residents asking for? What were their requests? What did they want? What do they want to see? Tell them in the meeting, we can do this, we can't do that.
Like I said, they can't commit at that point until they get into the design.
But tell the people that. You didn't say that at the meeting on Tuesday. Just tell the residents, they were sitting there listening. It was about 30, 40. The majority of them live right on 15th. So I'm just emulating everything they were saying in the meeting. I didn't say anything basically at the end I would try to strike this item. Said that in the meeting, I would try to strike this item when it comes up, and perhaps you all can come back with what they want to see or some of what they want to see, the residents. That's all I said in the meeting. I let them just vent and say what all they want to see. No one said we can't do that, or we have to think about that, or we have to look into that, or we have to research that, or.
They said they would consider it.
Yes, they did.
Yeah. And that is considering it. When it goes to the design phase, they would consider it.
Okay, well, you should have said all of this because you didn't say a word at the meeting on Tuesday.
I wasn't doing the presentation. The MPO was doing
I
the
wasn't
presentation.
either. But I'm a representative of the city here, and you are too. About that. So we don't have to make this so difficult, but there's just something about this that there's more to it. Because if you want to bring $10 million of roadway into the community, it is needed, especially for safety. Well, what comes after that? Is there a bigger picture? Nobody knows. So, but at this point, I did, after I spoke to you today, I called everybody that I thought was in the meeting on Tuesday and asked their opinion on striking this item and how they felt about it. So I did promise them that I would try to strike this item and come back to them at a later date when MPO said we could meet again. That's the way I left it today. So I'm not ready to vote on this as is right now. So I would like to follow the lead of the residents that pretty much live on 15th Street and make a motion that we strike this and bring it back when MPO is ready to meet with the community.
There's a motion on the floor to approve it. You could just vote it down. I mean, I tried to strike it.
I know, but we have a little more details now. Well, there's no second. Okay, well, let's move right along. Let's vote.
Okay. Further committee? Let's see. Commissioner Fessick, questions only. Questions only.
I was pointing at Vice Mayor initially, but I just want to confirm or ask the question again, because Commissioner Smith stated that this would be us giving up grant money. This is not about us giving up the potential of grant money, correct?
It's the county.
It's the county, right. But it was, she said we'd be giving up grant money, and I want to make sure that that's clear, that this is not about that. It's about endorsing a concept. So I agree with you, I would strike it, or, no, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Okay. I guess I have a very different view of this one. I did attend the meeting also, and I remember when the MPO was here, and I'm reading from the minutes of that meeting. It says, Vice Mayor Fournier asked how tied the city is to this plan if federal funding is approved, and that's even if it's approved, and we're maybe a year from that. They stated that there is still significant flexibility available in the design and planning stage, and added that there are plenty of opportunities for flexibility. So when I went to the meeting last week, there were a lot of questions, but there were also a lot of answers. Like, there were things like drainage that came up, and the MPO representative, because the residents were like, oh, it floods there really bad. And the MPO representatives are like, oh, we didn't mention that in our presentation. This does include drainage. And then a resident asked about getting rid of like a row or planters and landscaping to add a turning lane somewhere that made sense. And I do think they were receptive to that stuff. And that's the iterations that are required as they go through the design process. And I think that will, I know that will continue, because all we have now are these renderings, not designs. So while it sounds like it doesn't matter what we do here today, because the MPO has said that it's not moving.
It does matter.
It doesn't matter, because the MPO said it's not moving forward, and this is a conceptual, like, design. This is not the plan. Okay, will this come back to us? If, let's say that the FDOT funding wasn't an issue, and we did move this forward today, and they came back, and there was federal grant money, how many times are the plans for this project going to end up coming back to us between now and 2030?
During the design phase, I don't know how many iterations that.
There's a design that has to be approved.
Correct. There would be several.
Right. So like, this is just a gateway of like renderings right now. So while honestly, I think it doesn't matter what we do today, because I don't think it's going anywhere. But I think at a certain point, you got to look at renderings enough and say, okay, you talked to the community, we heard you. I mean, and then hold them accountable when they actually start doing it. But right now, like I said, I don't think it really matters what we do. But thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Sigerson Eaton?
Is this to strike?
No, this is to approve or not approve.
Approve or not?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Very good. Item number 10 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute the surtax funding agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Broward County for $1,995,816 in fiscal year 2026 formula-based funding to perform asphalt resurfacing of city streets. Authorizing the proper city officials due to such funding to execute a third amendment to the construction agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Weekly Asphalt Paving, Inc. for additional asphalt resurfacing, and authorizing the proper city officials to execute any non-substantive amendments to the surtax funding agreement required by Broward County without further city commission approval, and providing copies of any such amendments to the city commission and city clerk, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good evening, Mr. McCon.
Good evening, Mayor Commission. Rob McCon, Public Works Director. So as the city attorney read there, this item is actually asking for your consideration and approval of two things. Number one, the Broward County surtax funding agreement, and number two, the third amendment to the Weekly Asphalt contract that we have with them. So the surtax funding agreement is for the amount of $1,995,000 and change. That's what we've kept calling the $2 million. Well, it ended up being a little short, $2 million. But the city, with their CIP program, added the additional money to have a total of $2.5 million available for paving. And that's why you see the financial impact is $2.5 million. So in there is also a third amendment to the interlocal agreement with Broward County, which allows this surtax money to be used for maintenance of our roads, which is fantastic. That's not been done before, and it's great news, and we hope it continues. So the weekly contract, that third amendment actually does two things. Number one, it extends the contract for one more year to 30 April 2027. That's the last renewal. We're going to have to go out for bids to have it in place before next April, so probably starting in November, we'll go out and do that. The other thing that we kind of got back and forth with Broward County, first they said we could not use weekly, even though we had them in place. We had to go out for a new contract. They worked with us and said, no, you don't have to, but you have to have a 30% commercial business enterprise goal in your contract. That would create problems, but they backed off from that. But then they said you do have to amend your contract to ensure you can use the terms and conditions spelled out in the surtax funding. So that also is in the third amendment. I know today late, I sent all of you, well, what are we paving? So I sent that to all of you. I know it was late in the day. I don't know that all of you got a chance to look at that. I do have, realize it's the whole city, so it's kind of, so I chopped that up into viewable pieces that I can put up here that we can look at, and I also have some copies, hard copies to pass out to you to look if I know maybe that's the ultimate, what are we doing? So the bottom line with this additional $2 million is we are accelerating the 5-year plan. We are doing FY26 and we're doing FY27 with this funding. So that leaves 1 year in our 5-year plan that we still must do. If we get another $2 million next year for surtax, we also would like to add the streets between Federal Highway and Northeast 26th Avenue, north of Atlantic Boulevard. That's the ugly micro paving. We think that'll take care of the rest of this ugly stuff. So ideally, then we'll have all that taken care of. So I know that it came out, well, what are we doing next? We've got to continue to work on this 5-year paving plan. That's what we've been telling everyone forever. Every time the phone rings, when are you doing my street? That's what we have to go on. And so if we change it around, then somebody's not going to be happy, somebody will be happy. So that's the recommendation. That's what the plan is for the $2.5 million. That concludes my comments, subject to your questions. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. And yes, the hard copies are going to be welcome. Thank you. Mr. Berman.
I'm sorry to interrupt, sir. I just want to make clear, just to make sure the record is straight. As Mr. McCon indicated, there are several different items. It involves more than one item, but the resolution as a whole deals with one subject matter. That is repaving, and we try to consolidate this into one subject matter, one item, to keep this moving along as we know it was wanted. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. My questions are for Mr. McCon, so. I have my printer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Color. I even got color. How do you look at this without color?
Those out for him so he can answer.
Thank you.
You can't answer questions here. Thank you, Ralph.
It's kind of hard to read.
Thank you for the maps. So this 5-year plan, I thought we were, as a city, putting $1 million a year towards paving.
Yes.
So in this item, it says only $500,000 are coming from the CIP. So why have we backed down the city contribution here? Why aren't we still putting $1 million into this from the CIP? Because I thought it was $1 million a year for 5 years to do the paving.
Right. I don't know that I have the answer to that question of, you know, in July, the commission workshop for this current budget, all the projects were reviewed. It came down to, I guess, what other projects were in the list to see how much funding is available. So the good news was most of this could be made up with the surtax money. Like you said, it's more than double than we ever had in prior years.
Right, but we also, I assumed, okay, we have $2 million from the surtax. We've been throwing $1 million at this a year. We have $3 million. We're so close to banging this out. But then I look at this, and yes, we've accelerated 1 year, but there are still neighborhoods, including where the mayor lives, where I hear from people almost every day, and you probably hear from them too. We've driven around that neighborhood, and they're still out there with no real certainty whether it'll be the following year or the next year, depends on what comes through. And yet we have somehow backed off on funding this as a city also, instead of trying to just accelerate it and get this all done. Also, I do think there was a pocket of Garden Isles that got paved when there was the utilities work that was done. So, I mean, when I look at my estimates, that Garden Isles area was supposed to be 485,000, but half of that's paved already. So there's money there too that should be free and available to pave the Cypress Harbor or other neighborhoods. So where is the money that we said we were going to use, and where is the money from the section of Garden Isles that already got paved when Instituform had the utilities issue?
Josh Waters, the city's budget director. I can't answer the question with regard to, excuse me, Garden Isles, but with regard to the $2.5 million that's contained within this item, it is consistent with what was approved in the CIP last year. So when you guys approved the CIP last year, $2.5 million was dedicated to the project for road reconstruction, road paving, and that's what's reflected in this item here. Part of that was the funds that we got from the surtax, the $1.996 million, and the other part was a little over $500,000 from city funds. You are correct, in previous years, in FY25, additional city funds were put in there, so the amount was more than $500,000. But as we were working with the commission last year to balance the capital budget, the $2.5 million was the amount put forward in order to move the money around to fund as many projects as possible. So $2.5 million in consultation with Director McCon last year, we did realize would accelerate that paving plan, would get us through at least this fiscal year and part of next fiscal year. Until discussing with him, earlier, before this meeting, that's where we are.
Okay, but in prior years, we were contributing more as a city. So you're saying last year?
There were more, yeah, correct. There were more city dollars going into the.
Okay, so I think this body still needs to talk about that. But what about the Garden Isles section that got paved?
Well, you mentioned half of it. I don't know that I agree with that. I am aware of what happened. The utilities department was lining a pipe, and something happened, and it plugged up, and it blew the pipe up. They had to dig the road up. So Southeast 3rd had to be repaved.
You had all the streets there at the time.
So it had to be repaved. I don't say it dead ends, but it turns around into another street. Where there were 4 or 5 dead end streets that went north off that 3rd. That is going to come out of the paving fund. So we had to use other money to get that done now. It did not make sense to leave those streets unpaved and have to come back.
Yeah, I know. I had to fight to get those paved at the time, saying it didn't make sense to leave a couple streets dangling and some of it paved. So some of it is paid for through whatever insurance we have at the Instituform, I would assume, because they caused the problem with the pipelining that was happening.
Well, utilities department foot the bill. I don't know if the insurance, I don't know how that works.
I would hope we didn't pay for that.
Okay, I don't know.
Okay, so I mean, this is great that we have this money. We knew this was coming. I still don't think it's going far enough. I don't think we're getting enough done with enough certainty to tell people.
I understand. So, Vice Mayor, I understood your concern about Cypress Harbor is worse maybe than Garden Isles. I would agree it's bad, but I agree Garden Isles is bad. So, but a point to make is, okay, Weekly has been saying, when can we get started? When can we get started? I said, look, we think this is going to be before the commission at the end of April. Can you get ready to go May 1st? We're on it. We'll go. Because they have other clients. They can't sit around waiting for us, but they're willing to do that. So they're going to get going. I think maybe 4 months, they can get that done. October 1st, 2026, we get FY27 money. So we've got to, now, I guess you could say, well, we got FY26 money and we're just now getting spent.
Right.
Big things, different things happened. We got the money. Broward County says, oh, we don't know how to handle this. You have to get another contractor. Oh, we went back and forth. Oh, no, you don't. So now we got that resolved. So we can come in there. Now we have to go revise our contract. So these are things that we didn't plan on doing. Now we have an amendment to a contract that incorporates the surtax, so we can use it. And we got them extended for another year. So those are things we're not going to have to do again. We're ready to go. So the money should be available. We just have to apply again. And before the end of the calendar year, we can be repaving the rest of those streets and buy out the rest. Now again, expectation is we'll get another $2 million. I don't know about that.
Okay, and I have wondered, because we had our CIP money, and then we had this county money that we didn't know exactly how we were able to spend it, and so the CIP money should have been free as soon as the budget was done, but we didn't really do anything. We've been waiting this year. So everyone's like, our street's getting paved, and no one's seen anything paved yet this fiscal year.
Yep.
So I'm hearing that you have a plan, assuming the money comes through the county, by December 2026 to have this 5-year plan done. Ish.
Well, your point is valid about, we got 500,000. Why can't we start paving now? Well, then we would get out there, start paving, and then we got to stop.
I understand, and you're saying it made more sense to wait, consolidate all this, but it also then makes sense, like you said, to continue rolling the fiscal year 2027 funding straight into finishing this out.
Right. But, I can't speak for Weekly in that, again, we're not the only client, and we can't start before October 1st, and I do expect it's not going to be sitting at the door come October 1st. But I do say, I think it's going to be before the end of the year, which before, it's been, you got to wait the full fiscal year before you can get in there and pave again. So, and there is a note here, I say that FY 26 and 27 streets. However, in Commissioner Perkins' district, you can't, I think it's on page 3 of there, back in FY 24, there were streets, the ugly streets, the micro-paved streets are in her district. We had to pull off that because there was a lot of construction. There was those multi-family apartment buildings that all the roads were being affected. And we said, there's no need to pave here and then have to tear up the street. So we pulled those off and we're going to come back. And so those are also in there before we look and say, well, wait a minute, this wasn't in your initial plan. So again, the goal has been, always been, that we need to take care of all this micro-paving. So.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. I can't tell you how happy a lot of residents are going to be hearing that roads will be beginning to be paved. But I also have some questions about, on the page you gave us, I see Avalon Harbor is slated, I'm not sure what the color scheme, I think it's the next slide. Maybe it's I'm trying to see where it is. But they are also had a utilities project going on with pipes and whatnot. So is the paving project coming from utilities on that as well, or is it the funding coming from this?
Which area are you talking about?
In Avalon Harbor, so just west of Hillsborough Shores, just north of Hidden Harbor area. North of Harbor Drive, north 14th, south of Copans.
Right. So that is highlighted on the map to be paved, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So by Exchange Club Park in that area? Yes. So, and like you said, well, all over, there's no colors. Again, except what I just told you, the blue streets, all of it is going to, FY 26 was yellow, FY 27 was red. Now they're all getting done. So it doesn't matter if it's yellow or red. So, but that's in there adjacent to Exchange Club Park. And some of those, like you mentioned, there was a utilities project in there. It partially paved the street, but not the whole thing. But we're going to go in there and pave the whole street.
Okay. Now, so I know that we had gone ages ago on, you, myself, and Mr. Donovan went on like a roadway tour in the golf cart last January. And I've since spoken with a couple different residents in of course, each neighborhood, is sort of pocket neighborhoods. But in that area specifically, because there was utility work, and because they have the desire to have either sidewalks or bike lanes, but because there seems to be a little roadway sort of that comes off, if you're off Federal Highway, there seems to be a lot of car traffic coming through there. And so as we head into these planned paving projects, are we also planning for, since these are these are, you know, actual projects. Are we planning to just pave and move on, or are we planning to pave and make sure we're sort of doing it like we discussed in January of last year, to make sure we're trying to maximize our efforts and kind of give back to the neighborhood where we identify potential issues?
Well, this just is the paving, but I do remember our ride around in the golf cart. And it seemed like specifically you had mentioned most of those streets that were east of Federal Highway, north of Atlantic, all those, maybe look at putting sidewalks in all those. So we do have a separate CIP project for installing sidewalks. We will consider installing sidewalks there. I know there have been some questions about speeding. Can we get speed humps? So if there will be an analysis to say is warranted for these particular streets. So certainly we don't go put the speed humps in now and come back and pave. And like I said, this money is 27, so by the end of this calendar year. So let's plan on it knowing a speed hump is here and then pave it and get the speed hump, you know, if it's warranted. But the sidewalks are separate, and we can consider those streets as an example. I'm not sure which other ones, but
It's north of Harbor Village. So, you know, those on the west of Harbor Drive, that's obviously, we already know that that's an issue as well because of the micro paving. In the north side, there's in Harbor Drive, once you get to 26th or you get to one of the major artery roads, you have the sidewalks, or you have some ability to get in and off of Federal Highway safely, or at least somewhat safely, even though, you know, not entirely at the moment. But up in north of 14th Street, there's a lot of cars and a lot of people coming through those side streets and coming right off of Federal Highway, trying to use it as a cut-through or to mix around. And there's a lot of bike traffic and a lot of families there, and they don't currently have, you know, a safe path, really. The sidewalk ends here and begins over here, and there's you have to cross the street along those major roads. So it was a concern for the families. I'm all for paving, and I know everybody's all for paving. I want to make sure we're when we hit that, we have a conversation with the neighborhood, or just to see if we need to ask for it for CIP, that we try to address it all at the same time, so we come in there and we're being as we get it done, and we get it done at least, maybe not all the way, but we get some improvements on top of just paving. Thank you.
Commissioner Fessig, just a quick question. I mean, but you don't want to hold up the paving?
No, I don't want to hold up anything.
Okay,
absolutely.
okay, I just want to
I'm
be clear on
saying,
that.
But I've been asking for over, so.
No, that's fine. I understand. There's a lot of other issues, but we're on paving. here,
Right, we're on paving, and the reason why I'm sort of going into this is because it's been over a year, and I've had multiple conversations, and I want to make sure that as we do this, I'm very grateful for these maps, but it's been a lot of time asking, and we didn't have an answer for a long time. So I just want to make sure that moving forward, we have open communication about these projects so that residents feel like they are also being heard. Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Commissioner Seeger-Sneeden.
Thank you. So, Mr. McCon, so this paving sort of a perpetual thing as we go forward and roads need it? For instance, I didn't see any paving maps of West Haven or the Highlands or North Kendall Green or Leisureville.
yes.
So how long, I mean, there's one little area we talked about, but by and large, the streets are in pretty good shape.
Yes.
Both in the Highlands and Crest Haven. And North Kendall Green, I mean, if there's certain areas where there might be something that needs to be repaired, if someone brings it to our attention, then we can repair it. But how long do these roadways last? And when do you think you might anticipate that you need to repave some of the Highlands and Crest Haven, and et cetera?
I wanted to point out one really small thing. If you look at the overhead there, so it's maybe better highlighted. My understanding was your concern, it's only one street, but your concern was about.
It's there.
It's there. So.
Right.
The one street. But very good question. So here's an opportunity to say the word you use, perpetual.
Yes.
City needs to pave every year. How much we pave depends on how much you want to invest. As a minimum, we need to pave the roads every 20 years. more like 15 years. We have 300 miles. You can do the math, how much we need to, we're not
So you're
doing
never-
near enough.
You're always going to be paying.
Yes, so, okay, we know where we need to go now through FY27. Where we go next? Well, we've already worked with a consultant. We've got a bid. We're going to do a pavement condition assessment across the entire city. That's where it's going to tell us where we go next. We're going to get a PCI, a pavement condition index. It's a rating from 0 to 100. It's an objective score. From that, we're going to create our plan. And to your point, now we can get rid of this micro paving.
Right.
Most of our streets are in a similar condition. So then it's probably going to come back to, okay, we got some real bad ones here, everyone agrees. But then it's going to come down to, oh, they're all in about the same category. Now, not to mention, we got some major arterial roads that's separate of this. Eventually, one day, Atlantic Boulevard from
Dixie Highway. Well,
and
it's
there's
getting-
some section of Andrews that's a county road, but some of that's city. So those are major projects within themselves. But otherwise, all the neighborhoods, we're going to, any street that city's responsible for, we will get that pavement condition index, and it'll be probably within 6 months. So we'll put the next 5-year paving plan together, and all of you can.
Awesome. I think it's great, and I think I want to thank staff for negotiating that surtax, the additional monies that we're getting. I think Suzette's back there, and that's really going to be a benefit to the city, and I'm glad you fought for it. And this is wonderful. I can't wait to vote yes for it. Thank you.
Very good. In that vein, I also want to point out that County Commissioner Lamar Fisher, he really fought for this amendment also. He was very, very instrumental in getting this thing passed at the county level. So that's
absolutely
thanks to him for his efforts.
the League of Cities.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of people involved in this. Mr. McCon, I would venture a guess that once you finish with the micro-paved streets, you probably won't hear very many people talk about paving anymore. So you do your pavement index, you make it happen, but the pressure will be off, so to speak.
Thank you, Mayor, but to that point, don't let other priorities, we don't need to worry about paving, because they're not going to complain, probably.
No, we won't worry about paving. That's why we have you. I know you're a short timer now, and I'm sorry about that. We're going to be sad to see you go.
Sure.
Yes.
We've gotten notification from Mr. Harrison that Mr. McCon, he's not going to be here to see the end of our 5-year paving program, and that's unfortunate. You've done a great job for the city. I want to say that now.
Mayor, talking about the way your expression, you feel so comfortable and relaxed today. I mean, you just.
Because I'm leaving?
Is this because he's
I thought you were talking about me.
No. But Rob, I've never seen you like this. You're just so enthusiastic and just, I'm like,
I love paving.
I really like this side. I've never seen this side before.
He's coming with great news. I mean, he knows this is great news.
Rob.
Very good.
Mr. McCon, I want to just.
And Commissioner Fess.
Just want to say yes. Thank you so much for all of your hard work and to try to get this done. I think that everybody's going to be very happy. I also can't wait to vote yes for this, and I want to thank you for everything you've done. And I think that was where I was going to go with this. I see you running up and down a lot of these streets on a regular basis in the district, and so I just want to say I look forward to seeing you running along our very lovely paved streets in District 1 in your retirement. So thank you for all of this. I appreciate it.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Excuse me, yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
Yes. Item 12 is a first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 90 Animals by amending Section 90.39 Retail Sale of Dogs and Cats, modifying certain definitions and providing additional definitions by creating further regulations applicable to the retail sale of dogs and cats within the city, and by establishing a retention privilege for existing pet shops, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Berman will, Ms. Lyons.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney. I feel good following a happy agenda item. The item currently before you for consideration is the revised ordinance relating to the retail sale of cats and dogs. When the item was last before this commission,
it was postponed to give our office time to review Senate Bill 1004, which is now passed by the state legislature. It becomes effective July 1st of this year. And that new state law amended Chapter 828.29 of the Florida statutes to impose additional mandates and regulations and safeguards for dogs and cats that are transported into and offered for sale in the state. The commission also directed our office to revise the ordinance to take into consideration and balance, if you will, the need for stronger regulations and enforcement on the one hand, while observing the rights of the current lawfully existing pet store that's currently operating in the city. So during this process, I reviewed the new state law amendments, I received input from the commission, and I thank you for sending me valuable suggestions, many of which I incorporated into the ordinance that I opined were legally enforceable. So the amended ordinance before you does align with the new state law. It also fulfills that balance. It provides for additional, on the regulation side and enforcement side, it provides for additional definitions that definitively speak to disqualifying suppliers. It heightens the requirements for hobby breeders. It also provides the definition of what the existing lawful pet store is, and it also provides for final agency action for violations. In addition, this new ordinance adds additional requirements for the certificate of source. Now, the certificate of source are the documents that a buyer receives from the store. It talks about the breed of the dog, the medical history of the dog, the chain of custody of the dog or cat, where that dog came from. Those requirements also align with the new state mandates. With respect to the other side of the balancing act, this ordinance also provides for a new retention privilege to balance the interest of the current existing store that's operating in our city. The existing business will be allowed to continue its business. They will have 90 days to register for this retention privilege, and they will be required to provide all of the required documentation that the ordinance mandates to our Public Works Animal Control Department. The ordinance also provides that the animal sales record keeping must be done for a 7-year period. And finally, as it pertains to the enforcement action, the ordinance speaks and provides that 3 or more violations of any local, state, or federal laws will constitute evidence to be considered by the special magistrate for the revocation of any retention privilege. I thank you for your time and consideration, and that concludes my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much, appreciate that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Scott. I'm with the law firm of Greenspoon Martyr with an address of 200 East Broward Boulevard. I'm here on behalf of Paradise Puppies. First and foremost, we appreciate Ms. Lyons and Mr. Berman working with us on the draft code amendment. That being said, we're here tonight because we just don't really see the need for this ordinance. There's only one pet store in the city that has had no issues whatsoever. The ordinance is rather complicated with some of its requirements, and so it feels a little bit like the city is solving for a problem that doesn't exist. I think that frequently the city addresses issues that arise because you hear from the community that they're a problem. You hear from residents that they need to address this. It does not feel from our research that that's the case here. And so we would just suggest that the current code works perfectly fine. There is only one pet store in the city that has had 0 issues that we're aware of. And so we just don't think there's a need to adopt a bunch of new regulations that complicate matters when there's not currently a problem. And so we just wanted to come and share our feedback. But we are appreciative that the city attorney worked with us on this and that we had a productive dialogue about it. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. I'd just like to share, I'm not sure if everyone got it yet this afternoon, but I got a letter from the Florida Association of Kennel Clubs. It was emailed to me from This organization, I looked them up, they are a real organization, and they are objecting to parts of our proposed ordinance because having to do with hobby breeder and the number of times that you can breed. Apparently, I mean, these folks, they're Florida Association of Kennel Clubs is a federation of the American Kennel Club in the state of Florida. Our breeder exhibitors are often called a hobby breeder. These individuals are preservation breeders of dogs, some of which can be identified to the time of the pharaohs of Egypt, and they go on to talk about stuff. I don't know if you all may have gotten this also, but they're in opposition. I just want to put that on the record. Florida Association of Kennel Clubs. Okay, commission discussion. I got Commissioner Seeger-Sneaton, followed by Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. So, kind of an interesting story the other day, over the weekend. I was on the turnpike, got off on Atlantic Boulevard, on the ramp, coming down. I see this sign, golden doodle puppies for sale. So there's a sign. It's got a phone number on it. So what do? Someone might go, oh my God, it's a sign, like an omen, right? We've been wanting a golden doodle. Here it is. So you call the number. What happens? You get an address. Okay. Talk to me about the puppies. Oh, they have this or that. They have papers. They're going to cost you $5,000. Bring cash. So you do whatever you have to do to go get that cash, to get that beautiful puppy. Or you get that cash and you go and you get robbed or worse. For me, or you do an exchange in a parking lot. They say, oh, we'll mail you the papers. You never get the papers. You don't even know if you got the kind of dog you wanted. So for me, having a brick and mortar establishment where there's an incredible amount of accountability makes a difference. I bought a standard poodle, champion breed back in the early 90s. Had to travel an hour and a half into north central Florida to go to the breeder. And then, you don't even know if you're going to find the dog to your liking. So there's a lot of time, effort, and money that goes into it. So having the brick and mortar store, I think, is excellent, and it's a protection for the consumers. We have our city safeguards, our inspections with our animal control. We also have the state-mandated safeguards. So I think we're protected, and there's always going to be accountability with a person who's invested in a lease and invested in a store, and you can walk in and talk to face-to-face. I do not support the complications of the ordinance, and which I know both Tracy and Mark worked on very, very hard. And again, I agree with Mr. Scott. It's overly complicated, like there's a problem that doesn't exist. With the state statutes recently being passed, I think that folks are protected from disreputable breeders, disreputable stores. So I just don't feel that there's a need to change our current code. Thank you very much.
Very good. Commissioner Smith.
I too feel a lot the way that you do, Commissioner Seeger-Sneaton. I feel in the first reading, I was the only one that voted no to this. I feel that we never should have messed with something, and we did have legitimate business, one of them, and the only one there, and they've never had any violations of anything. I feel that we went down a path we never should have gone down, and I feel that we should just keep the ordinance that we have in existence now. And I'm going to vote no to this agenda item. Thank you, Mayor. Very good.
Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. So this has been a long time coming. I just have a couple questions before I add commentary. Ms. Lyons, So this code, I know that thank you for your work, first of all, you and Mr. Berman, because this has been a long road for you, and this has taken a lot of time. As we're negotiating and navigating the state, the existing business, and puppy lovers, on both sides of the fence. The way that you have landed here, to simplify things, this aligns with the new state the new Senate bill, the state codes that we have, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and we currently do not have any sort of ways like where we would essentially go check on things to the same level at the city level that the state has now in place.
We included heightened regulations. We do have regulations in place, but these are just heightened regulations.
Okay. And this would still allow, because that was a big concern, this would still allow this business to operate and have a safe place. In fact, be one of the only places that in Pompano, or the only place in Pompano, that if residents or people locally wanted to get a dog that they knew was certified because of this process, they could know, and that could essentially be an advertising benefit to the business as having the place in Pompano to go get a puppy from a reputable breeder. Right?
Yes, the ordinance provides for the retention privilege.
Because I would hope that, of course, I would hope that responsible, or puppy lovers or dog lovers in general would be responsible enough to try to do some due diligence and find out about the wherewithal of their dogs and also be safe and not meet in crazy places or walk around with wads of cash. I would hope, right? So this actually would help, I think, a lot of times. In other cities, I think that was brought up multiple times that, this would also help by not having a lot more stores pop up that would then have to be tracked. So this is just limiting this one to existing as is and allowing to operate.
Right, and if future stores were to come in, they must meet one of the exemptions that's allowed in the code.
Okay.
That was the reason why we heightened the regulations for a hobby breeder. Okay. They must align with this new state statute.
Okay, and what is, just so everybody knows, what is a hobby breeder defined as part of the state statute? Read it too.
Well, the state statute calls it a pet dealer, actually. And the definition is, and I'm quoting right from subsection 13 of the statute, for purposes of this section, the term quote-unquote pet dealer means any person, firm, partnership, corporation, or other association which in the ordinary course of business engages in the sale of more than 3 litters or 30 dogs or cats per year, whichever is greater to the public. The definition includes breeders of animals who sell such animals directly to a consumer. This definition does not include not-for-profit entities that do not purchase dogs or cats from a breeder or broker.
Okay. And is that, so in ours, you said you made it more stringent. Is our code, or is this proposed code more stringent than that?
So our definition of a hobby breeder is the original definition that's on the books now, but we added who meet the additional requirements of all federal and state law, including but not limited to Chapter 828.29 Florida statute as existing or as may be amended.
Okay. Mr. Berman, I saw your hand go up, so do you want to add something to that?
Mr. Berman?
Thank you. I got to wait for the mayor. I'm happy you recognized me, but I got to wait for the mayor. I just for clarification of the response, it is in line with the state statute. The statute just quoted. When you say in line, it is not in conflict with. In one place, or I think just in the one place, it is more stringent than state law. We're allowed to be stricter.
Okay.
You can't be less stricter. That is with the number of litters, I believe.
Correct. Our current definition that's on the books now, that's also in the new ordinance, is actually stricter. We only allow for 1 litter per adult animal per calendar year.
Okay. All right. And so the only thing is, I guess, so this is to the best of your ability, a way to find a common ground with state, the existing business, and those who would be concerned about this moving forward.
Right. We believe it meets that balance that you all were looking for with respect to the, taking into consideration the new guidelines of the state statute.
Okay, and lastly, I know we were talking about it, as countywide, because things spill over from city to city, and this aligns also sort of with similar, we're not an outlier, are we? But with this new particular ordinance?
No.
Would this bring us more into sort of a Howard County or Miami-Dade sort of similar
No.
activities, or would this, just nobody have something like this?
They've either done away with hobby breeders or they're allowing it. It's one or the other. There are some counties within both Dade and Broward, and I've researched on the Lee County, Hillsborough County. There are some that allow it and some that don't.
So I'm asking, so this is kind of us being a warm welcome to anybody and trying to just set guardrails in place.
Right. And if they're going to do it, they're going to meet the regulations.
Thank you. I want to, again, thank you guys for your work, and I will support this because I feel like you have done the very best to make sure everybody is happy here and try to do what's right for us moving forward as a city, too. Thank you.
Very good. I just want to point out, I also received emails from others who were in favor of more regulations previously. So, further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton,
No.
Commissioner Smith,
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
No. Item 13 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute contracts for consulting professional services between the City of Pompano Beach and Hazen and Sawyer PC, McCafferty Brinson Consulting LLC, Stantec Consulting Services, Inc., Arcadis US, Inc., and Carollo Engineers, Inc., for professional engineering services, providing conservability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Dan, seconded for discussion.
Renuka Mohammed, Utilities Director. No changes from the first reading.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes. Item 14 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a parking license agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and the First Baptist Church of Pompano Beach for the use of parking spaces located at 117 Northeast First Street, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Mr. Lance, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Jeff Lance, Parking Manager. This is the second reading of this item. There have been no changes since the first reading. Happy to answer questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So I asked that this be discussed at the CRA meeting, and we did that last week. It was disappointing to hear the church's position that they wouldn't even contemplate an agreement with a different party, and that this was it, or they're locking things up. So I know this has been a long, tough negotiation, but I was really kind of just disappointed in that type of reaction when I think we're all still trying to make this work. Mr. Lance, how do we decide over the next year, 5 years, if we actually need these parking spaces? Is there a way to know what the usage of it is?
Well, I think a lot of that would have to do with development in the area. So until we see what that development would be, I'm not sure I could accurately forecast that.
So I think what we discussed at the CRA meeting is we've added enough parking in Old Town that for most circumstances, we don't need this. We have the Barger site. We've got other lots where we're putting surface parking in, and unless it's untapped or some other event, we probably don't need these spaces. But on the flip side of that, we talked about how this could potentially enable other concepts to come in. And I'm sensitive to that because that area we have put a lot of money into, and I don't want to like strangle it when this is what they need. However, if over the next year we realize that this lot is empty almost every day, except for Untapped. How are we going to know that? Do I have to drive by every day, or can someone have some idea of how this lot gets used? Because we can get out of this contract, and I want to know if we're actually using these spaces.
Correct, yeah. As you mentioned, we can get out of this contract. If it's not being used by restaurants or future development, we certainly have the right to terminate the agreement. Or if we decide to move forward going with a vertical structure in the area over the next few years, at any time we can terminate the agreement.
Okay, and have we, I think I asked this last week, but have we gone to these restaurants and asked for them to participate in this?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, like I said at that meeting, I think we are paying $68,000 a year for something that we need maybe 12 times a year. And for it just to sit there, if it enables some other concept to come in or keeps these businesses going, then I understand it and I support it. But this is a tough one for me. The only saving grace of this is that the money is coming out of the parking fund. So it's not going to increase property taxes or hit that in any way. And everyone should know that. But it's still, I'd like to know, besides me having to drive by, if this lot is actually getting used regularly. So,
Understand.
thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Fesick.
Thank you. I want to just point out that I was really sort of disappointed in that our last meeting with our CRA meeting, where right out of the gate, as this being a discussion item, was not a discussion, it was pretty much this is how it is and that's the end of that. And that's not how the spirit of negotiation or the spirit of working together as a team and as a lessee and a lessor, initially, if you start off like that, that's not necessarily a great story for an ending. It doesn't really it's kind of like you go back to somebody that's cheating on you and expect that they're not going to do it. You know what I mean? It's like you just doesn't give you the warm fuzzies. And I'm not sure, I don't want to say that that was First Baptist, I don't think that was. I'm just saying that the way that it seemed to us as saying, hey, yes, we're going to discuss it, and then absolutely, nope, no discussion. Our way or the highway. And it wasn't necessarily First Baptist, it felt like that was coming from outside influence. I don't know why, because if we put it on the agenda to discuss, then it should have been a discussion. I have a secondary concern here, and this goes further into our redevelopment areas. And while I appreciate that businesses may or may not need parking in the future, we did just purchase a $5 million piece of property that we could eventually develop into parking. We already have some parking available. We've been promising, well, I say we as a city, but I don't know who has been promising certain things to certain potential vendors, because that's come up on both the Old Town area, downtown area, as well as the beachside area, where we have people concerned about parking. And then businesses are coming in and saying, well, we were promised X, Y, and Z. And I don't feel comfortable knowing what people are promising or not knowing what people are promising, and consultants that seem to be offering people certain things, and they're writing checks that we can't deliver necessarily, or that you're asking us to pay, or taxpayers to pay. So for this, I mean, I've gone over there. I take the golf cart over there. I've driven over there during Old Town, during Untapped, during Christmas even, our tree lighting. And yeah, it can be busy during events, not busier than we have almost daily at the beach. I mean, honestly, it doesn't seem like this is a massive need for us to pay. I brought up at the CRA meeting, I asked the question, I said, well, is there anything preventing First Baptist Church from having this be a church fundraiser and having somebody go out there and sit and say, parking, $10 during our event? And the answer was no, they can do that if they want. Maybe they don't want to do that, and I understand that. But I feel like we are maybe putting the cart before the horse here, and it was also mentioned that some of the redevelopment opportunities might be tied to having this parking, but yet the CRA will not, we'd have to amend the CRA plan to make that work where the CRA would pay for it. So this to me has too much convolutedness with some of the people that we are paying for being parking consultants and our consultants in general. This is too many twists and winds that it just doesn't sit right for me, but thank you.
Okay. Well, I want to say thank you to the First Baptist Church for coming back to the table with the city to negotiate some sort of an agreement. We do need the parking. Granted, it's not every day. I have to agree with the Vice Mayor on that. It's not every day we need the parking, but we do need the parking. And thank you to First Baptist Church, and thank you, Suzette, for getting really engaged, and Mr. Lance and everybody else from staff, because I know at one point in time, First Baptist, they said, nope, that's it. And that's when the gates went up, and that was not a good look for the church or the city. So it's good that we are able to work together to achieve a mutual goal. So yes, I support this. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Smith.
One of the things that it provides us, and I mentioned this at the CRA meeting, is it provides us with additional handicap spaces. And we're very limited with that on our street parking. It also, we have a get out of jail free card with a 60-day notice to get out of the contract. So this buys us time. It's $68,000 for the year. It's coming from a fantastic fund that we've set up. So the people that park in our city are paying for this. We're not, residents aren't. It's the people that park at our city lots because it's the enterprise fund that's only used for parking. And I feel we owe it to the businesses that have gone an extra mile to say, yes, I'm going to make Old Town where I'm going to open my business. We owe them parking spots. And we have 2 businesses that are very successful. Hopefully we'll have a 3rd restaurant entertainment at the Wash House. That'll be just as successful. And we owe them parking spots. Handicap spots, parking spots for our business, and the people that park in the city are paying for it. Residents aren't. So I am definitely supporting this for this second reading. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So I take a little exception to that. We don't owe the businesses down there anything else. We already pay rent for one of them. So I don't really think we owe anyone this. I think, and if we owed them anything, we've taken so many steps in the interim to add parking down there. So we have gone above and beyond for the businesses down there. I believe that. What we do owe is the residents parking when they want to go to an event. And so for me, this is, we're paying, this is like an option. We're paying for this so when there's a big event down there or something else that people want to go there for, they have an opportunity for it. So it's an expensive option. I think it's way overpriced. But what we owe is the residents parking when they want to go to Untapped. And the businesses, we have propped those businesses up more than I think we should. But at this point, for me, the residents are owed this, because when the gates go up and everything gets locked up over there, they can't go and enjoy the area. So I will support this so that the residents have this parking when they want to go to the restaurants down there or when they want to go to an event. But the businesses, I think they should be contributing, actually. I think we've done enough for them down there. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
No, I'm good.
No, you're good. Commissioner Fessick?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying about parking, but the option to have parking is one thing, and the reality of how we get there is a different thing. And it sort of pains me to say that I've lost a lot of trust in how we got there on this one, and it has nothing to do with First Baptist. It has nothing to do with residents needing parking. It has to do with a lot of the inner workings of the conversations, and that for me is the struggle, because we're often asked up here to defend decisions we make, and given that we've had ongoing issues with certain consultants and certain entities and the intermingling of things, I wouldn't be comfortable saying to residents, hey, I'm going to be comfortable spending more of your money so that you can be charged for parking through the city, or even if they offer it for free for a while until it gets busier. But residents are tired of being paying tax basically again and again and again. And I understand it's not just visitors go to this Old Town Untapped. It's residents. And so every time that means, if you need overflow parking, we're charging for parking. It goes into the parking fund. But there's a lot of these funds and there's a lot of these levers that are pulled. And there's a lot of these businesses, not the small businesses that we're trying to support, but there's a lot of these larger scale things that are happening. I think one of the things that really tipped the scale for me was during the CRA meeting when I believe it was you asked about the wash house and about if we approve this, is this basically giving the potential wash house or giving the CRA the ability to go negotiate deals that we are again then going to have to continue to pay for as a city? My concern is that there's not an alignment here. It has nothing to do with, everybody would say, yes, absolutely, we need parking or we need to provide something. But we have to ask ourselves, what are we providing and at what actual cost? And that's my concern. I want to say thank you to First Baptist Church. I know they've been a very long road, and I know that's been a lot of work. But I think I don't think we're at that point yet where this should come above other things in the city. I think that 60 days or no 60 days, we've seen how that works. We can't get things on an agenda sometimes, and when we do get it on agenda, it's a slam down. We're not having this discussion. So I just do not feel comfortable moving forward, especially given in light of what has happened with recent events. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Call the roll.
Anybody know where, Commissioner Perkins? I'm not sure where she went. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
Commissioner Perkins? Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
Yes. Item 15 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a service agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and One Parking, Inc. for parking operations management services, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Mr. Lance.
Good evening once again. Jeff Lance, Parking Manager. This is the second reading of this item, and there have been no changes since the first reading. Happy to answer questions.
All right. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins? Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
Yes. Item 16 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Article 2, Section 6 to Chapter 57-174, Laws of Florida Special Acts of 1957, as subsequently amended and supplemented, otherwise known as the Charter of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, imposing limitations on the length of terms of the offices of the mayor and commissioners while expanding future terms of offices of city commissioners, providing that if the amendment is approved by a majority of the voters at the general election of November 2026, then such amendment shall become part of the city's charter upon certification and acceptance of the election results, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Berman.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the second reading of the ordinance proposing increasing terms while at the same time imposing term limits. No changes since first reading.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Hey, Tom. Thank you.
I'll leave one for Deborah. Just.
Just name and address to the record, please.
Good evening, Tom Twilliger, 3160 Northwest First Avenue, Pompano Beach, Florida. This request to put a multi-part ballot question before the voters that benefits only the commissions and not the voters is similar to, in my opinion, a fraud. The term limit portion of this amendment would allow the current commissioner and mayor to serve for a total of about 20 to 25 years each. This is not a term limit. Citizens already overwhelmingly voted in the year 2020 to stop this commission from the same basic language they are not now proposing. Remember the no, no, no vote? This commission is trying to waste approximately $177,000 plus another probably about $100,000, which it would use for mailers and vehicle signs of taxpayers' money on an issue that the voters already voted on in 2020 with a resounding no, no, no. Please remember.
Very good.
Okay, everybody.
Please put that down now, Mr. Twilliger. Thank you.
Okay. Is this commission hoping that the citizens will have forgotten? In about 2020, 2 out of every 3 voters told this commission they did not want the commission to have their golden parachutes. In 2020, the commission spent about $44,000 of taxpayers' money plus untold dollars of spending on city-sponsored mailing and other advertising or promotional means. Today, this commission is trying to con the voters into voting and giving them another chance at what the voters overwhelmingly voted no, no, no. Most citizens see this commission as being overpaid and underworked. They see the commission as working for developers and city contractors. Voters feel separated from this commission. Many feel that you should get less, not more. The voters voted no, no, no in 20, and I urge the voters to vote no, no, no if this should get on the ballot. How much of the taxpayers' hard-earned money are you willing to spend on mailers, car truck signs, plus the $177,000 to be paid to the commissioner or the supervisor of elections so that you can again promote your agenda? Tonight, I urge this commission to kill this resolution so the voters do not have to again tell you no, no, no.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Anyone else from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Anybody? Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Thank you, Mayor. So I have not supported this issue from the beginning. Or maybe I did once, but I've thought about it a lot, and I grow increasingly uncomfortable for a number of reasons. And I think that term limits and the length of terms are 2 completely different items, and they need to be separated. With term limits, I do not feel we have had adequate discussion with the public or even between us here on the dais. I can support 8 and out. I recall on a couple of occasions, Vice Mayor expressed that she'd like 3-year terms and 3 term limits. So we don't necessarily agree. 8 and out is good enough for our state reps. 8 and out is good enough for our governor. I cannot support the lengthy 12-year terms. 8 is enough. So I would, I don't know if now would be the appropriate time, but I would amend the motion, amend the ordinance to say, shall the city commission serve 8 years of total service with 2-year terms. I do also think that going from a 2-year term to a 4-year term is a major policy shift. Currently, with we're hired or fired every 2 years. and it allows the voters a voice in the way they want this city to go. It makes our residents feel as if they are in control rather than just participants or merely bystanders. I think very few voters are even aware that we're contemplating longer terms, and that's not right. We need more outreach. We need more transparency, and Pompano isn't the only city that has tried to do this. Recently in Miami, the commission extended their terms, and they were met with backlash and outrage and threats of lawsuits from the state. In Boca, they proposed the change on the 2023 ballot, and it was rejected by voters by nearly 60%. Why? Because it looks like a power grab for those who want to stay in office longer without having to face the voters as often. Why should any elected official get twice as long between report cards? Really, and how dare I or anyone else who's elected feel that it's inconvenient to run a campaign? Elections are not a burden. Elections are part of the job. So, and you know, I think these should be separate. I can support 8 is enough, but I cannot support 4-year terms and this lengthy 12 years mandate. So I'm going to again vote no for this issue. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you, Mayor Hardin. I've been pretty clear from the beginning that I wanted to hear from residents, and I wanted to make sure that we gave them the opportunity to say what they wanted to say. I've also looked at all the stats, and the stats to bring anything cost us the same for a midterm election. It's interesting, Mr. Terwilliger brought over, and this was done during a presidential election year, and where we have overwhelming turnout, and to have the level of no's that actually were referenced, it shares with me that this is one of those, how this even appeared the very first time on the very first agenda, as convoluted as it may have been, looks like an opportunity to take advantage of the midterm election year super voter turnout or the easily swayed smaller special interests rather than the overall public in general. I have said I have no problem running every 2 years. It's a lot, but I mean, you sign up to do this, you sign up to do all of it, and I agree that you have to earn your seat every time. As far as term limits, I think that everybody has said this is not, they would support term limits for the most part in terms of residents I've spoken to. I would have to agree. There's no reason that this needs to be such a long-term thing. If you should come in, do your work, either move on to something else or go back and let the next generation step up. I mean, it is, to be clear with everybody, it is, Mr. Terwilliger also said, and I'll respectfully disagree, that it is, I mean, I'm sure some people may be treated as a part-time job. It's listed as such, but it is most definitely a 24/7, and if you want to make it one, if you're passionate enough to make it one, and I am. And so I don't have an issue with running every 2 years. I absolutely love what I'm doing. I love being able to help residents solve problems, and I love being available to them. So it's kind of interesting. The only thing I've said I would ever support is removing the mayor-at-large position so that we don't end up with this crazy 3-3 all the time. That's the only agenda item, that's the only charter amendment or thing I would support at the moment, and even that, I still feel it's important enough to bring it forward during a presidential election year to ensure that the majority of residents would turn out to vote. As far as this, I also, Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton, I agree with you. Outreach and transparency are very important. I've been screaming that from the rooftops even before I got elected, and every meeting I think since then, I've asked for more outreach, more transparency, more clarity, more technology, more back and forth, I think of several times already in this meeting, and we often fall short as a city, and we can do better, and we should do better. I don't think we need to spend a lot of money to do that. And finally, I'm gonna tell you wholeheartedly, 8 is enough. I agree with you. 8 is enough. 8 is enough. 8 is enough. And if you've served over 8 years, it's time for you to move on. So, and go do something else. So, thank you very much. I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Smith, followed by Vice Mayor.
I too have given this a lot of thought and have been talking with people, and we need to reach out to the residents more, whether we do it as a workshop. Commissioner Segrist and Eaton, I think you mentioned that at the last time that we discussed this subject. So I definitely are getting feedback from residents that we need to talk with them. A workshop would be the way to do it. I also too feel that 8 is enough. I'm only running one more time, so I'm kind of out of the equation. But I think 8 is good. And 2-year terms, 4-year terms, let's discuss it with the public. I think we're rushing to get it on the ballot. I think we need to slow down a bit and talk. So I'm not supporting it tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I have always been a proponent of the term limits part of this. But I agree that 12 is way too long. This should not be a career. No one should be sitting up here for 12 years. No one should be probably sitting up here, yes, any more than 8 years. For so many reasons. I think you need fresh faces and ideas and energy, and that I think probably dwindles over time. I've also, with the term limits, the incumbent advantage here and the way money flows in our city is always, it's easier for incumbents to stay in office, and that part I have always felt is a little bit unfair to someone who wanted to come in, but the 12 years it's too long. It's too long to sit here. Let me tell you that, as someone who's, how long we've been sitting. And then I had a moment the other day, I think we've all thought about this quite a bit, thinking I would still be in my first term right now, which even 4 years seems like it might be too long sometimes. So this is, I do believe we should have term limits. I really do. I'm not sure that it is the right combination still, though, of this. The no, to me, was a completely different combination. And that, I was a full no. I did not think it was a good slate. I think we're a little closer this time. I think we're getting there. But I still, I don't know that this is the right way to phrase it, and I don't know that it's the right combination right now. Thank you.
Okay. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
No.
Mayor Harton?
No. Wow, that's no twice. Okay, item 17.
I finally got consent on something, though.
Yeah.
That's right, unanimous vote. Item 17 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute continuing contracts for professional consulting services between the City of Pompano Beach and HDR Engineering, Inc., Kimley Horn and Associates, Inc., and Garver, LLC, to provide engineering services at the Air Park, RLI 25031, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Saropoulos, once again.
John Saropoulos, City Engineer. So as City Manager indicated, our existing airport contracts do not expire until June of 27. There was an oversight on our part where we thought that that they were expiring on the same expiration cycle as our existing professional contracts that we do have that are expiring on May 3rd. And that's why the request was to have it stricken. So you can either approve it, great, or not, and we still have active contracts in place.
Very good. All right. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item?
Hi, Clint Mueller, 1080 Northeast 28th Avenue, Pompano Beach. My feeling on this, I sent an email during the last agenda. All of you guys unanimously voted 6-0 to delay it until this week. So I'd like to thank all of you guys for doing so. It's important because of the fact, and it is nothing that you or Dr. Good or anything is doing wrong from a developmental end. On your side, there's a couple oversights that we have deep concerns as residents that need to be heard and know that they're being heard. One of which is the air traffic control tower that's part of the master plan. The FAA originally cited it as basically being positioned in the wrong area, to not have adequate access or vision to runways 624 and 1533. In this one, we then made the decision for cost savings, not for safety, not for performance, for cost savings to then just move it next to it. I believe that's a critical error if we are truly caring about safety at the air park. If that is a priority that we are going to make, particularly when we have somebody at air traffic control with Robinson Aviation who basically made a statement that said, the only reason we preference 1028 on certain circumstances is we can't see the other two runways at a construction meeting in 2024. That has to be addressed. If we are really about safety as a city, if we are truly about it, this is an opportunity here to make sure that the city and the residents are being heard. Mr. Harrison, you made it mention a couple different things about noise. This is not noise, sir. This is safety. This is safety, and it's critical that everyone up here is aware that this is safety, not noise. In addition to the air traffic control tower being relocated, you brought it up last week. I happened to watch it on YouTube while you guys were doing this as well, and you brought up a statement about the noise survey. The Part 150 may be included in this Kimberly Horn piece as well. They're closing runway 1028 for development and repair. What good does it do to do a noise survey if that runway, the most trafficked runway, where the most amount of residents on both the east and west have an issue, is shut down?
Those are just, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, Mr. Mueller, you can express your viewpoints there, but this is really about continuing contracts. It's not about a particular project. So just so we're clear.
So last week, those were incorporated. He actually made the statement last week during it that some of those things that would be in the contract were there.
No.
So no?
No. I'm not saying they're in the contract. Those items, it can be runways, it can be taxiways, it can be security enhancements. It's a variety of projects that we could. It doesn't mean we are going to. It depends on what gets developed in our CIP, which comes from our airport master plan, which gets approved by FAA for certain funding and so forth. So that could come out of it. It doesn't mean it will. It's just a blanket of items that these contracts could be used for.
Here's the concern that I have as a resident. As a resident, I have deep fundamental trust in green-lighting any expansions and anything further when something that we did at an FAA workshop last fall has not been executed and has not done it. I know that's not your fault, but it feels horribly wrong to bless something and to grow something when safety clearly at the moment is not being made the priority that everybody up here spent time out of their day to do.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Further input from the public? Being none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Anybody? Oh, Commissioner Fasick.
Thank you. So I wanted this to show up on the agenda. I wanted this not to be stricken because I knew that we had people concerned about this. And this is about the contracts. And I still come back to the contracts. Whether it's important to talk about it, whether we're going to talk about it again in June 2027 or not. But this one right here, the way that it's written, it's basically authorizing just sort of these open-ended contracts. And this is the problem that we have time and time again, where each task or whatever has a limit, but it's a high limit. And the problem that we have is that the communication breakdown is real, and it's very unfortunate. And I don't blame you at all on that. When it comes down to things, I want to make sure that I'm very clear in saying that it's a management issue, and it's a management of, the only person I can really blame is the city manager, because I feel like the airport manager is not following up, and the city manager has promised that he will be following up, and none of these things are happening. And we still have residents, not in one district, but in almost every district that surrounds this area, that are concerned about not just this one thing at the air park, but all of these contracts. They all touch on a different thing. And you know, we talked about, I think we talked about the runway being closed or whatever. It might not be that. But Kimley Horn, again, I'm not trying to single them out, but they are also touched on the environmental side of things and the ESL contract. And there's a lot of things and moving parts to this that aren't as simple as kind of just blindly approving the air park manager to continue to do what he chooses as part of a plan that may have been approved and never looking at it again. I'm not saying it has to be all or nothing, but that's what I keep hearing from the city. I'm trying to find through outreach, and I've been part of all of those emails, many of them, not all of them, but I've been part of many of those emails. I've been part of the community meetings. I'm continually hearing, and even hearing from people that aren't even in, you know, in the, was it Neighbors for Safety and Reform? They're not even part of that group. I've heard from pilots. I've heard from everybody, and even the pilots and folks that are in aviation, they want to find a happy medium here. This is not a, oh, if it's a FESIC thing, let's just, you know, make sure it doesn't happen or whatever. I don't know. It's not like that. I'm trying to make it work where everybody wins. I'm trying to make sure that the environment is protected. I'm trying to make sure that our airways are protected, that we don't have ridiculous amounts of, our property values are protected. It's very concerning when you start to look at this, and we are not the only city dealing with this. We are not the only city dealing with the FAA. We are not the only city dealing with, you know, environmentally sensitive lands. There are other places that have worked things out with the FAA. This is not about the FAA. This is about the city's greed in terms of developing or overdeveloping and pushing projects forward without hearing what residents are saying and actually taking what they're hearing and applying it to comprehension and finding solutions moving forward. And that's the nicest way I can simply say it, because I see it on almost every, it's like this pattern that's absolutely sickening when you sit down and you think about this pattern repeating itself. And I'm asking, please, begging, please, can we please, please, please make sure that we are doing right by the residents that we are supposed to be all serving, not just myself, but staff too. We all work for the residents of the city. And right now, it's stuff like this, and it's, again, through no fault of your own, oversight or whatever it may be. But I think that most people thought that maybe residents weren't going to read what was in here and it was going to pass and they would be able to be business as usual. Nobody's going to know. P.S. You passed that during whatever, and everybody said yes, so we are free to do with this as we choose, which is exactly what's happening in other projects within this city. I still can't get actually numbers on a lot of things. We'll talk about that another time. But this is very concerning for me, because I want us to have the ability to defend growth process, not let people just run amok with it. And I'm fine with, if we have to find that happy medium, I'm fine with saying, hey, listen, we're looking at this project, here's the project, here's the difficulties, here's the pros, here's the cons. I don't think, no, I think just an ounce of consideration is really all that residents have been asking for, and they're not even getting a drop. And I've heard from residents, this is what a sentence from one of the residents. The residents have continually expressed our interest in not growing the air park into an even bigger commercial operation. And there have been, this is just one person. There's another person who said, I'm not, you know, there's environmental side of things. There's people who say, we do support the expansion of the runways but also they said they would, because they think it might reduce the amount of flight schools here and might actually help for us to make the money by offering international flights or a passport check-in place or whatever it might be to fly to the Bahamas, or it might be able to attract better quality. But they also want to have us protect some of the environment. So it's these conversations. It's not one or the other. It's not yes to everything and no to no to everything. There's common ground, and we continually 3-3. It drives everybody crazy. We continually need to remember that residents come first, and these continuing contracts and these blank checks. This is, and I want to make sure that I'm clear on this because next time it comes forward, construction projects capped at $7.5 million per project under this, what it was. Studies capped at $500,000 per task. So when we were arguing about the cost of putting something on the charter being $150,000, or consultants that had their contract doubled to $150,000, approving this and giving a free gigantic runway to just blank checking it to whatever project without a touch point to come back to the commission or come back to residents, absolutely not. I cannot support that in any way, shape, or form. And so I look forward to seeing this again in June 2027 if I'm lucky enough to be reelected and be here to do that. But I want to make sure that we work together to find the right answer for everybody.
I just want to correct a statement that anything that would be a $200,000 design would come before commission or more.
That's fine. That's fine.
Thank
but
you, Mrs. Stropoulos.
Thank you for the clarification. But I've also seen through many contracts and continuing contracts or amendments or change orders that some contracts are $74,999 or whatever, $990, and then there's a change order for an additional amount that happens to also be underneath the $75,000. Or there's I'm not for you.
We negotiate all work orders, whether it's a $90,000, we'll try and negotiate it down, whether it's a $150,000 work order.
I understand that you may do those things, and I value that from you. My concern is that because we have this crazy procurement rule that kind of got chucked in there under the guise of construction, there's a lot of other things that's not, again, not your fault, that are under that umbrella that a lot of times we would like to have the ability to see. Anyway, that's another story for another day. I look forward to seeing this again. Residents know that I am going to find a path forward. I'm going to continue to fight to find a path forward. And Mr. Harrison, I will continue having a conversation about the environmental stuff later, but I would like for us to, I'd like to ask you, can Mr. Rocco and residents have a meeting to discuss any of the past, let's say, since September discussions or concerns they may have? Because they're not getting answers, and instead what they're getting are angry pilots and people buzzing their homes on purpose and even like bragging about it on social media. So this is not okay behavior, and I don't want to condone it from a city standpoint. I'd like us to all be good neighbors, all treat each other with respect, but we can't do that if we're not able to sit down and have a conversation, because we had a great one in September, and I'd like to work on making sure that we can meet all of our goals that align with everybody. Mr. Harrison, can we make that meeting happen before we go for summer recess or before, so basically that's giving you 3 months.
I'm not sure when we could do it, but we can sure make a meeting happen.
We make it happen before July 1st.
We can try.
I would like to say that we work 4 days a week. The city works 4 days a week, and Mr. Rocco's operations operate 24/7, sometimes between 4 and 6 in the morning. If it would be more convenient to meet on a Friday or a Saturday, I am willing to make that sacrifice to make the meeting happen sooner rather than later for residents, because I'm getting a lot of emails from people at 4:35 in the morning who are really irritated about being scared that somebody's going to crash into their home. So I think it's time to put this on look, it took me 4 months to get access to the environmental sensitive land area, and I'm not willing to wait 4 months to put this back on a meeting. So can we get this done before July 1st, please?
Are you talking about replicating the meeting where we have FAA people there? And so Can we talk about this in more detail and try to figure it out?
Mr. Harrison,
Or you
if
want
you-
to try to put me on the spot up here, blindsided?
I'm not blindsiding you. We've been getting the same emails for months.
You're
There
talking
hasn't been-
about the noise?
No, it's not noise, it's safety. And if you had been reading those emails, it said safety 1,000 times over. There's a, what is it?
Oh, how many crashes have happened?
Well, that's the whole point. We're trying to hope that none ever do.
Okay.
Okay, and so how many bird strikes have there been? Because I actually know the answer to that question. But yet we're de-designating environmentally sensitive land. So if you want to play the numbers game, I could play that a lot. It's not about crashes, it's about safety. I'm asking for a meeting where we come together. That's all I'm asking for. By July 1st, can we please make that happen?
But are you
I'm
saying?
just a meeting.
Are you saying a community-wide meeting?
A community, let's just start with whoever's emailed you, let's open it up to the community for sure, if they would like to attend, and let's have a discussion. Let's have another meeting, yes, because things need to be discussed in public forum. So make a meeting happen before July 1st, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Very good. All right, further commissioning. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. That really didn't sit well with me, Mr. Harrison. Mocking the, but yeah, no, what you said, mocking the potential for a safety issue at an air park like that just seems like a slippery slope to me and not one that I would want to be on. So I, too, have been on all these emails, and while I don't think that's exactly what this agenda item is about, you should use your microphone also if you're going to speak, please. And if you want to interrupt me, I don't really care. I know you're frustrated. I can sense, I'm sitting right in between the two of you. Like, we can sense the frustration here. I get it. But you do, even if you don't like us, you work for us. So some follow-up has to happen from that workshop, because we did all sit there and took lists of action items and made some promises, not about solutions, but about things that we were going to look into. And I don't know that much of that has been done, because I've been in a lot of emails where people are frustrated and feeling like it was a total dead end and waste of time. So I don't even know if the right answer is another meeting, just like in the same format, but some form of productive follow-up needs to happen. So that's on that issue. My concern is still trying to get the timeline of this. So were the agreements that are still in place for another, it was 2 years, so this RFP went out last summer, so there were still agreements in place for 2 years after the RFP went out.
They expired June of 27.
Is that like a 3-year contract that had like 2 1-year renewals or something? 'Cause
I
otherwise
think that one was a 5-year one. It may have been a 5-year one, similar to our other professional contracts.
So somehow we, 3 years into a 5-year contract, put out a request for letters of intent to redo this. Okay. Who are the current agreements with? Because we have 3 names here. We've got Kimley Horn, HDR, and Garver that were rank ordered. Are those the same?
Currently, we have HDR and Kimley Horn. This would add a third one, Garver.
Did we need a third one, or is just how the rankings sorted out here?
No, we had 4 submittals, and the ranking panel selected the highest 3.
Okay. So, like I said at the beginning, I just wanted to get this out here because my concern is that we're doing things we don't need to do, and that's wasting people's time and energy. Like, I've looked at all that recommendation, the scoring sheets, and there's a lot that went into this, so. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith.
This kind of awkward because we can't really do anything with this until next June. So you would have to rank everybody again. So voting, Mr. Berman, if we vote no on this or we vote yes on this, I guess I don't know what the consequences of either vote is.
You can vote yes, but there apparently, I don't know if the bid was closed out, is the bid still open technically on this? Apparently, there are contracts that are not needed at this time. So why we would vote yes would be up to you. That's the whole reason, I guess, why management wanted to strike the matter, because it's not relevant at this time. I understand discussion was desired, but It might be appropriate now for a motion to strike, now that we've had the discussion that was desired. If you want to vote on it, you can do that too. For what purpose, I will never question the commission's decision, but I'm all ears at this point.
All right, then I would like to make a motion to strike agenda item number 17.
Second.
Very good. Is there discussion on motion to strike? No discussion. Okay, in which case, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
No.
Commissioner Perkins,
No.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Okay, that ends number 17. I just want to, real quickly, just take a moment. Mr. Mueller, thank you for showing up. Thank you for being here this late. Apologize about the late hour, but feel free to show up anytime. Audience to be heard. You can say, please, you don't need to wait. That's my point. Thank you. Item number 18 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute continuing contracts between the City of Pompano Beach and Design Collaborative Architects Planners, Inc., Walter Zakari Associates, PLLC, Curry Sowards Aguila Architects, Inc., Design to Form LLC, and the Tamara Peacock Company Architects of Florida, Inc., for professional architectural services, RLI 26-002, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Saropoulos.
John Sfropoulos, City Engineer. Our existing architectural contracts expire on May 3rd, 2026. This ordinance is to approve 5 new continuing contracts for architectural consulting services with the city. RLI number 26-002 resulted in 15 proposals, and the review panel selected the highest 5 ranked firms, and the scoring matrix is included in your backup. The 5 proposed contracts are all the same with the exception of Exhibit C, which is the fee schedule, and the contracts will be effective for 3 years. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Commissioner Fezzik.
Thank you. I just want to point out, again, I understand the reasoning behind a lot of these continuing contracts, but given the fact that we have a mess here in some of the projects that we don't get clear communication, and I'd like us to try to start pushing, I'm going to start pushing the reset button at this point and make sure that we do what we can to have things come back to us so we can discuss whatever we're going to be pushing forward, and make sure that all the residents have a chance to know what's going to happen before we start throwing money at it. Thank you.
Very good. Further, Vice Mayor.
I have a question, because I understand the intent of what you're trying to do here, right? You're trying to say, I'm not going to give you carte blanche to go execute unlimited agreements with any of these 5 firms to do X, Y, and Z without telling us, right? That's, so if we don't have this, if we don't approve this, what happens if we need some kind of services that are laid out in the RLI here?
We would be forced to go out and solicit, and it's an extremely inefficient process to do that for every one of our projects. You would be crippling us by not approving these contracts.
Why would it force you to go solicit it? Why couldn't you just pick somebody and sign a contract with them like we do for everything
Because there's certain state statute thresholds that don't allow us to do that without going out to solicit. This allows us up to the $500,000 for a study or $7.5 million in construction, if the result would be $7.5 million in construction, to go out and use this contract without having to solicit.
Right. So if there's a project that would come in at less than $7.5 million for design or whatever, or for the project itself, you can just go hire one of these companies.
Correct.
Like on a retainer, basically, right? So.
Well, it would be via work authorization, which would have to come back to you for approval.
But does it come back to us for approval and if it's less than $200,000?
That's correct, but that's a policy change that if you all want to change, go ahead and do it, but don't tie that to this because we need these contracts in place to get all our CIP projects completed.
Right, so, but you understand the struggle here, right? Because I can make a motion now to bring every contract back to us that's over $75,000, and it's not going to pass. So if we don't have these contracts, then then this has to come back, and it slows it down, and we know that there's an RFP out there, what the scope is and all the details of it, right? And I get that it takes all the projects that we want to accomplish, and it makes it really challenging.
I would not recommend doing that, Vice Mayor. That would really hurt the city to not pass these contracts.
Give me an example. Pick a very specific example of something that's in the CIP that won't happen or how it will happen differently.
It would have to actually, we would have to solicit for 30 days. We would have to establish a ranking panel. We'd have to rank all the proposals and so forth. Then we'd have to bring it back before you. We'd have to get it would be months. We have a mechanism in place to sign a work authorization to move on the design.
That work authorization does not come back to us.
If it's less than 200,000. Right. But you would know it anyway because it's in our CIP. We don't just.
I'm sorry. I'm so sick of hearing that one. Just because it's in the CIP, we didn't know. Paving didn't start and it's in the CIP. We don't. Just because it's in the budget is not the answer for what's happening, because we don't know who got hired, when they got hired, what it was, what contract got signed, what it cost, because we don't see any of that. Just because it was in a CIP, that there's a project, doesn't mean I know how much the design of it's going to cost.
We update our city website. We have our projects on there.
Communication is not go to a website. That is not communication.
Okay, well, we could work on that aspect of it and still have these contracts in place.
I would be fine supporting all of this if any contract signed under this agreement or with any of these consultants over 75,000 comes back to us.
I can't make the decision. That's like I said, a policy decision.
I'd like to make a motion that any work done under these continuing contracts that is more than $75,000 comes back for this body's approval.
Second.
Okay. Been moved and seconded to have anything over $75,000 come back to this body for approval. That's the motion, basically. Discussion on the motion.
Yeah.
Commissioner Fessick.
Look, I want to make sure I'm very clear about what I'm speaking about here. I've sat here now for a little over a year and 3 months, and I have been consistently told that I either have to go along or I'm told that I have to vote some way, or if things have moved too far along, that we now are at this point, yes or no, that it's basically a dangling carrot all the time. And I'm not saying that that's the case with this. When something's broken or something's clearly wrong in any system, if the red light in your car goes on, you don't keep driving it. You just pull over, you stop, and you call a mechanic. And given what I have seen in the past several months, and given what I have seen, again, like I said, we're going to be talking about it, given that I have seen about our consultants and how we've been doing things in the city, and the fact that our city manager isn't even responding to residents for one particular item over multitudes of emails, or directing staff to address them in one instance. A design project we didn't even know about with the city hall and the parking garage was a whole nother piece that we were basically told about after the fact somewhat. The design project for city hall was choose A or B. I understand some of these things are in the MDA, and I understand a lot of things, but when things are so fundamentally broken, you have to put the brakes on, you have to stop, and you have to take the time, as painful as it may be, to take things apart and see what's wrong and fix it step by step. And I appreciate, and I'm sorry if it gums up the works of some of the projects that we really wanted to get done and really need to get done. And I will even say to you, to make that my promise to you, because of what I'm saying here, is that if ever needs to be a special meeting called related to certain items, I'm happy to participate. But I would much rather be flooded with information that is structured and keeps us well informed of what is happening day to day in the city, which I have asked for since day one, essentially, from our city manager to provide. It's not your responsibility, it's your city manager's responsibility to communicate with us. And systematically, I've had to go dig for information rather than just be provided information. I used this analogy a couple times, and this is all, and I'll end on this. I used this analogy in different meetings I've had, where I've had to explain what this commission is able to do and what we're not able to do. That I don't have a fairy wand, I'm not a fairy godmother, I can't make things happen as much as I really want them to, because we currently have a 3-3 vote, and I'm only 1 vote out of 6. Secondly, I don't feel that I have the support of a lot of the city manager in many times. I would say probably about 80%. I ask for information, I'm told maybe, we'll see, I'll try, I'll get it for you, or sure, and then sure doesn't happen in the time frame that I had asked for previously. So this has now gone on. So what the definition of insanity is beating your head up against the wall and thinking that things are going to get better. It's not. If we were a corporation and we were a board and Mr. Harrison was a CEO, and sorry, Berman, I'm going to throw you in here, just the general counsel, right? We would still be in charge. You want to record me? Thank you. We would still be in charge of making policy decisions, and we would still be in charge of if somebody was not performing the correct way, or if we weren't meeting financial numbers, or transparency was not being provided. That board is the board's responsibility to make sure that it either does happen, or you would be replacing your CEO, or you would be replacing your council. And I just want to say, I absolutely think that if this is what it takes just to make sure that we actually take that power back and return it to the residents who elected us to make sure we're making important policy decisions and important decisions with their money, that's what it's going to take. So I've been taunted and said that, well, go see an oversight board. We are the oversight board. How about we probably clean up our own mess first, and then if we have a problem cleaning up our mess, we'll go see an oversight board. But for right now, that's my position on it, and that's why I will support the motion. Let's try to clean up our own mess first. I will support the motion to see the contracts and make decisions that are educated ones. Thank you, Commissioner. I look forward to being recorded from you again. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion?
Mayor.
Commissioner Sigerson.
Excuse me, there was a very good question asked, John. Can you give me an example? For example, my CIP project, the connectivity between the Bury Center and my community, will that be affected?
All our CIP projects would be affected. We would have to.
Okay, well, let's see. Will Vice Mayor's $8.5 million bridge raising be affected by this?
Well, it's already designed.
The design is done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
it's for design work.
Anything that's
To be clear, that's not my project. nor is
Excuse
the
me, I have the
Okay,
floor.
okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Sigerson.
Okay, so anything that's not designed is going to be held up. All the CIP projects that have been put in the pipeline for the rest of the city and other districts, let's say my sidewalks at Leisureville, that needs a design plan.
Everything that requires outside design consulting services will be required to be solicited through the procurement process.
Okay, and that is a problem.
It's a huge problem.
Thank you.
Very good. Further, Vice Mayor.
Well, I guess it's not really a problem because all we're asking for is to have these agreements come before us if they're $75,000 or more. So that solves everyone's problems. We want to see the agreements come before us for approval, and we want to keep the projects going. So I guess it's up to you if you want to keep the projects going to learn to compromise. I know. It's funny, isn't it? Compromise is hilarious.
So back to the motion. The motion was to bring everything over $75,000 or over, lower the limit back down to $75,000 to come back to the commission for approval. For the design services, yeah, consultants. Any further commission discussion? Mr. Berman?
I believe that's going to require an ordinance change, Mayor. I have to look, but I believe it's set out by ordinance, so.
Well, if
that's the direction.
If it's approved, you'll have to do an ordinance.
I just want to point out one other thing, that services procurement or acquisition of professional services for architects and engineerings don't just require a bid. Under CCNA, the Competitive Consultants Negotiation Act, they require to go through a certain specific, a little more intense process. You have to have a certain minimum number of responses. You have to do certain things. So this type of service for architectural services involves a longer or a greater procurement process. I just want you to be aware of that. I'm not trying to change any minds, but architectural and engineering services are procured differently. So thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Smith?
Just want to make a statement that we never have this issue when utilities comes and they do the same exact thing because they have to have contractors available to do the work that needs to get done. This is no different than what we do for the utilities department, is to provide what we can do for engineering. So I don't understand why we can't support it for one department, but we support it for another department. And I do not want to bottleneck this so that we can't move forward with projects. Maybe just a place that we can go to and look. You said it's online, so we can go to the CIP site and we can see what's going on. But why would we want to put a stop to them moving forward?
Commissioner
with that
Smith,
department?
on that note, I'd just like to say that, for instance, the next item is on the civil engineering contracts. Utilities uses those as well. So we'd be hurting other departments as well.
Thank you. I just don't understand why we would be stopping progress in our city.
Well, so far we're
Fair.
not on that issue. We're dealing with the motion to lower the level back down to $75,000. Then we'll get back to the actual item itself. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. I want to make sure it's very clear that I am not attempting in any way, and nor do I think that having a $75,000 touch point is going to hurt anybody. We're happy to, and we're not trying to punish any one department over the other. To Commissioner Smith, just to make sure we're clear, Rome wasn't built in a day, and you can't take on all projects all at once. There's certain things here that starts with one project, and as you kind of go down through with, let's start with what we can start with. And if it is just saying, hey, checkpoint, the better we get at communication, it's because we're going to be practicing it. So just like you have to learn to write cursive and learn to write your letters, if we're going to start at basics, which apparently we need to, because we've forgotten how to compromise or work together and communicate well, that's why this is important, because we need to get back to the basics and make sure that the communication is flowing freely. So the only way to do that is to practice. Thank you.
Very good. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think the intent's to hurt any one department or another. And I just want to be really clear, the assertion that, oh, no big deal, just go to a website and check stuff every day. I'm not going to 100 city websites to check every project every day. We are city commissioners here, and I don't know any other city that doesn't have get the respect to get the information pushed to them. I'm not going out there and trying to navigate our city website for hours a day when all the information resides with staff, and it is part of their job to let us know what's going on. All I'm asking for is a little mechanism here that provides one more step of oversight, just like you said, oversight's fine, one step of oversight on this and to move it forward. All I'm saying is we're going to reduce the signing threshold to $75,000 in this, so things have to come back to us more often so we all know what's going on, which isn't a bad thing. I want to know what's going on, but I'm also not going to sit there and check every website every day. That's not a satisfactory answer to me as
That
a
was
city
an
commissioner.
example. It was.
No, but it's not always the answer. Oh, it's in the CIP, it's in the budget, it's in a website. No, we're the city commission. Like, let us know what's going on. And if you can't let us know what's going on, then we need to create the structure so it has to come back to us. That's where I think we're at here. There isn't enough oversight and there isn't enough communication, so we need to find a way to create some of this to get comfortable moving projects forward. That's it. That's called compromise, Commissioner Smith.
Can I make
Commissioner
one comment?
Smith, go ahead.
The difference is having it come to us and we're aware of what's going on. You're asking for an approval of everything they bring to us at $75,000 or more. That slows it down. That has to wait for the commission. And does it have to have 2 readings? Don't know.
No.
No, okay. But still, it slows the process down of just getting a contractor involved. So I don't disagree to let's see what's coming. Maybe we can do some kind of thing where you can email us weekly or monthly, but to stop the progress and vote on something that's 75,000, that's what I'm not supporting here.
It's over 75.
Okay, so let's go back, let's stay focused on what the motion is. So the $75,000 motion, that's what we're dealing with, not the actual item yet. Any further discussion on the motion? Public input, any public input on this item, please come forward. Don't want to miss that. Right, Mr. Berman? Nothing?
Okay?
Just name and address.
No, I'm just getting a dirty look, and I don't know why. Anyway, Ann Bosworth, 4015 West Palm Air Drive, and I just wanted to remind you, Commissioner Smith, that previous Commissioner, Ms. Barry Moss, actually voted against raising this level. It's important. It's important to me. I wouldn't give, I mean, no offense to anybody, but sometimes the spending in this city looks like I gave my 12-year-old a credit card and told her to be responsible. It's time for you to just put your hands behind your back a little bit. Maybe it's not 75, maybe it's 100, but 200 is outrageous. I wouldn't spend your money at $200,000 without asking you first. So that's what I expect from you. Don't spend my money without asking. Thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public? Seeing? Yep.
Clinton Mueller, 1080 Northeast 28th. Listening to kind of everything, and I just want to kind of take everybody back for 1 second when you guys were talking about term limits a second ago. It was amazing to hear your speech, Ms. Eaton. It was amazing because, and then yours, and all, you know, each and every one of you gets what it means to be a public servant, right? And I also have come to enough of these to hear one kind of major overriding theme as a whole. And again, it's not to basically say there's scandal, there's other horrible things in the closet behind us. No, that's not that. If that was the case or not the case, basically, we've had clean audits for 14 years, okay? And that's something to be commended on behalf of everybody. However, the one thing that I would just try to bring up again here to everybody is we can be more transparent. We can bring information to your fingertips. The technology is available for all of us. And if it's difficult for you guys to get a hold of it, imagine how hard it is for a citizen and a resident in the city of Pompano to know what's going on. We can do better. We can communicate better. We can sit there and provide technology that's readily available, that you can get any of the information you want at the drop of a hat. It's just got to be enacted. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll on the motion.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Nope. We're back on the actual item. Further discussion on the item itself. Let's see, Commissioner Fezzik.
Thank you. This is the last time, so don't worry. I see you making your notes. I've made residents a promise that I was going to stand firm for them. And I'm very disappointed by how that motion turned out. And again, Mr. Stavropoulos, I don't want you to feel like this is against your department by any means, because it's not. This is something that I feel we need to have better oversight and better transparency as a city. I'm tired of having residents beg for it in emails, in conversations. I'm tired of them thinking things that are not true. We have an amazing staff. I know that everybody's, for the most part, their heart's probably in the right place. The lack of not seeing the numbers is a problem for me. It's going to be a no. I can't support giving somebody a credit card, and after just even two people here who are speaking, plus a lot of everything else, we need to come up with new ways to fix this. And Mr. Harrison and Mr. Berman, please don't take me the wrong way. I don't mean to find a workaround so that we don't get to have a voice again. So I purposely mean that we address this with the residents and we address this moving forward. I will not support this, and I won't support anything moving forward that is not going to give residents the opportunity for us to check everybody's work. Thanks.
Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Sigerson Eaton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
No.
Mayor Hart?
Yes. All right. Item number 19 is a first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute continuing contracts between the City of Pompano Beach and Kimley Horn and Associates, Inc., Baxter Woodman, Inc., Keith and Associates, Inc., Thompson and Associates, Inc., Civil Engineering, Chen Moore and Associates, Inc., Munson Design and Consulting, Inc., McKim and Creed, Inc., and Arcadis US, Inc. for professional civil engineering services. RLI 26-003, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Saropoulos.
John Sfropoulos, City Engineer. Our existing civil engineering contracts expire on May 3rd, 2026. This ordinance is to approve 8 new continuing contracts for civil engineering consulting services with the city. RLI number 26-003 resulted in 21 proposals, and the review panel selected the highest eight ranked firms, and the scoring matrix is included in your backup. The 8 proposed contracts are all the same, with the exception of Exhibit C, which is the fee schedule, and the contracts will be effective for 3 years. And I'd like to point out that the type of projects that we would be doing with these contracts are paving, grading, drainage, water, sewer, reclaimed, pump stations, seawalls, bridges, traffic. All those projects will be held up.
I'd like to make.
All right, this is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion.
I'd like to make a motion.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Thanks. I'd like to make a motion that we try this again with this particular item and set a $75,000 threshold for contracts coming through this so that we can continue to move projects forward, and making sure that we also ensure that there's no pretend workarounds where these numbers are purposely not coming to us, right? So just $75,000 threshold for the project to just be for approval so we can continue to move things forward.
Can I ask you a question first?
Sure.
Do you have another way, a recommendation that I'm open to it for better communication and still, all right, I'm sorry.
My
I'm going to
recommendation.
second it, but it's also 11 p.m.
Right, I know. I will offer this as a recommendation. I would recommend that Mr. Harrison figure that out and get back to us. Thank you.
So the motion is to drop the limit down to 75,000 as per the last one.
Thank you.
Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay, there was a second to that? Who seconded?
Second, I did, but it's 11 p.m.
I understand that.
The
Okay, it's
last
been
time.
moved and seconded to drop the level down to 75,000. Discussion on the motion.
Call the roll.
Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. For commission discussion, seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson Eaton?
No.
Commissioner Smith? Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
No. Okay, we're back on the actual item. The discussion on the item. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Sigerson Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
No.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. All right.
Mayor, before
At
we
this
adjourn-
point in time, it's 11:02. Does anyone want to make a motion to extend our meeting to midnight?
I make a motion, we extend the meeting to midnight.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second to extend the meeting till
Sorry,
midnight.
I have a conflicting appointment tomorrow that can't be skipped, so I just want to make sure that.
Well, we
try to
now have a motion and a second to extend our meeting. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none? Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Singerson Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
No.
Mayor Harton.
No. Okay, that takes us up to item number 20 as a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Unsafe Structures and Housing Appeals Board of the City of Pompano Beach as architect for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on April 26, 2029, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. I'll go ahead and nominate Justin Yano, architect, incumbent. Any further nominations to this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Item 21 is a resolution.
A resolution, the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Unsafe Structures and Housing Appeals Board of the City of Pompano Beach as engineer for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on April 26, 2029, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. I'll go ahead and nominate Hector Barrigan, structural engineer, incumbent, District 1. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Item 22 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Sand Spurs Advisory Board of the City of Pompano Beach for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on April 28, 2029, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. I'll go ahead and nominate Nancy Olson, incumbent, District 1. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Item 23 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Sand Spurs Advisory Board of the City of Pompano Beach for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on April 28, 2029, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. I'll go ahead and nominate Jerry Bowman, incumbent, District 3. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. That takes us up to additional audience to be heard. Any additional audience to be heard? There
No
shouldn't be.
additional audience to be heard.
Okay, our next scheduled meetings, we got May 12th, 2026 at 1 p.m., regular City Commission meeting, followed by May 26th, 2026 at 6 p.m., a regular City Commission meeting. Takes us up to reports. Mr. Harrison, any reports?
Yes, sir. Following up with the direction from the commission regarding about not negotiating a new contract, BSO.
Okay.
So I've got a memo here for the record, and basically I'm describing what we would be doing here in the next few months with regard to negotiating a contract. Just as you requested, I believe, sir.
Okay.
So, Kervin, if you'll make that part of the record.
Yes, sir.
So, you stole part of my thunder on my reports, Mayor, when Rob was up there. But, Rob, would you stand again? And Mike, would you stand, please?
Mike Rada.
So, Rob is retiring on May 27th. Mike is retiring on June 21st. We want to thank you guys for your longstanding history here.
Hear,
in
hear.
the city, and good luck in your retirement. We'll have to find a cake for Mike because he likes cake. So, anyway, that concludes my report, Mayor. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. Mr. Berman, City Attorney.
Yes, very quickly, as promised, we've received, or I've negotiated or worked on 2 settlements on the PFAS litigation that we have. First settlement was with Tyco, and we've received payment number 1. Tyco payment number 1 has been received and deposited, $1,796,124.14, which we have received, and it's in the bank. 5% of that has been held by the court administrator to cure any unanticipated problems that may arise, so we will be getting some more funds later on as the settlement proceeds. The second check we received was payment 1 against BASF, $747,071.59 for a total toward our PSAF mitigation that we're going to need when we rehab our facilities to handle this PSAF problem. The total is $2,543,195.66. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Very good. Very nice. Thank you. Mr. Alfred, City Clerk.
No report.
Very good. Takes us up to City Commissioners. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. I apologize that it's so late, but a couple things quickly that I'll take care of are, I want to say thank you to the neighborhoods and the HOAs that I was invited to come speak. It was really great to get to meet everybody and have a good conversation about the things that are important to them. As always, I'm always available to meet with anybody as needed. A couple of things I wanted to follow up with. I want to say before I forget, thank you for Mario for working with some of the residents that were having some issues related to codes. I think we can come together on some of the concerns that we're having in the district related to just timing of certain things. But I want to appreciate you for being very gracious and taking the time to answer the residents and work with them to find a favorable outcome. I was informed on the way here that Atlantic Bridge, Mr. Harrison, from the folks over at Miragio, that the Atlantic Bridge, it needs to be welded again. Apparently there's some loose rails, and was just sent on the way over here, so I wanted to make sure I made notice of it quickly. I wanted to talk briefly about those Moby mats and ask you, Mr. Harrison, while I've got you, do we have any movement on that? Is that something that you have any update for us on? Okay. Is there a way that we could, I feel really strongly about this because our tagline is Florida's warmest welcome. And right now at the beach where we're promoting tourism and promoting people to show up and spend time and being very inviting and welcoming, we're missing the boat for some folks who have some challenges when it comes to accessibility. So, Mr. Harrison, I believe it was only like $13,000 or $15,000 in it, and it would mean more than that. The world would be priceless for some folks to be able to be out on the beach and enjoy the beach. I'd like to make a motion that you look into approval and installation by August 1st for the Moby mats, so that we can at least begin even on a small basis, the ability for everybody to be able to enjoy our beach. The motion for installation for the Moby mats to be installed by. We brought all the prices to him before.
Just ask him to do it.
I've tried asking him to do it.
Won't do it.
Okay, so I thought this was addressed by Scott. I thought he said.
Pretty sure they're on order. I'll have to check. If I knew you were going to ask about it, I could have checked with.
Well, that's kind of the point of the meetings.
They're on order, right? Okay.
Crazy. Thank you. I've had several residents ask me about it, like, hey, when's it going to happen? When's it going to happen? What's the update? And I've asked, so I'm just following up. Thank you.
So, Commissioner, that you're not making a motion?
Well, if he says we're going to look into it, can we? Is it something that is ordered, Mr. Harrison?
I believe it is, but these guys would know for sure. So anyway, they said they'd get us a report, and we'll get a report.
Okay. Can I have that report to us by the end of the week, please, just to let us know, so I can answer these residents, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Same situation with the crosswalks. Can I also get a report or an update each Thursday by 7 o'clock to see where we are with these crosswalks and the FDOT approval, so that we don't have residents crossing the street or fearing for their lives when they're being hit during this FDOT project? I brought forward before these lit crosswalks that we could spend minimal dollars on, and we would be able to use them again throughout the city. So $3,500 a piece for a set for a crosswalk. But I understand we need some approvals from FDOT or Broward County to be able to use the sign. I've talked to Chip LaMarca, and he has also pledged his support to help to talk to FDOT or be a liaison if we need it. I would just like to know where we stand on that, because it's now been a couple months, and I'd like to make sure we move something forward if possible.
All right. We'll find out where we're at.
Thank you. McNabb Bridge project. I've been talking to a couple different businesses along McNabb Road, And Vice Mayor, you may have some similar concerns. Obviously, when we take on a project like this, it's important, and we try to, as best we can, to plan for it. So there's a couple things here. One, it's a plea to residents and citizens and neighbors to please not forget the businesses, and many of them are small local businesses that are existing on McNabb Road, whether on the east side or the west side, and try to make a special attempt to go give them your business, because they are hurting just as much as we don't like the frustration of not having that bridge open. They especially don't like it because they don't get the traffic that they're used to having, and people are just finding other ways or avoiding that area entirely. So the second side of that is, from a city standpoint, when we do projects like this that impact businesses, is there or has there ever been a possibility where we have some sort of relief program in place or a grant in place to help some of these businesses that they may be able to apply for the time frame that they are experiencing a loss due to our construction projects?
We haven't had any that I'm aware of since I've been here. I'm going on 13 years.
Okay. Mr. Berman, is it something that other municipalities, I'm going to lean on you a little, maybe you could look into that and find out if other municipalities or cities do something similar when they have sort of improvement projects that would impact a business?
I'll be happy to take a look.
Thank you. I think it's important that we talk about that and see what we can do as a city and as a commission to make sure that we kind of help keep that area thriving. I'm going to briefly touch on remote attendance and how other cities and technology again. Sorry. What?
Go ahead.
Remote attendance via Zoom or phoning in. If you remember back in September, there was an issue, and Mr. Berman, I wish you safe travels wherever you may be going for the next meeting. There are certainly things that come up in our lives, and I think it's time that we look at ways we can apply technology to make sure that, not all the time, but occasionally we will be able to phone in without being our name dragged through the mud or having to provide anything other than a simple, hey, I would really like to make it, and I've not been able to change my schedule. Vice Mayor, you have children, and you know, while you have your family that's able to help sometimes, I understand that it takes you to move worlds sometimes to get here, and even miss games and things like that, or things that are really instrumental in a child's development. And I know that it pains you. If it's not an everyday thing, of course, and you know, we all have things, we try our best to manipulate our schedules around certain things, but just like tonight, you know, did we all expect to be sitting here at 11:30? No, we probably didn't. I think it's time for us to revisit that availability to be a little bit more flexible, given that technology is where it is. And other cities have been doing it, even cities smaller than us, and they're doing a really bang-up job of even allowing audience to be heard to attend remotely. So I'd like to make a motion that we allow commissioners the ability, and if Mr. Berman says it needs to come back as a certain item, I'm happy to do that. But in the interim, I'd like for us to be able to extend each other the grace that if something does come up, I don't want what happened to me in September to happen to any of you, and I would never support that sort of exclusion because we represent all the residents. And so I'd like to make a motion that we allow remote participation and have Mr. Berman bring back whatever updates to the ordinance to allow either Zoom or phone calls when necessary.
Just a point of information, Mr. Berman, don't we already allow for that?
Yeah, we do. Why do we need a motion?
Well, because it's restrictive apparently, and it says it can be changed by city commission, something or other.
Mr. Berman?
We have a resolution that the commission has already approved allowing remote participation. There just has to be some information provided, doesn't have to be specific to the commission, that there are extraordinary circumstances, and whatever those are, we don't need specifics, a family affair, a family event, something, and the commission will determine whether they allow the participation. It's already in place, and it's just a matter of providing some basic information, not specifics where anyone is, where they're going, how long they'll be gone, just somewhat of the nature, that's all that's required, so.
Right, and so if you remember correctly, back in September, I was ready and able, and I had definitely an extenuating circumstance that was not by choice. It was a planned event that I was accompanying my husband to a place where he was giving a plenary lecture at an international university, and for as much as he supports me every day in everything I do, that had been on the calendar well before I was elected. I informed both Mr. Alfred and Ms. McKenna that I had done everything I could, moved mountains even, because I actually changed my flight last minute because I had to make a CRA meeting because we didn't have that policy in effect for the CRA either. And yet, while I was gone, I called in, I made every arrangement, I sat on the phone, we did the speaker thing. It came down to a vote. And prior to that, a year earlier, because there was an extenuating circumstance for Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton, there was no vote. She was just phoning in. So I want to be really clear moving forward that that never happens again. It shouldn't be a vote because it wasn't a vote before. So why was it a vote for me and not a vote for Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton when both of us provided in advance?
We didn't vote. We didn't vote on the dais.
Did.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, and they voted not to let her participate.
It was a 3-2.
I voted.
No, it was 3-2.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was on the phone listening, and I was not able to participate.
Oh, yes, I do remember now.
And
Yeah, I
then
do.
And then I got to watch.
But I'd never heard a vote before, you're correct.
Right, and there was never a vote before. So I would like clarification on this because I don't want this to repeat for anybody, and I felt strongly about it before, but I want to make sure. I'm just cleaning up all the little things that today, and I'd like clarification from Mr. Berman that if that already exists, that does not come down to a vote. It's absolutely just a professional courtesy.
I'll be happy to provide everyone with a copy of the resolution, which I'm trying to find right now amidst all my papers.
Okay.
And if you want to make any changes, I'm happy to do it. My recollection of the one situation was that the commission just wanted to know the nature. We didn't have to know anyone was getting anything. It's just a family event. I have to be out of the family members being honored. Something basic, and I think my recollection was that there was no information provided, which is, but normally it's just everyone agree, or is there a motion to allow remote, and it's just, that's the first time I ever saw, that it wasn't approved, but there was no information there, and I think that was the problem at the time, and the commission had nothing to base the decision on. Whether it's a formal vote, I think it's always just been a motion, and everyone's just
There's never been a
agreed to it.
There was not a motion with Commissioner Sigerson.
Okay,
She was
well,
just on the phone.
there may be.
And I want to
Yeah, you're right.
correct.
It was not a motion.
And I want to correct something really quickly because I did provide information, and I specifically provided information to both Ms. McKenna and Mr. Alfred that I was going out of town, and I didn't want to announce that I was going out of town and would not be at my home. Right. And we had back and forth internal emails discussing that. And discussing how I changed my flight to try to make a phone call even to make sure that I was working there and change my flight for the CRA meeting and not this. I'm just adding that, I'm bringing it up, and I want it with absolute clarity before we close out tonight that there's not a vote. It is a mutual and professional courtesy, and that's never going to happen again. Because I wouldn't want it to happen. If you want to go see your grandchild, not that you can vote, but you know what I mean?
I understand. I'm not arguing. I'm just saying that I will provide you with the policy that the commission has adopted that's currently in place. If you want to discuss it more, if you want to change it, I'm happy to do that. Again, I'm not disputing how you feel with what took place. I am just saying it's already been discussed. There's been a very, at the time, believed to be workable policy in place. Apparently, it didn't work at that time, and I'm happy to make whatever changes you want. This is a policy decision for the commission, not for me, and I'll effectuate whatever it is that you as a group would like.
I don't think that we need to make a change if I just am asking for clarification. There was no vote for Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton the year prior, and there was a vote for me twice.
That was the mayor's decision.
And so I'd like to know what's the differentiation, and so which rule applies? Is it the vote or the no vote? Why is it different for different commissioners?
Depends on who it is.
I don't believe it was the mayor's decision.
Well, I don't know whose it was, but why is it different for different commissioners?
But you called the meeting, Mayor, so it was your decision to call the vote, and we voted. Your decision to call the vote.
Well, it's my,
I would just, I don't want to blame, so sorry, guys, I don't want to blame anybody. I just want to say, I would like clarification as to,
Deal with it directly because it'll happen again.
right, I want to
It
make
was
sure
the
we
mayor.
clear it up right now and make sure that the ordinance says, as long as we provide notice, then you're, it's not going to come to a vote, so it's not a match. It's just, and the way I look at it is, really, if Commissioner Sager-Siddian had been provided the professional courtesy a year prior, I should have been afforded the same one, and even though we can't go back in time and fix that, I understand, what we can do is make sure it's very clear moving forward that we are going to extend professional courtesy as per our ordinance or resolution or whatever it is, as written. So, asking for clarification now.
And I'll be happy to provide you with that clarification.
Okay, so no more votes, is basically, do I need to make a motion for no more votes? So I need to make, I'll make a motion for us to not have to extend each other professional courtesy as per that ordinance, as it has been done before. And not restrict a commissioner.
So is your motion
It's
to?
not changed. It's not changed.
Is your motion to allow commissioners just to remote participation?
I mean, as per the ordinance, the existing, I'm saying, it's not.
Mr. Berman
Right.
described that and said that but the commission has some input to it.
Correct.
My recollection of the resolution is that it says upon commission consent. The question is, how do you arrive at that consent? That's what, usually it's a motion, or she can't be here, does everyone agree she can participate remotely? I don't know if it ever was a formal vote, but there has to be commission agreement that that could take place. That's how it was handled then. It might have been more formal, because my recollection also is that it was a budget hearing, not just a regular meeting, which might have required a little more formality. However, whether it was or not, upon commission consent, I believe, is the keystone of that determination. And as long as the commission agrees, that's fine. But the commission did not agree that night. I don't know, I'm not going to get into it.
No, we don't have to get into that, but earlier you said that it was because, with proper notice, and now it's consent. And so I just want to be very clear about what it is, because
I didn't say improper notice. I recalled the discussion that what's the situation or what's going on, and that no one had an answer as to now whether you've given that to others. I don't know. I wasn't involved in that. My recollection was, I think there was some question as to why it was necessary, and no one could answer it at the time.
Well, there was a very
That's
public.
my recollection at this point. And again, I'm not here to argue with you
No,
about it.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just asking, I don't care what happened in the past. I'm saying, in terms of my vote, that's fine. I just want clarification.
I'll get a hold of the resolution
And that's
tomorrow.
fine. I'll hang out.
You'll have clarification.
I'll hang out, I'll wait on that one, and I'll leave it pending for the moment, because that's that's a non-negotiable for me moving forward. I need an answer for that, because otherwise it looks like we're playing favorites up here. Okay. I know it's 11:30 and we're starting to go to midnight. Sorry. All right, so I want to talk about something else since I'm sort of feel like I'm just cleaning my my file folders these days, but this is where we are. I've brought it up several times since we're talking about legalities and how things are done and processes. And I've heard over and over again from people, residents in general, and from us up here, that we want to make sure that those proper processes are being followed. And when they're not, we need to understand why. So basically, I have brought up multiple times, I've had concerns about some of our service contracts and how they were handled. There's one in particular that I have a very hard time, so I'll start with this. So it's not a policy disagreement, it's not a difference of opinion, it is specific documented violation of city charter and Florida law that has basically gone uncorrected for now over a year. So for context, the CRA, our CRA attorney, we have retained Ms. McKenna as its attorney since at least before 2015 or so. And every time that contract came up for renewal, it came up, I know it came up in 2016, in 2019, and in 22. It came before the CRA board. And there was a resolution. There was a vote. There was a public record. The files 19-308, 22-295, 16-46, 3 renewals, 3 board votes, and that was the established practice, and everybody knew it. In April 2025, last year, that contract was extended for another 3-year term. Same attorney, nothing else changed, same hourly rate, which she said was the best deal in town, as per her. I'm going to say that that's what, same 3-year term, no board vote, no agenda item, no resolution, no notice to the board. It was signed by this CRA director, city manager, or whoever was in his stead as his role as executive director for the CRA, and the mayor, and then confirmed on record when I brought it up at the December, and confirmed by Ms. McKenna at the December 16th last year's board meeting. So, no, that's a lot, but I want to be really precise about why this is not just simple misstep. Right, so we are here, and we're now a year out after me bringing it up several times. So, City Charter Section 251C states that any contract involving payments across more than 1 fiscal year is void, and that's the Charter's word, not mine, void, unless it is made or approved by ordinance. This is a 3-year contract. No ordinance was passed. Under the city's own charter, that contract has no legal force. Additionally, Florida Statute 163.3705 requires the CRA to follow the city's own procurement rules. Those rules require commission approval for contracts at or above $75,000, a formal competitive solicitation for professional services, and an ordinance for any multi-year service agreement. None of those steps were taken. So that in itself is an issue. But here's the other issue, because it's timing. So on April 1st of last year, I published an op-ed in the Sun Sentinel and the New Pelican, identifying the CRA attorney's relationship with RMA and my concerns related to that, our primary CRA consultant, as a potential conflict of interest. RMA's own press release, which was shown at the meeting from October 2023, describes Ms. McKenna as the leader of their compliance team by name while she was simultaneously serving as our board's attorney. And that press release, as mentioned in the meeting, was published by RMA. I didn't write it, I just cited it. That same month was when this contract that I'm referring to was quietly extended, without a board vote, without public notice, during the precise window when her dual role, or potential dual role, was under public scrutiny. And that's not coincidence. That appears to be more of a pattern. Since then, I've learned that there was a reply to my op-ed. And I've since learned that the mayor's published response to my op-ed, which he called my allegations careless and malicious, was written, at least in part, with the assistance of staff and consultants whose conduct I was criticizing. So I have documentation of that, and I don't have to elaborate further there, but it is part of the record, and it is part of the FOIA request that I did. So I also want to note that under Charter Section 251A, the city attorney is part of the signing and approval chain for city contracts. So I know Mr. Berman is seated here tonight, and I just would like to respectfully ask on the record whether the city attorney's office reviewed that contract, in particular the 2025 CRA attorney agreement for compliance with Charter Section 251C before it was executed, and if so, what opinion was rendered?
Mr. Berman?
I don't recall reviewing a CRA contract. It's a CRA contract. The city's charter is not applicable to the CRA contracts. The CRA does not have ordinances, does not pass ordinances, so those portions of the city's charter are not applicable.
Okay.
But I don't recall reviewing it.
Thank you. Yeah, so, and I got this little piece that I said before, I got this actually from Ms. McKenna when I brought this up one of the times, but so Florida Statute 163.3705 requires the CRA to follow the city's own procurement rules. So that's what she cited to me. I'm not making this up. Right, but it's not legal services, it's a service contract.
Sorry, Mr. Berman, could you,
So,
well, we couldn't hear you.
okay, so and that's fine. But so I raised this at the October 14th City Commission meeting. I raised it at the October 21st CRA Board meeting. I raised it again at the December 16th CRA Board meeting, where a motion to void the contract failed on a 3-3 tie, with the mayor voting against it. Raised it again March 24th City Commission meeting, and tonight I'm raising it one more time with the full legal record, and I'm asking this commission to act. This is not about Ms. McKenna personally. My problem is with management and how this is handled. Again, there's people who knew what the requirements were, and when we're looking at this contract, I mean, we've talked about other contracts with other service contracts, and that's exactly what it is. It's listed as a service agreement, and the people involved in this one were our officials, our executive director, our CRA director, our mayor, our city. Again, so basically, these are all people who are highly valued in administrative functions, and they're fully aware of requirement because they had done it 3 times before. 3 years, 22, 19, 16. So in April 2025, for whatever reason, they chose to bypass the CRA board entirely. And I don't believe that was an accidental choice. It seems like it was done on purpose, because I can't understand or explain why it wasn't done the way it had been done 3 times prior, at least. So this commission has the authority and the obligation to correct it, and I would suggest that we do correct it and make sure that it's brought before us the proper way, because if we're talking about processes, we have to start and clean house first. So with that, I just want to make, I want to make a motion that basically I make a motion that the City Commission direct the City Attorney to provide within 14 days a written legal opinion on the validity of the CRA Legal Services Agreement executed, I'll give you the copy of this, executed in approximately 2025 with Claudia McKenna, specifically addressing 1, whether the agreement complies with City Charter Section 251C, requiring ordinance approval for multi-year contracts. 2, whether the CRA Board's approval was required under the Florida Statute Section 163.3563C. And 3, whether the competitive solicitation requirements of the city's procurement manual were satisfied.
Absolutely.
And that said opinion be provided to each commissioner and made be part of public record. I'm going to pass down just what I have.
Why do you need a motion?
Well, because I've asked 5 times, and this is the only way that apparently you get things done. Mr. Berman, you can have a copy of this if you'd like. You'd think I wouldn't have to, but.
Mr. Berman, can she do this without a motion? Can she just request you do something without a motion?
Mr. Berman? She can do a motion if she wants, directing, requesting information from the city attorney, but I think she's already gotten the information, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I've gotten the information, and the information.
You just don't like it?
It's not that I don't like it. It's against our city. You're against our own rules. Even Ms. McKenna stated the exact same thing. So
just restate your motion again.
You know what? Actually, let's put this on the. I'll make a motion. I move that the CRA board, for the next CRA board meeting, I move that the CRA board adopt a resolution declaring the April 2025 legal services agreement with Claudia McKenna void ab initio on the grounds that it was 1, executed without CRA board authorization in violation of Florida Statute 163.3563C. 2, it's a multi-year contract that was never approved by ordinance as required by City Charter Section 251C. And 3, it was procured without competitive solicitation as required under Florida Statute 163.375. And it was further directing the executive director to cease payments under that agreement and place in the procurement of CRA legal services on the next board agenda through proper RFP/RFQ process.
Commissioner Fessick, I'm sorry, but we're at a city commission meeting, not a CRA meeting.
I understand that. I said, I'll make the motion for our executive director to put that on there in our next meeting.
On the agenda.
On the agenda for our next meeting, and it can go all through legal. We have a whole solid week for them to fix it.
Okay, so there's a motion directing our city manager. I mean, Mr. Berman, is this,
Thought it was directing me.
Well, we can.
Well, it's directing somebody to put something on a CRA agenda from.
Since we're going to play this game of, we're not going to play this game. We're not going to play the let's get
clarification.
So I asking a very direct question because I've asked it 4 times. You have provided something, and you did say that he has the authority to sign an annual contract, which he does, not a multi-year contract. And Ms. McKenna stated the same thing and failed to remember that she was signing a 3-year contract.
The CRA procurement is not procurement of legal services. This is a professional services contract. It's different, number one. Number two, there are no ordinances for the CRA. They don't act through ordinances. So that portion and those portions you're referring to in the city's charter are not relevant, are not applicable in this situation. But I'll be happy to put it in writing and provide you with a memorandum for your review.
I think you and Ms. McKenna need to sit down and talk because, and maybe refer back to the meetings that this was discussed, because I spoke with you and I understand and appreciate your insight. You have conflicting points of view on this and different points that you're making with different statutes. So it's confusing to somebody sitting here who's if this then that for some things, but not for her. So however we move forward with this, I'm going, if we have to go to see an outside attorney for advice on this, I hate to do it, but, I mean, we have to do that. Okay.
Sorry, I thought, can I ask a question? Didn't Mr. Berman just say he would make a memo, he would produce a memo? Okay,
It's already done one.
Yeah.
thank you.
All right. I don't have the energy to talk about RMA today. I do want to talk about it, about Boynton Beach and Mr. Brown and how that impacts us as a whole, but I don't have the energy to do it at 11:46, so I guess I'll hope that somebody else decides it's important enough to talk about when we reconvene. Thank you.
Very good. Moving on, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would like to talk about that as well, but of course, we don't have enough time. I'm just concerned about, I only had one thing, but the city manager passed this letter around, and now I'm concerned about, I'm sorry, my voice is getting lower. So I'm concerned about this letter we just received from the city manager regarding extending, I think it's extending BSO agreement to 4 years, based on, I guess, the valuation and the negotiating and all that, whatever. But for me, this is very disappointing because I was looking at 1 year, and I will say it out loud again. BSO is doing a wonderful job in Pompano, but they are lacking in my district a lot. And this is causing me to think, how can I get help the way the people need to be serviced in my district when it comes to safety and policing? So this is going to really, you know, I've tried for years and years and years and years. And like I said, BSO is known for, I think they're known for image, but I like for them to be known as safety, trying to prevent crimes. And for me, I don't like the showboatiness when it comes to BSO. I just like to get the job done as far as securing people, safety, prevention. And I'm just not getting that in my district. We have on 27th, we have a substation, a police substation, and the guys still stand next door all day and sell drugs and, you know, really, right next door. And we can't do anything about it. That's the same location where several people have been killed. And they're still hanging out there next to the substation where the people were killed. A lot of that continues. And I know why. That's why I said if we ever go back to our own City of Pompano Beach Policing Department, that the chief needs to work for the commission because we will have better relationship. So I know that if this city manager said to the chief, we need you to clean up the Northwest, I guarantee you it could be done. It's not being pushed, it's not important enough. There's a lot of crime in the Northwest, a lot. And it's not getting any better. And there is no relationship with BSO in the community because BSO doesn't do community policing. So it continues. I didn't want to talk about that, but anyway, what I really want to bring up is that the last meeting I requested that, and this is the last one, I requested to get a copy or list of full-time and part-time employees that are working remotely from home. And I received a letter from Suzette, an email, and she gave me a list of 10 people that are employed by the city that work remotely from home. And I do remember, I guess a while back, the governor of Florida saying that he wanted everybody to transition back into their offices. So I have nothing to go with this. All I have is 10 names. I don't know how long they've been working remotely. When did they start? What are they doing? Why are they remote? I mean, are they crippled? Are they sick? Are they hurt? We don't have enough office space. They don't have any room. I mean, I don't have anything with this email. It just had more questions once I read it. So I have 10 people that work for the city of Pompano Beach that work remotely from home. I don't know whether it's part-time, full-time, I have no idea, but I would like that information. So I received this information from Suzette, I think on April 22nd. There's nothing attached with the dates or anything. And I would like to get some information on that. I'd like to know what they're doing at home. Oh, she said, can you provide it for everybody? Was this list provided to everybody? Did everybody receive a list from Suzette of the names of the people that work remotely? Nobody have it? Oh, you do?
I did a public records request, actually, and got a lot more information than a list of names. I got the contracts and the duration and all that. So that's out there, too, somewhere. Maybe Kervin could send that.
Oh, I have to get it from Kervin. I hate the word Kervin. Okay, I'll get it from him then. Thank you. That's it. I'm done now, Mayor.
Okay. Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
No report, Mayor, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Smith.
Well, I had a report, but we don't have time, so I'll just do a quote. And it's from Bob Marley. Don't gain the world and lose your soul. Wisdom is better than silver or gold. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I do have a few things. But actually, first, I want to address this memo that we got, because I've had a chance to look at it also. And the memo subject is implications of not negotiating a new contract with the Broward Sheriff's Office for Police Services. But when you read this, it's like the subject should be, I'm negotiating a 4-year contract with BSO unless you say something different. It's like completely different. There really is no list of implications. There's one sentence that says you pay actual costs, but the entire memo is about why we should do a 4-year agreement, all the benefits of that, followed up with the line that says staff will thus proceed accordingly unless otherwise directed by the commission. So it feels like one of those like reading comprehension tests when you're a kid and you had to pick the subject, and whatever one was picked here is not at all what's in the memo. But so we obviously have to talk more about what we're doing with the BSO contract. If we're doing a 1-year contract, a 4-year contract, I don't think now is the time to do that, but perhaps we need an agenda item to talk about this, because this is very different.
He said what he's going to do.
Unless the commission says otherwise. Okay, so I did have a couple things. So I did notice earlier, and this happens often at our meetings, that like we have these great proclamations, and we had all these teachers here, and we had like 15, 20 people with like cell phones taking pictures, but I didn't see our PIO team or anyone here. And I would expect the city, I've been to other city commission meetings from other cities where they will take like a formal photo and it'll be used for social media or something. So I think we should honor, like the one way is to honor those people is to make sure that we're also like memorializing the moments. So maybe we need to do a little better with having our PIO team here. I want to talk about the bus stop issue that came up earlier. Mr. Donovan, can we follow up on this? Because I really don't know why the county showed up at a resident's house when we'd been emailing back and forth trying to come up with a plan to meet with them, but that's not done, so we need to do a better job on that. Ms. Sonego, I was wondering about Mr. Harrison's review, or maybe Mr. Harrison knows. I know we normally have it in the spring. It's the end of April, we're going into the summer. When are we scheduled to do his review? Does anyone know? HR? She's here. I don't know if anyone's awake anymore. There you are.
She was snoozing.
Lisa Sinego, Human Resources Director. You were looking at the timing.
Yeah.
This is about the time of year we did that last year for timing of getting things together. We have DCs coming up. We're planning for like the 1st of June, and then I'll be getting with City Manager.
Mr. Harrison's was always more in the spring. It was only last year that it slid so late.
Yeah, and so this year was the same because we often do those at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was June for you. When I started, it was February.
Right. It seems to
Now
slide
it's
every
spring,
year.
and then it's
So,
summer.
can we go back? Can we just take a look at the last 5 years when it was done and make sure, if last year was an outlier, that we get back on track for when it's always been done?
Sure.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I also want to talk about RMA, but it is too late for that. I want to say Happy Mother's Day to everyone who's a mom, because we will not convene before then, I don't think, right? We have a meeting the Monday after, but Happy Mother's Day to everybody. And then I will quickly do a quote. We can easily forgive a child who is afraid of the dark. The real tragedy of life is when men are afraid of the light.
Men.
Very good. All right, this meeting's adjourned.